Chapter 3475. The Demon Kings on the Basket Plains side naturally saw Boya's sudden disappearance. Although they felt that something was off, they didn't have the energy to investigate further. This was because at the same time that Boya disappeared, Yongkai had already leapt forward to meet them. The myriad sword in his hand soared into the heavens as he raised it up high and slashed down. The massive sword aura seemed to split the heavens and earth in two, shattering the void as it slashed toward the Basket Plains side. Feeling the might of that sword, the expressions of all the demon race turned grave. They all simultaneously moved to the left and right to avoid the sword aura. With a loud boom, the earth cracked, and a fissure more than 3,000 meters long appeared on the ground. Some of the demon race that couldn't dodge in time were ravaged by the sword aura and turned to dust. When the Demon Kings saw this, their expressions became gloomy. Fortunately, although the power of this attack was extraordinary, only a few demon commanders and demon general were killed. The Demon Kings all managed to avoid it without any injuries. However, in the next moment, several streaks of light shot over from several dozen kilometers away, accompanied by the sound of the air being torn apart. Since Yongkai had already made his move, how could Boya remain idle? It was rare for her to encounter a group of idiots who would expose their backs to her. Boya simply couldn't resist the urge to kill them. These arrows weren't as powerful as the 9 arrows that had killed the high-rank Demon King. It was clear that Boya hadn't used that secret technique that consumed a lot of energy, but they still couldn't be underestimated. Whether it was their speed or killing power, they were both frightening. Along the way, the arrows shot through a dozen or so demon general and headed straight for a burly high-rank demon king with a pitch-black complexion. The dark-faced demon king didn't expect an attack from behind at all. He was completely focused on Yongkai's movements and only noticed the arrow when it was about 300 meters away. His expression immediately changed, and he let out a wild roar. The demonic essence in his body churned, and he raised a pair of demonic maces in his hands. He turned around and swung them away. Ding ding dang dang dang. Sparks flew everywhere as he accurately blocked the arrow. However, he himself was pushed back several dozen meters by the recoil. Looking up, he saw Boya several dozen kilometers away with a cold smile on her face. She stretched out her hand and made a gesture around her neck. When the black-faced Devil King saw this, his face darkened even more. However, there was no time for him to think about it, because there was a fierce aura coming from behind him. This attack came at the perfect time. His blood and chi were tumbling and his devil yuan was unstable, so he couldn't block it with all his strength. In this life-or-death crisis, the black-faced Devil King's body shook violently as his violent demonic chi erupted, turning into a visible shockwave that swept out in all directions in an attempt to repel the enemy. From the corner of his eyes, he saw a flash of cold light. His vision turned upside down, and he saw a headless corpse standing in the void not far away. It was holding a pair of swords. Blood spurted out from its neck. Then, a rain of swords fell like a waterfall and turned the headless corpse into dust. His huge head fell to the ground, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. On the other side, after Yongkai took advantage of the opportunity Boya had created to strike, he didn't even look. He slashed his sword and attacked the other high-rank Demon King. This Demon King should have sensed the danger his dark-faced colleague was in and wanted to rescue him, but he was a step too late. He could only watch as Yongkai tore his head to pieces. His eyes were filled with hatred, but he also felt his blood run cold. He suddenly realized that he had underestimated this human. Although the feather demon in the distance was troublesome, this human whose cultivation was only comparable to a mid-rank Demon King was the one he needed to be most wary of. The dark-faced Demon King's example made him more cautious. Facing Yongkai's sword, he didn't plan to meet it head-on. He slipped and retreated. But in the next moment, he realized that he had fallen into a trap. Yongkai's sword had no power at all. It was just a feint. At the same time, Yongkai's other hand grasped a blue gourd. He didn't know what kind of artifact this gourd was, but as soon as it appeared, he inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. Yongkai aimed the gourd's mouth at the densest part of the crowd and poured his emperor chi into it. Wind blades visible to the naked eye emerged from the gourd's mouth and instantly covered a large area. In just an instant, more than half of the thousands of demon race soldiers were killed or injured. Not only were the demon commanders and demon general unable to resist the power of this gourd, but even some of the low-ranked demon kings were killed. There were even 3 mid-ranked demon kings who died as a result. The demon race soldiers who were still alive were all horrified as they stared at the wind gourd in Yang Kai's hand with great dread. On the other hand, Yang Kai grinned, extremely satisfied with the power of this artifact. The wind gourd was something he had obtained from the depths of Orthodoxy Temple's Forbidden Zone before coming to demon territory. The astral wind of Orthodoxy Temple was produced by this wind gourd. In the early years, the disciples of Orthodoxy Temple used the astral wind to temper their bodies in the canyon, but no one had ever been able to reach its depths. Over the past few days, Yang Kai had intended to use this battle to test the power of the wind gourd. Now, it seemed that it was quite good. Even if this artifact was not as good as the Mountains and Rivers Bell, it was not far behind. The only drawback was that it consumed too much Emperor Qi to activate, but its effects were also quite remarkable. It was especially suitable for large-scale attacks, something the Mountains and Rivers Bell could not compare to. Just as the demon race soldiers were shocked by the power of the wind gourd, the 9 arrows in quick succession appeared in the distance again. Although Bo Ya's character was not very good, she had an extremely keen intuition when it came to grasping opportunities. At this moment, the wind gourd had attracted everyone's attention, so the 9 arrows in quick succession locked onto the high-ranked demon king that Yang Kai had just forced back with a single sword strike. The 9 arrows turned into a single line, chasing after the moon and stars, instantly arriving in front of the demon king. The high-ranked demon king finally reacted, roaring in fear as he tried to cast a technique to evade. However, how could Yang Kai let him do as he wished? The moment Bo Ya fired the arrows, he had already made his move. The law of space directly enveloped the high-ranked demon king, firmly binding him to the spot. Asterisk do do do. Asterisk a series of sounds rang out. Just like the high-rank power demon from before, this high-ranked demon king was directly shot into a hedgehog. The 9 arrows had all hit its vital points, and the demon heart in its body was completely destroyed. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the demon race had been killed or injured. Not to mention the demon marshals and demon general, even many demon kings had fallen, including 2 high-ranked demon kings. And the ones who had caused this situation were actually 2 people, and both of them were only equivalent to mid-ranked demon kings. All the demon race soldiers felt that they had lost face, but whether it was Bo Ya's mystical archery or the wind gourd in Yang Kai's hand, these demon race soldiers were all afraid of attacking the rat for fear of breaking the vases. So many of them had been unable to do anything to them just now, so what was the point of having only half of them left? Therefore, after a moment of hesitation, the remaining demon race soldiers scattered in all directions, collapsing into a group. Yang Kai lightly sneered. He originally wanted to stop the 2 high-ranked demon kings, but with a slight movement of his divine sense, he only blocked the path of one of them, allowing the other to escape. However, before that high-ranked demon king could escape far, a group of 1,000 soldiers intercepted it from the left and right. It was the 2 late Lao Ku and Yin. Previously, they had been ordered by Yang Kai to gather their men, which delayed them for a while. Furthermore, there were many of them, so their speed was naturally slower. They hurriedly chased after Yang Kai, fearing that something unexpected would happen to him. However, when they arrived, they were greatly shocked. Yang Kai was not surprised. On the contrary, the demon race soldiers on the side of the demon race were utterly defeated, all of them fleeing in panic. What happened? Lao Ku and Yin looked at each other in dismay. They did not expect this kind of situation to occur. However, right now, they did not have much time to think. Seeing the demon race fleeing in all directions, they naturally ordered people to block and kill them. Meanwhile, the 2 of them stared at the high-ranked demon king that was trying to break out of the encirclement and escape. Logically speaking, although the demon race soldiers on the side of the demon race were few, they were not weak. Under normal circumstances, they might have been able to fight, but right now, these guys were truly scared out of their wits and did not have the heart to fight at all. On the contrary, The reinforcements from Cloud Shadow's side were at their peak, so as soon as they came into contact, the demon race on the side of the demon race suffered disastrous losses. Not to mention the demon generals and demon general. Even the high-ranked demon king that was intercepted by Lao Ku and Yin did not have the slightest ability to retaliate. After a few exchanges, a wound appeared on his body, dripping with blood. Adding on the fact that Boya was leisurely killing them from several dozen li away, even if the demon race soldiers on the side of the demon race were not completely wiped out, only a few would be able to escape. At the same time, Yang Kai was also fighting with a high-ranked demon king. It was precisely because he sensed Lao Ku and Yin's arrival that he allowed the other high-ranked demon king to leave, leaving only this one in front of him. This one's strength was not bad, a bit stronger than Lao Ku and the others, but it was limited. When he saw that Yang Kai wanted to fight him one-on-one, a pleasantly surprised expression appeared on his face. He inwardly thought that his luck had truly changed, and the heavens had not forsaken him. In this one's opinion, no matter how outstanding Yang Kai's performance was, his foundation was only equivalent to a mid-rank demon king. If he attacked with his full strength, he might be able to take down Yang Kai. And as long as he could take down this child, he would be able to live, and even help Yusang subdue the entire Cloud Shadow. However, after exchanging a few blows, he sensed that something was wrong. The cultivation of this human in front of him was indeed only equivalent to a mid-rank demon king, but his battle prowess was something that even high-rank demon kings could not compare to. He was actually at a disadvantage even when he used his full strength. The power in his opponent's body, whether it was quality or quantity, was superior to his own by a level. This was especially true for his physical strength, which was somewhat inconceivable. Every time they clashed, his arm would go numb. How was this possible? How could a mere human have such powerful strength? This kind of strength, even the descendants of Saint Sovereigns could not have, right? With this distraction, the situation became more and more unbearable. In an instant, several holes appeared on his body from Yang Kai's attacks, and blood flowed out. What made him feel even more terrified was that this human in front of him seemed to be at ease, and did not use his full strength at all. Chapter 3476. After a while, the situation on the basket plains became more and more unbearable. Other than the high-grade demon king who was being besieged by Lao Ku and Yin who was still struggling at death's door, the rest of the people had either fled without a trace, been killed by Boya from afar, or been intercepted by Cloud Shadow's reinforcements. The high-ranked demon king who was fighting with Yang Kai was also showing signs of weakness. He almost died a few times and was bleeding profusely. He had already sensed that his situation was not good. Putting aside the fact that he was not Yang Kai's opponent, Boa was about to come out. Once that woman targeted him, he was afraid that he would have no chance of survival. Thinking of this, he hurriedly used his divine sense and secretly sent a message to Yang Kai. "Master, please have mercy. Takaruo is willing to give up the darkness for the light and serve Master faithfully." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, but his movements were not careless. Every move was deadly. He sneered and said, "You are Takaruo?" Lao Ku had previously reported that when Lai Kuang brought people to Cloud Shadow City, the nest of 1,000 devils was guarded by Takaruo. This demon king was also a high-ranked demon king from Basket Plains continent. However, when Lao Ku and Yin brought people over, they let him escape. So it was this guy. What a coincidence. For him to beg for mercy at this time, it was obvious that he felt powerless. If he did not beg for mercy, he would only be waiting for death. Looking at him indifferently, Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Give me a reason to spare your life." Takaruo resisted with all his might while continuing to send a message. After this battle, Basket Plains will definitely not be able to resist Master's might. Blue Plains continent will also be under Master's control. However, as far as I know, Master only has 3 high-ranked demon kings. How can 3 high-ranked demon kings guard the territory of 2 continents? Takaruo is not talented, but I am willing to share Master's burden. Kaiyang chuckled. "What you said is very reasonable." Hearing this, Takaruo was delighted. He thought that Yang Kai was going to agree, but Yang Kai looked at him coldly and mocked. "Aren't you afraid that Yusang will find trouble with you?" Changing sides at the last moment is very hateful. Takaro's face could not help but turn pale. Yang Kai's words were what he was most worried about. There was no problem in begging Yang Kai for mercy at this time, but the key was whether Yu Sang would settle accounts with him after learning about this. Yu Sang was a half-saint, and if he really wanted to take Yang Kai's life, Yang Kai was afraid that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to protect him. However, he had obviously thought of this a long time ago, so he naturally had an excuse. He immediately replied in a serious voice, "Lord Yu Sang has already been sent to the two-realm battlefield. Obviously, he has done something wrong and angered the Saint Sovereign. Not to mention whether he can return, even if he can, who knows when it will be. Moreover, Master was conferred the title of Prince. Obviously, Master Yu Sang values you more than Master Yu Sang. Master Yu Sang must have some misgivings." After pausing for a moment, he smiled bitterly. "The most important thing is that if Master does not spare me today, Takaruo will be buried here. Therefore, I beg Master to show mercy. Takaruo will be willing to follow Master's orders in the future." Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He snorted, "You are quite sensible." Takaruo's words were sincere, and what he said was the truth. If he could not persuade Yang Kai to spare him today, he would definitely die. Instead of worrying about whether Yu Sang would come after him, it was of course more important to stay alive. Moreover, Yang Kai did not intend to kill him. Although he hoped that more people died in the demon race, as Takaruo said, after today, the Blue Plain continent would be under his control. However, he only had 3 high-ranked Demon King. How could he guard the vast territory of 2 continents? Subduing him could also make up for the lack of manpower. This was also the reason why he did not kill him. Otherwise, even if Takaruo was a high-ranked Demon King, Yang Kai could have taken his life with his current ability. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, "It is not impossible to let you live, but you need to open your knowledge sea and let this king plant the divine soul brand." Tu Chao Luo was different from Lao Ku and the others. Lao Ku, Ku-san, and Yin were relatively clean, and Yang Kai had Yu Rumeng's orders, so he wasn't worried that they would do anything to harm him. However, Tu Chao Luo was Yu Sang's subordinate, so how could Yang Kai feel at ease if he didn't place his soul brand on him? Once the divine soul brand was planted, Takaruo's life would be in Yang Kai's hands, and he would not be able to resist in the future. This was even more tragic than Boa being controlled by Soul Puppet. Therefore, when he said this, Takaruo's expression changed greatly. He said bitterly, "Master, there is no need to plant the divine soul brand. I am willing to swear in the name of the great demon god that I will not be disloyal to Master in the future." Yang Kai snorted. "If an oath is useful, what is the point of cultivating? You can think about it carefully. This king is not in a hurry." Takaruo's face twitched. He thought to himself, "You are not in a hurry, but I am." At this moment, the feather demon dozens of miles away had already drawn his bow and aimed at him. He could shoot the fatal arrow at any time. Even though he was dozens of miles away, Takaruo could clearly feel the threat of death coming from dozens of miles away. He wanted to dodge, but Yang Kai was suppressing him. He could not dodge at all. While he was hesitating, the aura dozens of miles away became more and more condensed. It seemed that the arrow was about to be shot at him. Knowing that it would be too late if he continued to hesitate, Takaruo clenched his teeth and said, "Fine, I will do as Master says. This subordinate will follow Master's lead in the future. I hope that Master will treat me with sincerity. You will know what this king's character is like in the future." Yang Kai chuckled and turned around, intentionally or unintentionally blocking Boya's attack path, allowing Tu Qiaoyuo to relax. Staring at Yang Kai for a moment, Tu Qiaoyuo let out a sigh and opened his knowledge sea. Yang Kai did not hesitate. He immediately used his divine sense and planted his own brand in Takaruo's knowledge sea. The two secretly reached an agreement here, but their hands did not stop. They were still fighting, mainly because they were afraid that the demon kings at the realm gate would see through them. After the brand was planted, a trace of imperceptible depression flashed across Takaruo's face. However, he quickly calmed down and said, "Master, this subordinate can help you subdue 2 more people. What do you think of this, Master?" "Why 2 people?" Yang Kai asked suspiciously. There were still 3 high-ranked demon kings left at the realm gate. At this time, they were also looking at this side. Curson and his subordinates had been captured. Curson and the others were not their opponents. The only reason they could hold on until now was because they were merciful. Seeing that the situation here was not good, the demon kings who were still at the realm gate naturally used their full strength. As early as when Lao Ku and Dean appeared, Curson had already become a prisoner. They obviously wanted to use Curson as a bargaining chip to have a good talk with Yang Kai. Takaruo said, "One of them is Yu Sang's confidant. I am afraid it will not be easy to subdue him. Instead of keeping him alive, it is better to kill him directly." Yang Kai chuckled and looked at him meaningfully. With the Divine Soul brand, how could it not be easy to subdue him? No matter how loyal that Demon King was to Yu Sang, as long as the Divine Soul brand was planted, he would be Yang Kai's man. Takaruo's suggestion was probably not entirely as he said. Maybe he already had a grudge with that Demon King and wanted to use Yang Kai to get rid of him. However, Yang Kai did not intend to investigate further. Even if Takaruo really had the intention of intimidating Yu Sang, if there was really one of Yu Sang's confidants over there, it would be better to get rid of him as soon as possible to avoid future troubles. As their eyes met, a trace of panic flashed in Takaruo's eyes, which confirmed Yang Kai's guess. He smiled slightly and said, "Do you have any life-saving means?" Takaruo was startled, but soon understood Yang Kai's intention and quickly replied, "Yes." "Then use it." Yang Kai gently nodded. "But be careful, don't get shot to death by that woman Boa." Takaruo's face twitched, thinking that if he really died because of this, he would be wrongly accused. However, he also knew that Yang Kai could not warn Boa now, so he could only rely on himself if he wanted to survive. He immediately shouted, and a mist of blood spurted out of his pores. His entire body turned into a red light and quickly fled toward the realm gate. With 2 whooshing sounds, streams of light shot out from dozens of miles away. Just as Yang Kai expected, Boa brazenly shot arrows. These 2 streaks of light were powerful, and they were launched later but arrived first. However, after Takaruo had executed a life-saving secret technique, he managed to dodge one of the arrows by a hair's breadth, but the other arrow nailed into his thigh, directly piercing a bloody hole in his thigh, causing blood to splatter everywhere. However, this kind of injury was nothing to Takaruo. He only needed to rest for a few days to recover, and if he missed this opportunity, Boa would not be able to kill him again. "Master!" Not far away, Lao Ku and In led many elites of Cloud Shadow over. They cupped their fists and carefully examined Yang Kai's condition. After confirming that there were no injuries, they breathed a sigh of relief. As for the high-ranked Demon King that they had intercepted before, Boa had already secretly shot and killed it. "Yes." Yang Kai gently nodded and leisurely looked toward the realm gate. He saw that Takaruo had already met up with the demon race there and was saying something to them, causing a commotion. With a chuckle, Yang Kai looked at the embodiment side. The commotion there had also subsided, and none of the demon race that had been lying in ambush there had escaped. It was a true annihilation. Within the territory of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, all the demon race had turned into dried corpses. At this time, the embodiment was hiding under the ground, quietly approaching the realm gate. After a few breaths of time, Boa valiantly flew over. She looked at Yang Kai from head to toe, as if she had met him for the first time, and asked, "That guy was turned over by you?" Yang Kai glanced at her. "You saw through it?" Boa sneered, "If not, why would you deliberately block my attack?" She was not a fool, and naturally could see some clues. Moreover, she had already noticed that the divine thoughts between Yang Kai and Takaruo were surging. She did not know what they were secretly communicating with each other, but it was not difficult to guess this point. Chapter 3477. Yang Kai said in realization, "So you did it on purpose." Since Boya was able to see through Tu Chao Luo's defection, then the 2 arrows from before were obviously just for show. It wasn't a mistake. However, this gave Yang Kai a deeper understanding of her archery skills. Even after Tu Chao Luo used his life-saving secret technique, Boya was still able to accurately shoot through one of his legs. It was obvious that this woman's archery skills were superb. Boya snorted, "This is more realistic, isn't it?" Yang Kai did not comment. He only paused for a moment before walking forward and saying with a smile, "Let's go meet them." Thousands of people followed behind, valiant and spirited. At the realm gate, the many members of the demon race had bitter and unwilling expressions. This was especially true for the high-ranked demon king in the lead. His face was twisted to the point of being sinister. This time, they had planned an ambush, thinking that they would be able to get rid of Cloud Shadow in one fell swoop. Who would have thought that they would be beaten to a pulp by the enemy, suffering heavy losses? In today's battle, whether it was the early planning or the later confrontation, there were no problems. In terms of numbers and strength, Cloud Shadow's side was several times stronger than Cloud Shadow's side. No matter how one looked at it, Cloud Shadow had the upper hand. However, in the end, Cloud Shadow had obtained a complete victory and Cloud Shadow had suffered heavy losses. Of the 9 high-ranked demon kings, only 4 had survived. As for the other mid-rank and low-rank demon kings, there were more than a dozen of them dead. The number of demon generals was innumerable. This kind of result made everyone on Cloud Shadow's side feel ashamed. And the main culprit behind all of this was actually a human, a feather demon. They no longer had the advantage of being the first to arrive. On the contrary, the enemy's army was gathered and their morale was high. If they were not careful, they might really be wiped out here. Fortunately, Cloud Shadow still had captives on hand, so it was not impossible for them to make a comeback. Seeing Yang Kai leading the Cloud Shadow army towards them, a commotion broke out at the realm gate. The high-ranked demon king in the lead shouted loudly, calming the hearts of the people. They still had 4 high-ranked demon kings, so they still had the strength to fight. As long as they could make Yang Kai and the others retreat, they would be able to protect Lao Yuan. When Master Yusang returned from the 2-realm battlefield, they would naturally be able to regain their face. As for whether Yusang would punish them for what happened today, it was no longer within the scope of their consideration. Some physical pain was better than dying here. After a short while, Yang Kai led the Cloud Shadow army to a place 1,000 feet away from the portal. The army stopped, and a group of Cloud Shadow army elites lined up behind them, glaring fiercely at the portal. The silent and austere pressure caused the demons of Lao Yuan to involuntarily tighten their grip on the weapons in their hands. Their expressions changed. One careless move had caused the position of the host and the guest to change. This was truly a great humiliation and mistake. The confrontation only lasted for a few breaths, but the demon race on Lao Yuan's side was somewhat unable to bear the tense atmosphere. The high-ranked demon king in the lead placed one hand on Kursan's head, and the demonic chi in his palms surged, as if he could take Kursan's life at any time. He looked at Yang Kai with a gloomy expression and said, "Human, this king feels that we can sit down and have a good talk?" Yang Kai could not help but sneer, and looked at the other party with ridicule. "Talk? What talk? What do you have to talk to this king?" The high-ranked demon king coldly snorted, and the demonic chi in his hand moved, immediately causing Kursan to reveal a painful expression. He said seriously, "How about using his life to talk to you?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head and coldly refused, "Not interested." Kursan's eyes immediately revealed a look of despair. The high-ranked demon king was not surprised at all, and only ridiculed, "You don't care about his life or death at all? In any case, he is still your subordinate." Yang Kai snorted, "This king's subordinates should have the awareness to sacrifice their lives for this king, and disregard life and death. If they are timid in their actions, what use is there for this king?" He then stared at Kursan and said, "Don't worry, this king will kill them all and bury them with you. Not a single one will be left alive." When these words were said, the demons of Lao Yuan were in an uproar, and all of them revealed a look of horror. When the high-ranked demon king heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched. He originally thought that Yang Kai was deliberately mystifying things, but now it seemed that he was playing for real. For a moment, he did not know what Yang Kai was thinking. Although he could easily take Kursan's life, he would have no bargaining chips in his hands. When the time came, he could only meet with weapons. And with the current morale and strength of his side, if it really reached that point, more than half of the people present would die, and he himself would have no chance of survival. Gritting his teeth, he said in a sinister voice, "If that is really the case, then no one will have an easy time today. If you want to fight, then go ahead and try. Let's see if this king can take you all down with him." Having said this, he could only advance in order to retreat, hoping that Yang Kai would make a wise choice and give him a chance to talk. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai only laughed sarcastically. "Take you all down with him? I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications." His face sank, and he shouted, "Kill!" When the word "kill" came out, the high-ranked Demon King's heart skipped a beat, and his expression changed drastically. This guy in front of him really did not care about the lives of his subordinates. This was clearly not giving them a way out. And Kurson could not help but close his eyes, as if he was waiting for his death. With a chi sound, Boya, who was hiding in the dark, took the initiative to shoot an arrow. Her target was the high-ranked Demon King, and in an instant, he felt the aura of death. He instinctively raised his hand and placed Kurson in front of him, wanting to use Kurson as a shield to block this terrifying attack. But just as he moved, a violent demonic aura surged behind him, and a power that could topple mountains and overturn seas came from his back, causing his internal organs to tumble. His body staggered forward, and blood flowed out from his mouth and nose. He immediately gritted his teeth and shouted, "Tukuro!" Although he did not look back, he knew who had attacked him from behind. After being together for so many years, he could not be more familiar with Tukuro's demonic aura fluctuations. A thought flashed through his mind, and he vaguely understood that Tukuro had betrayed him long ago. Otherwise, why would he attack him at this time? So that was it. Escaping back here using a secret technique and getting hit by an arrow was just a disguise to make him lower his guard. The hatred in his heart could not be washed away even with all the water in the 3 rivers and 5 lakes. And after Tukuro blasted out his palm, he immediately retreated. At the same time, he anxiously transmitted a message to the other 2 high-ranked Demon King. "Don't attack. I'm running out of time. I guarantee that you won't die." These 2 were originally at a loss for what was happening in front of them, but after hearing Tukuro's words, they immediately understood the cause and effect. They only hesitated for a moment before dispersing their demonic aura. At the same time, like Tukuro, they also retreated to show their sincerity. However, both of them let out a long sigh, and a complicated look appeared in their eyes. At the same time, Boya's arrow was already in front of them. Seeing that Kurson was about to be killed by this arrow, the arrow strangely made a turn, swept past Kurson's neck, and directly blasted into the shoulder of the high-ranked Demon King behind him. Flesh and blood exploded, and half of the high-ranked Demon King's shoulder was almost flattened. The violent power caused his body to lean back slightly. Before he could react, Yang Kai had already pounced over and grabbed Kurson from his hand. Without even looking, he directly threw Kurson behind him. At the same time, he formed a seal with both hands and sent out a palm strike. Flowing time, great emperor, withering glory, like a shuttle, like a dream. At this moment, time seemed to stop for a moment. When everyone regained their senses, they only saw the high-ranked Demon King spurting blood from his mouth after being hit by Yang Kai. His aura was weak. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk 3 arrows flew over, and Boya, who was hiding in the dark, once again made her move. With incomparable precision, the 3 arrows pierced into the enemy's body, causing blood to splatter all over the sky. In an instant, the situation took a turn for the worse. Whether it was the demon race or Cloud Shadow, except for a few people who were mentally prepared, everyone else was shocked. After releasing the flowing time Great Emperor, like a shuttle, Yang Kai didn't make another move. He only watched with a cold expression. He knew that there was no need for him to make a move. There was someone who wanted this guy to die here more than him. Sure enough, after Boya released the 3 arrows and heavily injured the high-ranked Demon King, Tukuro immediately roared, "Attack!" He didn't care about the aftereffects of using the secret technique and desperately urged his Demon Yuan to rush toward the high-ranked Demon King. The other 2 Demon Kings who had been watching with folded arms also followed closely behind, attacking their former comrades at the same time. Lao Ku and Yin were dumbstruck as they watched from the side. They suddenly realized that there was nothing for them to do here. First, they were ambushed by Tukuro from behind, Then they were hit by Yonkai's divine technique, and then they were hit by Boya's 3 arrows. The high-ranked Demon King was already heavily injured. Now that Tukuro and 2 other high-ranked Demon Kings had joined forces to attack it, how could it possibly win? This Demon King knew that he was going to die, so he didn't have any intention of begging for mercy. He just used all his strength, looking like he wanted to drag someone down with him. However, it was impossible for Tukuro and the others to give him this opportunity. They were very cautious and didn't act rashly. They would rather miss a good opportunity than risk their lives. After a cup of tea's worth of time, the dust settled. Tukuro was gasping for breath, his face was pale, and there was a lingering fear in his eyes. However, he forced himself to stay alert and cupped his fists, saying, "Master, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you." Yonkai looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile, gently nodded, and said, "Not bad." He then turned his head and looked indifferently at the other 2 high-ranked Demon Kings. These 2 already had no way out when they joined forces with Tukuro, so they naturally knew what to say at this moment. They both said, "We are willing to submit to Master. We hope that Master can disregard our former enmity and give us a chance to redeem ourselves." Yonkai said indifferently, "That depends on your sincerity." These 2 high-ranked Demon Kings looked at each other, thinking that they had already shown their sincerity. Yu Sang's henchmen were killed by them and Tukuro. Now, other than submitting, what else could they do? Tukuro had an awkward expression on his face. He coughed lightly and transmitted his voice to them. When the 2 Demon Kings heard this, their expressions changed. They looked at Tukuro in disbelief, as if they were seeing him for the first time. Tukuro's face turned slightly red, and he transmitted his voice to them again. After a while, these 2 Demon Kings cupped their fists bitterly and said, "We are willing to let Master plant the brand of divine soul. From now on, wherever Master points, we will follow." At the same time, they cursed in their hearts, "Fuck, I've boarded a pirate ship. If I had known earlier, I would have fought with all my might. Maybe I would have had a chance to survive." Chapter 3478. However, since things had come to this, it was useless to say anything. If they wanted to live, they could only offer their loyalty. At the same time, they blamed Tukuro in their hearts for not making things clear earlier. If they had made things clear earlier, they might not have turned traitor. Instructing the 2 Demon Kings to open their knowledge seas, Yonkai placed his soul brand in each of their knowledge seas one by one, the cold look on his face finally disappearing, replaced by a warm and friendly one. Since they were on the same side, there was no need to hold back. Lao Ku, Ku San, and Yin also came up to congratulate him. However, they were a little worried in their hearts. Although Yonkai was conferred the title of Imperial Prince and seemed to be highly valued by the Saint Master, the Saint Master had sent him to the Cloud Shadow mainland to protect the World Gate. Now that this guy had taken down the Basket Plains and led them to kill so many Demon King-level masters, they did not know if the Saint Master would blame them if he knew. In the Demon Territory, although the Demon Saint had conflicts with each other, causing the continents under the Demon Saint to be hostile to each other, this was already considered an internal conflict. Whether it was the Cloud Shadow mainland or the Basket Plains, they were all Uru Meng's territory. Especially when the war between the Demon Territory and the Astral World had broken out, it was time to eliminate all internal conflicts and work together to fight against the outside world. Moreover, even if the Lord would not blame him, what about Yu Sang? Yu Sang was indeed sent to the Two-Realm battlefield, but the Basket Plains was his territory after all. When Yu Sang returned, the Basket Plains would not be settled peacefully. Lao Ku and the other 2 were worried, but they couldn't say anything at this time. Although Yonkai was partly responsible for this incident, ordering Kusan to block the Basket Plains boundary gate was an act that had crossed the line. Basket Plains' response was simply too excessive. Otherwise, the current situation wouldn't have occurred. Since things had come to this, they could only take one step at a time. Yu Sang's trusted aide had been eliminated, and the remaining 3 high-ranked Demon Kings, Tukuro had also been implanted with the Divine Soul brand. The others naturally did not have any thoughts of resistance. In any case, the rafters that stuck out would rot first. With Tukuro and the other Demon Kings in front of them, they had nothing to fear. After a single battle, The entire grapple planes had fallen into Yang Kai's hands. This was something that the grapple planes would never have thought of. Yang Kai was not prepared to get involved in the matter of Laoyuan. He ordered Tu Chaluo and the other two to take care of it themselves. He only wanted to maintain the stability of the realm gate. He then ordered everyone to collect the corpses of the Demon King and throw them into the sealed world bead for his embodiment to devour. Although these Demon Kings were already dead, there was still a lot of energy left in their bodies that hadn't been released yet. It would be useful for the avatars to devour them. As for the spoils of war, Yang Kai kept most of them and gave the rest to Lao Ku. The demons were very grateful and felt that their king was very generous. After dealing with all the matters, Yang Kai brought everyone back to Cloud Shadow to continue his mission. Time flew by and 2 months passed. During this time, Yang Kai had been comprehending at the Realm Gate. Laoyuan and Cloud Shadow were both under his control. The Realm Gate was completely sealed off, so naturally, no one would disturb him. After 2 months of comprehension, Yang Kai had gained a lot in terms of space principles. However, he didn't make much progress in protecting the Realm Gate, so he didn't really care. As for Yang Kai's seizure of Laoyuan, it also caused a big disturbance in the Holy City. Bai Zhua had said before that in the demon territory, the strength of a demon saint and half-saint was directly related to the number of territories they occupied. This was not only because the territories they occupied could provide some mysterious luck to the half-saint and demon saint, but more importantly, it was because of the myriad demon pills produced by each continent. The more territories they occupied, the more myriad demon pills they would be able to obtain. The same went for the number of experts under their command. Laoyuan continent was originally Yu Sang's territory. Now that Yang Kai had seized Laoyuan continent before Yu Sang returned, it could be said that he didn't have the right to do so. He even killed 6 high-rank demon kings and dozens of mid-rank and low-rank demon kings, greatly weakening Laoyuan continent's strength. This caused many half-saint guards to be dissatisfied with him. Yu Ming's side had received complaints from the half-saint more than once. They wanted Yu Ming to punish Yang Kai as a warning to others. Of course, Yu Ming wouldn't do that. However, with so many half-saint complaining about this, she couldn't ignore it. Otherwise, it would affect her prestige. A month after Yang Kai seized Laoyuan continent, Yu Ming sent someone over and fiercely reprimanded Yang Kai. She said that Yang Kai's Laoyuan continent wasn't his territory and that he shouldn't do such a thing. She also said that Laoyuan continent's power had been greatly weakened, but there was no suitable person to take charge of it. She asked Yang Kai to temporarily take charge of Laoyuan continent's affairs and wait for Yu Sang to return from the two-realm battlefield. When the news spread, the half-saint felt that it was inconceivable. They felt that the half-saint was a little too biased towards this human. She said that she would wait for Yu Sang to return to Laoyuan continent, but who knew when Yu Sang would return and whether he would be able to return alive? The war in the star boundary was intense. It wasn't impossible for a half-saint to fall. However, since Yu Ming had already taken a step back, they couldn't force her too much. This matter was left unsettled. They couldn't use Yang Kai's matter to make an example out of Yang Kai. Instead, they helped Yang Kai to take over Laoyuan continent. This made the half-saint reevaluate Yang Kai as a human. Yang Kai himself didn't take this matter to heart. In the past 2 months, other than cultivating at the Realm Gate, he had sent people to various continents to gather information. Now that he had people from 2 continents at his disposal, he had sent over tens of thousands of spies out. His main mission in the demon territory was to bring back the Great Emperor's bright moon, but he hadn't made any progress so far. Previously, he had asked Yu Ming, but she wasn't too sure either. Now that she knew the whereabouts of the Great Emperor's bright moon, Yang Kai didn't want to ask her, lest she became suspicious. He couldn't ask anyone else either, so he could only rely on himself for bright moon's matter. He sent the spies out to gather information about the abnormal situation in various continents in the past year, especially during the period when Bright Moon fell into the demon territory. He hoped to infer Bright Moon's location from these clues. One day, Yang Kai was comprehending the principle of space transformation at the Realm Gate when sounds suddenly flew over from afar. She exchanged glances with Kurson, who was guarding the place, and their divine thoughts surged as they communicated for a while. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai opened his eyes and asked. When sound came over, he was aware of it. but he didn't pay attention to it. Now, looking at her in person, it seemed that something big had happened. "Your Majesty." Sound cupped her hands slightly and said with a slightly excited voice, "The nest of 1,000 devils has been a little abnormal recently. The demonic chi is surging. I'm afraid that the 1,000 demons pill is about to take shape." "Oh?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and showed an excited expression. "Are you sure?" Sound smiled and said, "Most likely. Usually, as long as there is this abnormal movement, we can collect it within a month." "Very good. Let's go and take a look." Yang Kai immediately became interested. He had been to the nest of 1,000 devils once before, but it was just a dark pit with nothing special. According to Lao Ku and others, the nest of 1,000 devils was usually like this, and there would only be some changes when the 1,000 demons pill was about to take shape. Yang Kai was very concerned about the 1,000 demons pill. This pill was useless to him, but it was very beneficial to the Dharmakaya. It was just that the Dharmakaya needed too many pills, and the 1,000 demons pill was only collected once every 10 years. The cloud shadow could only collect dozens to hundreds of pills each time. With the 1,000 demons pill alone, the Dharmakaya needed 3,000 pills to progress further. However, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. With the 1,000 demons pill this time, the Dharmakaya could also shorten the growth time. When Yang Kai first came to the cloud shadow mainland, Lao Ku and others said that within half a year, the 1,000 demons pill should be ready to be collected. Counting the days, it should be about the same time now. When Yang Kai brought Carson and Sound to the nest of 1,000 devils, they saw the demonic chi soaring to the sky and the demonic clouds rolling. The originally ordinary pit now seemed to have a life of its own and was constantly moving. Lao Ku stood not far away from the nest of 1,000 devils, looking excited and expectant. For many years, ever since Lai Kuang joined Yusang, they had not participated in the collection of the 1,000 demons pill. Every time the 1,000 demons pill took shape, the Basket Plain mainland would send people to collect it and then directly send it to Yusang, who would then pass it to the holy sage. Originally, every time they collected, they would be given 1 or 2 pills, and the rest would be given to the holy sage. However, all these years, the 1,000 demons pill that originally belonged to them had gone into Yusang's pocket, which made them angry and helpless. Seeing Yang Kai coming, Lao Ku immediately greeted him and cupped his fists. "My king, how's the situation?" Yang Kai looked over and saw that every time the nest of 1,000 devils swallowed and spat out, a large amount of atmospheric energy would be sucked into the pit, and because of this, countless tornadoes would be formed. The scene was terrifying. He could not help but click his tongue in wonder. The last time he was here, there was nothing unusual. He did not know what the nest of 1,000 devils was like, and why it existed in almost every mainland of suitable size. He had inquired about this before, and knew that the nest of 1,000 devils did not exist in the beginning of the demon territory. It was formed later, and there were many theories about when it was formed. The most popular theory was that the nest of 1,000 devils suddenly appeared 1,000 years after the demon territory became a fragment of the mainland. He did not know what the nest of 1,000 devils had to do with the collapse of the demon territory. Looking at the situation, the harvest this time should not be small. There should be at least 70 to 80 pills, or even 100 pills, Lauka replied with a smile, looking like an old farmer who had finally reaped a harvest after a year of hard work. Of course, he couldn't be blamed for being so happy. After interacting with Yang Kai for the past few months, he found that Yang Kai was quite good. This time, when he collected the myriad demon pills, he would definitely share some with them. Not to mention the mid-rank and low-rank demon kings. The high-rank demon kings would at least be able to obtain one as a reward. Yang Kai glanced at him and smiled. "You can even tell how much we can harvest?" Lauka replied, "I've seen a lot, so naturally I can make some judgments." Yang Kai nodded lightly and turned his head to look around. He saw that many members of the demon race were sitting cross-legged on the ground, circulating their chi and cultivating. He asked thoughtfully, "Is it beneficial for you to cultivate nearby?" Een nodded and said, "My king is right. Every time the nest of myriad devils moves, the yuan chi of heaven and earth will gather. At this time, cultivating in this area is several times more efficient than usual. Naturally, no one is willing to waste such an opportunity." Chapter 3479. After listening to Yin's explanation, Yang Kai nodded slightly. The current situation of the nest of myriad devils was akin to a whale devouring the yuan qi of the entire cloud shadow mainland, turning this place into a holy land for cultivation. In the following days, this phenomenon became more and more obvious. The yuan qi gathered from all directions grew stronger by the day. With the nest of myriad devils as the center, within a radius of 10 li, countless demon race members sat cross-legged, silently circulating their secret arts, eagerly increasing their strength. Lao Ku, Yin, and Carson took turns to guard the nest of myriad devils, while the other two searched for a good place to sit cross-legged and circulate their secret arts. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had nothing to do. Although the cultivation conditions here were good, the heaven and earth yuan qi in the territory was not suitable for him. After observing for a few days, there were no signs of the myriad demons pill taking shape. The initial surprise disappeared, and instead, he became a little bored. He might as well stay at the realm gate and comprehend the law of space. But if he left now, he might have to come back soon, so he could only wait patiently. Staring at the nest of myriad devils devouring the surrounding yuan qi, Yang Kai thought that if he threw his avatar in, he should be able to obtain a lot of benefits. The cultivation efficiency of many demon race members increased by several times here, and the avatar had the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret arts, so the effects would be even better. Once this thought appeared, he could not help but want to throw his avatar in to test the effects. Looking around, he found that Lao Ku was standing guard not far away. The other demon race members in charge of monitoring the surroundings had also scattered, so no one was paying attention to him. Immediately, his figure flickered and disappeared. In order to avoid any flaws, Yang Kai directly went to a place 100 li away from the nest of myriad devils, found a deserted place, and released his avatar. With a single thought, the embodiment understood Yang Kai's intentions. Its huge body silently sank into the ground, approaching the nest of myriad demons from underground. After a short while, Yang Kai returned to the nest of myriad devils. Lao Ke glanced at him curiously, but did not dare to ask anything. Yang Kai put on a bored expression and sat down cross-legged. He seemed to be resting with his eyes closed, but in fact, he was paying close attention to the movements of the Dharmakaya. Thousands of feet below the ground, the embodiment quickly moved forward. The soil and gravel couldn't hinder it in the slightest. After a short while, it approached the nest of myriad demons. After pausing for a moment, it broke through the last layer of defense and entered the nest of myriad demons. Just as it entered, Yang Kai's expression brightened. The Dharma body was formed by a strand of his spirit that entered the body of the stone mongoose, so he could feel everything that happened to the Dharma body. At this very moment, the originally ordinary nest of myriad devils was actually a sea of brilliant colors. It was as if the entire nest of myriad devils had turned into a living creature that was incessantly stirring. Every time it stirred, it could devour a huge amount of yuan qi. Not only that, Yang Kai also faintly sensed that something else had been devoured by the nest of myriad devils. However, because of the layer of embodiment between them, he couldn't tell in detail. Fortunately, the embodiment didn't cause any abnormalities when it entered the nest of myriad devils. Otherwise, it would have been exposed. After a short pause, the avatar headed straight for the deepest part of the nest of myriad devils. The deeper he went, the more outrageous the energy stored inside became. There were even fist-sized, tumor-like existences on the walls of the nest of myriad devils. As the nest of myriad devils vibrated, they moved up and down as if they were beating hearts. These fist-sized, tumor-like objects were neither flesh nor stone. They looked very strange, but Yang Kai could clearly sense the terrifying energy contained within them. For the time being, he couldn't figure out what these tumor-like objects were, so the embodiment didn't dare to rashly touch them. After a while, the avatar arrived at the lowest level of the nest of 1,000 devils. This was a huge space filled with an unimaginable amount of yuan li of heaven and earth. The yuan li of heaven and earth that had gathered here had almost condensed into a solid form. Even the walls of the cave were filled with water droplets. After finding a spot, the embodiment sat down cross-legged and activated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique. His huge body suddenly turned into a bottomless pit, swallowing the yuan qi in this place. After a while, Yang Kai, who was resting with his eyes closed outside, smiled. The truth was just as he expected. The effect of cultivating in the nest of myriad devils was surprisingly good. If the cultivation speed of Lao Ku and the others was several times faster than usual, then the speed inside the nest of myriad devils might be several dozen times, or even 100 times faster. Perhaps only the embodiment could achieve such a terrifying efficiency. If it were anyone else, even if they had such conditions, without the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, they wouldn't be able to devour much yuan qi. They would only waste the opportunity. As time passed, the yuan qi accumulated in the nest of myriad devils didn't decrease at all. However, the rate of increase decreased by a lot. After all, the embodiment's devouring speed wasn't slow. Through the embodiment, Yang Kai continued to observe the situation inside the nest of myriad devils, wanting to pry into the secrets of this place. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly seemed to sense something and couldn't help but let out a soft cry of surprise. This caused Lao Ku, who was standing guard nearby, to quickly turn his head and glance at him. After observing for a long time and seeing that Yang Kai didn't make any other movements, he looked away. Yang Kai didn't notice Lao Ku's attention at all. At this moment, he was completely immersed in investigating the situation inside the nest of myriad devils. Previously, he had felt that every time the nest of myriad devils devoured yuan qi, it seemed to be devouring something else besides the vast amount of yuan qi. Now, this feeling was becoming more and more obvious. However, after careful investigation, he still couldn't find anything. This left him puzzled, wondering if he had made a mistake. At this moment, the nest of myriad devils shook again. Yang Kai hurriedly paid close attention to it through the embodiment, and this time, he finally found some clues, causing his expression to shake. In order to confirm whether or not there was anything wrong with his observations, in the following days, every time the nest of myriad devils shook, he would pay close attention to it. After a few days, a strange expression appeared on Yang Kai's face. After these days of observation, he finally understood why the myriad demon pill had such a powerful effect. This was not because the nest of myriad devils had devoured a large amount of the yuan qi. This was only one of the reasons. The biggest reason was that the nest of myriad devils was constantly devouring the energy of all living beings on this continent. This kind of devouring was almost undetectable. Even Yang Kai hadn't noticed anything strange before. If not for the embodiment's perception in the deepest part of the nest of myriad devils, he wouldn't have noticed. In the Cloud Shadow continent, the demon race numbered in the hundreds of millions. The nest of myriad devils was constantly devouring their energy. If this continued, how terrifying would the gathered energy be? However, as Yang Kai had observed, this kind of devouring was almost undetectable. Moreover, it didn't harm the Foundation, so even those demon kings didn't notice it in the slightest. The energy of each living being devoured by the nest of myriad devils was insignificant. However, if all this energy was gathered in one place, it would form the embryonic form of the myriad demon pill, the root of the myriad demon pill. At this moment, the yuan qi of heaven and earth that was being devoured could help this root blossom and bear fruit. This was the fundamental reason why the myriad demon pill could contain such a huge amount of energy. This was probably something that only the 12 demon saint knew about, but had never publicized. Even those half-saints should know about it. This discovery made Yang Kai feel that it was inconceivable. According to the current situation, the nest of myriad devils seemed to have a life of its own. It gathered the insignificant energy of hundreds of millions of living beings into one place to form the myriad demon pill, and then created countless powerhouses of the demon race. Just as he was pondering, there was another abnormality on the embodiment's side. For some reason, the embodiment had a faint connection with the nest of myriad devils, which made Yang Kai feel as if the entire Cloud Shadow mainland was under his control. Sensing it, Yang Kai's spirit was lifted. He clearly sensed that there was an additional ball of white light in the nest of myriad devils, which was constantly hovering around the embodiment. It was the existence of this white light that allowed the embodiment to have such a strange connection with the nest of myriad devils. Carefully examining it, he saw that within the white light was a continent map that had shrunk countless times. It was the shape of the cloud shadow mainland, and traces of the power of law were overflowing from it, crisscrossing and crisscrossing. Origin? Yang Kai couldn't help but be stunned. Although this was the first time he had seen this thing, he felt that it was very similar to the origin. Back when he was in the Stars territory, he had refined the origin of the Stars territory. Naturally, he was no stranger to this kind of thing. Could this be the origin of the Cloud Shadow mainland? There was actually the existence of the origin in the fragment of the Devil territory. This greatly surprised him. He had thought that since the Devil territory had collapsed into countless fragments, even if there was an origin, it should have been annihilated. But what he saw in front of him subverted his understanding. The origin of a continent was obviously the foundation of the continent. As long as he could refine this origin, he would really be able to completely control this continent and become the master of this continent. Yang Kai didn't know why this origin had mysteriously appeared, but he knew that this was a heaven-sent opportunity. If the embodiment could really refine this origin, then the Cloud Shadow mainland would really be his territory in the future, and not just a title given by Yu Ruming. The embodiment obviously also realized that this was an opportunity. There was no need for him to communicate with Yang Kai, and he had already begun to try to accept and refine this ball of origin. The origin showed no signs of rejecting the embodiment at all. Since it had appeared on its own, it was obviously attracted by some kind of force. Yang Kai guessed that it should be the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique performed by the embodiment. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique was called an evil technique in the astral world, and it was not tolerated in the world. But it was exactly what the Devil territory wanted. If the heaven-devouring Great Emperors could be born in the Devil territory, they would definitely be able to achieve great things. Therefore, without much effort, the embodiment accepted the origin, swallowed it into his stomach, and performed a spell to refine it. In a split second, Yang Kai felt that the connection between the embodiment and the nest of myriad demons, as well as the entire Cloud Shadow mainland, had become closer. And this close connection further confirmed his previous observation. The nest of myriad demons was really devouring the power of the billions of creatures in the entire continent and transforming these powers into myriad demons pills. Then, unintentionally, the embodiment devoured the vital energy of heaven and earth gathered in the nest of myriad demons while refining the origin of the Cloud Shadow mainland. Yang Kai observed for a while, and then he calmed his mind. Chapter 3480. There was no need to pay attention to the embodiment anymore. Yang Kai opened his eyes and found that the person on duty had been replaced by Yin. He immediately beckoned her over and asked her about the continent's source in the demon territory. Who would have thought that this matter was not a secret at all? Yang Kai felt that he was making a big fuss over nothing. According to Yin, the reason why those half-saint could surpass ordinary demon kings was because they had refined the continent's source. It could be said that every half-saint was the true master of a continent. For example, the quintessence of Blue Sea continent had been refined and absorbed by Yu Sang a long time ago, and it was the same for all the other continents that possessed a master. However, because the quintessence of these continents was very weak in tolerance, even a half-saint could only refine and absorb a single quintessence. When Lai Kuang joined Yu Sang, he was promised that Yu Sang would help him refine the Cloud Shadow mainland source. Once Lai Kuang succeeded, he would have a great chance of becoming a half-saint in the future. This was good news for Yang Kai. He had deeply experienced the convenience of being the master of a continent when he was on Shadowed Star. Now that the embodiment had become the true master of the Cloud Shadow mainland, he would be recognized and protected by the heavens and earth on this continent. It could be said that the road to becoming a half-saint was paved in front of him. As long as he accumulated enough strength, becoming a half-saint was a foregone conclusion. During this trip to the demon territory, Yang Kai did not complete his business and did not reap many benefits. Instead, he fought for a future for the embodiment. It could be said that he had unintentionally planted a willow and it had turned into a shade. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Yin obviously misunderstood something. After hesitating for a while, she said, "Your Majesty is from the human race, and the power you cultivate is different from ours. I'm afraid that it will be difficult for you to refine the continent's source. Moreover, Lai Kuang has been searching for the Cloud Shadow mainland's source for many years, but to no avail. Unless you are really blessed by this continent, it is impossible for you to refine it. Yang Kai chuckled and said, I'm just asking casually. Inin retreated doubtfully. The following days were peaceful, but after 8 days, there was a sudden change in the nest of myriad devils. The entire nest of myriad devils was in turmoil, and the yuan qi that had been sucked in by the nest of myriad devils was being sucked in and spat out in a frenzy, causing the yuan qi to surge into the clouds. It was as if a rain of yuan qi had fallen from the sky. Lao Ku and the others also woke up from their cultivation. They gathered around Yang Kai excitedly. This meant that the infinite demon's pill was about to take shape and could be harvested. Sure enough, half a day later, when everything calmed down, the nest of myriad demons was completely silent. Lao Ku cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, the myriad demon's pill has been formed. Please extract it. Yang Kai gently nodded and led Lao Ku and the others forward. The embodiment also quietly left at the same time. He entered the nest of myriad devils. It had already refined the Cloud Shadow origin, so it was now the true master of this mainland. With a single thought, it could go anywhere, so it naturally wouldn't reveal any flaws. This wasn't the first time Yang Kai had entered the nest of myriad devils. When the embodiment entered earlier, he had been following it with his divine sense, so he was naturally familiar with the place. After walking for a short while, they arrived in front of a cave wall. There was a tumor-like thing on the wall, which was exactly what the embodiment had seen before. Lao Ku pointed at the tumor-like lump of meat and said, Your Majesty, the myriad demon's pill is inside. You only need to touch it lightly to extract it. He also knew that Yang Kai didn't understand these things, so he explained it to him. Only then did Yang Kai understand what these strange tumor-like things were for. It turned out that the myriad demon's pill was growing inside. He didn't hesitate and stretched out his hand to touch the tumor-like thing. When his hand touched the tumor-like thing, it bloomed layer by layer like a flower, and a myriad demon's pill about the size of a longan fell to the ground. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and caught the pill in the palm of his hand. He took a closer look at it and immediately raised his eyebrows. 3 pairs of burning eyes stared at him from all directions. Lao Ku suddenly exclaimed in surprise, Why does the myriad demon's pill this time feel smaller than before? It wasn't just smaller, it was smaller by a whole circle. Such an obvious thing was naturally noticed by the other demon kings, and they immediately revealed suspicious expressions. In the past, they had collected infinite demonic pills many times. Although the size was different each time, it was basically the same. This situation had never happened before. This small one was too obvious. As soon as Yang Kai heard this, he knew where the problem was. The embodiment must have swallowed too much world energy before, causing the formation of the myriad demon's pill to be affected. If this was the case, then there might be more than one small pill. Yang Kai didn't say anything. In any case, Lao Ku and the others didn't know the reason, so he simply said, You can collect all of the myriad demon's pills. He was just here to try something new, so naturally he wouldn't really collect every single myriad demon's pill. Lao Ku and the others received this order and immediately headed deeper into the myriad demon cave. About half an hour later, Lao Ku and the others returned, their expressions somewhat surprised as they handed a space ring to Yang Kai and said, Great King, there were only 67 myriad demon's pills collected this time. 67? Yang Kai pretended to look at him in surprise. Sweat seeped out of Lao Ku's forehead as he said somewhat guiltily, I don't know what's going on, but there seems to be something wrong with the output this time. Not only is the quantity much less than what I predicted, but the size is also smaller. Kusan and Yin also nodded to the side. Seeing Yang Kai looking at him, Lao Ku immediately said, Great King, subordinate is willing to swear in the name of the great demon god that there is absolutely no embezzlement. All of the myriad demon's pills collected this time are here. He thought that Yang Kai was suspecting him of embezzling and quickly explained nervously. Although Yang Kai knew the reason and understood that Lao Ku couldn't be lying, he still glanced over at Kusan and Yin with a gloomy expression and had the two of them also swear in the name of the great demon god. lest Yang Kai misunderstand. Yang Kai nodded and said, "It seems that there really was an accident. Can you guess the reason?" Lao Ku and the others all looked at each other and shook their heads. They were also feeling quite strange. The Myriad Demon Cave was obviously quite impressive, so they had estimated that it would produce at least 70 to 80 or even 100 Myriad Demons pills, but in fact, the number harvested was very different from what they had previously estimated. Forget it. Yang Kai pretended to be generous and waved his hand. If it's 67, then so be it. After a pause, he asked, "How do you usually distribute the Myriad Demons pills after collecting them?" Lao Ke replied, "When we were in charge of collecting them before, we would offer them all to the Holy Senior, but the Holy Senior would give us a few pills as rewards. Us high-rank Demon Kings can probably get 1 or 2 pills, while the other mid-rank and low-rank Demon Kings are rewarded with some demonic crystals depending on their cultivation. Later on, Lai Kuang was the one who collected them, so there was nothing for us to do." Yang Kai nodded and took out 6 Myriad Demons pills from his space ring, giving 2 to each of them. "As for the others' rewards, you can decide for yourselves." Lao Ku and the others were overjoyed. They had thought that with such a small harvest this time, there would definitely be no share of Myriad Demons pills for them, but Yang Kai had actually rewarded each of them with 2 pills. This was simply a show of kindness, so they quickly thanked him loudly, all of them beaming with joy. Carson said, "My king, the Myriad Demons pills and Cloud Shadow have been collected, and the basket plane should be almost done. Do you want me to go and take a look?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, when the time comes, send the Myriad Demons pills you collected to me." Although he had planted the soul brand on Tu Qiaoyuo and the others and controlled their life and death, who knew if they would secretly embezzle? It was one thing to reward them, but another to fill their own pockets. With Carson there, even if Tu Qiaoyuo and the others had the intention, they wouldn't have the guts to do so. As for the matter of sending the Myriad Demons pills to the Holy Senior after collecting them, Yang Kai had already neglected it, and presumably Yu Ming wouldn't mind. "Yes," Carson cupped his hands and replied. Now that the Myriad Demons pills had been collected, Yang Kai naturally had to return to the Realm Gate. After such a long time, he only had a vague idea of how to maintain the Realm Gate, and had not made any substantial progress. However, after returning this time, he had made rapid progress. The main reason was that the Dharmakaya had refined the origin of Cloud Shadow, and had become the master of this land. With the help of the Dharmakaya, Yang Kai could easily see the reason for the instability of the Realm Gate, the assimilation of the law of heaven and earth. Just like how after Yang Kai tore the space crack would soon disappear, and the law of heaven and earth would repair the flaws and loopholes between heaven and earth, returning everything to its original state, and the Realm Gate was no exception. However, the Realm Gate was too big, and even if the law of heaven and earth wanted to assimilate it, it wouldn't be easy. If the Realm Gate was stable, it wouldn't be like this, but once there was a problem, it would be assimilated by the law of heaven and earth within a limited period of time and return to nothingness. Since he had found the reason, it wouldn't be difficult to solve it. Yang Kai tried for a long time before he finally found a reliable solution. With his own attainments in the law of space, he eliminated the influence of heaven and earth on the Realm Gate, stabilizing it. However, this method only treated the symptoms and not the root cause. Perhaps the Realm Gate would be stable for a few years, but it definitely wouldn't be stable for long. Yang Kai estimated that within 1,000 years, it would have problems again. If he wanted to solve it completely, his attainments in the law of space would have to be further improved. However, Yang Kai couldn't care so much about what would happen after 1,000 years. If it wasn't for the fact that the Dharmakaya had refined the origin of this land, he wouldn't have cared so much about this matter. After this Realm Gate was stabilized, Yang Kai didn't stay idle. Since he had already done so, he might as well restore the other Realm Gates that had disappeared, in case Yu Sang really returned from the two-realm battlefield one day, and he was stuck in the Cloud Shadow land. As long as he restored the other Realm Gates, even if Yu Sang returned, he could escape through the other Realm Gates. The other Realm Gates had disappeared long ago, and it wouldn't be easy to restore them. Fortunately, Yang Kai already had experience. Even if it was a little troublesome, it wouldn't deviate from the original principle. This time, there was no need to seal the Realm Gates. Even Lao Ku and the others were sent back by him, and he went alone to the places where the realm gates had disappeared. Chapter 3481. A month passed quickly, and Yang Kai finally repaired the second world gate. This world gate was connected to the Thunder Sky continent, which was also the continent that Yang Kai and Sound had torn space to go to. The reason why it took so long was mainly because this world gate had long disappeared. Although there were some traces left, it still took a lot of effort to repair it. This time, Yang Kai did not ask Dharmakaya for help and completed it himself. With this experience, it would not be difficult for Yang Kai to repair other world gates. However, he did not intend to repair other world gates. The main reason for repairing this one was to guard against Yu Sang. Now that he had a way out, why would he repair other world gates? It would benefit the demon race. Anyway, the existence of two world gates was enough to ensure that Cloud Shadow would not disappear and Dharmakaya, the master of the continent, would not have any worries. After recuperating for half a day, Yang Kai returned to Cloud Shadow City. When he was halfway there, he suddenly stopped and turned to look in one direction, with a thoughtful look on his face. After a short while, he seemed to have made a decision and rushed in that direction. In the wilderness, Yang Kai floated in the void, with his eyes closed. This was the place where the world gate that connected to the Blood Flame continent was located. It was also the first of the 5 world gates to disappear from the Cloud Shadow continent. Last time, when Yang Kai and Een investigated the world gates together, this was the only place where they didn't find anything. There were still traces left in the other places, enough for him to determine the location and tear space. The reason why he came here was also on a whim. Now that he could repair the world gates that still had traces left, he did not know if he could do it here, so he naturally wanted to give it a try. If he could repair the world gate here, then he could find the Blood Flame continent and even all the lost continents in the territory of the demon race. Of course, he would not be so kind to the demon race. Even if he succeeded, he would not announce it to the public. At most, he would secretly go to the lost continents to find some benefits. In addition, he had to prevent himself from being exposed in the future. He could use this to negotiate with the demon race, and even use this to exchange the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent. To the demon race, the return of the many missing continents was much more valuable than killing the great emperors of the astral plane. However, what disappointed him was that even though he had successfully repaired the realm gate twice before and his attainments in the law of space had deepened during this period of time, he still didn't find anything here. It was impossible to detect any trace of the realm gate's existence. In desperation, Yang Kai used his divine sense to communicate with his embodiment in the small sealed world bead, opened its entrance, and used its power to investigate the surrounding void, but still found nothing. It seemed that there was really no other way. Yang Kai was not disappointed. He came here on a whim and did not have much expectations. Now that there was no harvest, he could just go back home. Just as he was about to leave, though, the embodiment suddenly sent him a divine sense message. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he quickly investigated the small sealed world bead. At this moment, beside the embodiment, Return to Ruins was jumping up and down, its black eyes staring at the entrance, as if it could see the outside world. Its eyes flashed with excitement, and even its big tongue was hanging out, dripping with saliva. When he was preparing to come to the demon territory, Yang Kai made a special trip back to the High Heaven Palace to bring Return to Ruins with him, but during this time, he left it in the small sealed world bead and ignored it. Yang Kai never thought that it would act so strangely at this time. Return to Ruins was a strange beast in the demon territory, and it survived by devouring the demon race and the demonic chi. Now that it was acting so strangely, did it discover something? Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, and he quickly let it out. As soon as it appeared, the ultimate rushed off excitedly into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. A few breaths later, it rushed back from a faraway place. It repeated this many times, but it did not diminish its excitement. It was like a wanderer who had returned home after many years and was using this crazy running to vent the excitement in its heart. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He thought that Return to Ruins would discover something, but who knew that this guy only sensed the aura of the demon territory? Yang Kai did not stop it. Although it only had a trace of Return to Ruins' bloodline, and strictly speaking, It was not a true return to ruins, but to some extent, the demon territory was indeed its hometown. After letting it run wild for a while, Return to Ruins calmed down and returned to Yang Kai's side, running around at Yang Kai's feet. At a certain moment, it suddenly stopped, sniffed, and then opened its bloody mouth, biting down on the void. Yang Kai clearly heard a crunching sound, and a black hole was bitten into the void in front of him. For a moment, Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He stared at the hole in a daze, then lowered his head to look at Bow Wow at his feet, unable to recover for a long time. He had already seen through the various strange abilities of Return to Ruins. Although this guy looked small and cute, it was actually an extremely terrifying fierce beast, especially for the demon race. It could even swallow a master at the level of the Demon King in one bite. On the contrary, it could not do anything in the Emperor Realm. Feng Ming was only a second-order Emperor Realm master, so it could still escape after being swallowed by it. But Yang Kai did not expect this little guy to be able to bite off a piece of the void. Under his perception, the void that was bitten off by it had clearly collapsed. Even with the power of this world, it would not be easy to repair it. It would take at least a few days to restore it to its original state. It had not done this in the star boundary. Could it be because this was the demon territory? Return to Ruins could restrain the various powers of the demon race. Perhaps it could also restrain the principles of the demon territory. But it was not over yet. A few more cracking sounds were heard, and the hole in front of him became much bigger. Yang Kai did not know whether to laugh or cry. If he had known this would happen, he would not have bothered to repair the world gate. He would have just thrown it out and let it bite a few more times. Its bite could destroy the principles, and it would be enough to maintain the damage for a long time without disappearing. It would then form another world gate. Just as he was about to reprimand it and take it back, the embodiment suddenly exclaimed and quickly stopped him. "Don't touch it." Yang Kai frowned and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" The embodiment said in a serious voice, "I seem to have sensed the aura of another continent." As soon as this was said, Yang Kai was shocked. This place was originally the world gate that connected the Cloud Shadow mainland and the Blood Flame mainland. But because the world gate had disappeared for too long, all traces of it had disappeared. Even the Blood Flame mainland had disappeared from the demon territory. If the embodiment really sensed the aura of another continent, it meant that there were traces to be found, and that continent was undoubtedly the Blood Flame mainland. This was really a glimmer of hope. Yang Kai looked solemn and hurriedly used his heart to sense, but he could not feel the aura of another continent as the embodiment said. But this was not surprising. The embodiment was now the master of the Cloud Shadow mainland, so its perception here was naturally countless times stronger than his. It was something that he could not compare to. With its reminder, Yang Kai could not help but be excited and look forward to it. He turned his head and looked around. Raising his hand, he released the embodiment from the small sealed world. With a slight thought, the embodiment immediately used the power of the master of a continent to completely isolate this place from the outside world. In this way, no one would be able to enter this 100-kilometer range. Even if there were any secrets here, they would not be exposed. Kacha 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 sounds rang out incessantly as the void of end continued to gnaw at the void in front of it. Not long after, a black hole about 10 feet in diameter appeared in the void. Yang Kai still did not sense anything, but the embodiment's perception was getting more and more obvious. There was indeed the aura of another continent faintly coming over, which had a subtle impact on this continent. I really found the Blood Flame mainland. Yang Kai sighed in his heart. In his mind, he recalled some of the information he had read before in Yin's explanation. The last gate of the Blood Flame mainland disappeared 1,000 years ago, but before the gate disappeared, all the Demon King level masters on the continent had withdrawn in advance. Even some demon commanders and demon general had left the Blood Flame mainland. It could be said that in the current Blood Flame mainland, there was not a single Demon King level master. So Yang Kai was not worried that he would encounter any danger if he really went to the Blood Flame mainland. However, the population of a continent was enormous. Even if the Demon King and a considerable number of demon commanders and demon general had withdrawn in advance, there would definitely be a large number of demon race left there. He did not know how they had lived in the past 1,000 years, and whether the disappearance of the gate of the world and the isolation of the continent would have any effect on them. In addition, there was the storage of the entire continent. The masters of the demon race could withdraw in advance, but the resources of the continent could not be taken away. After finding the Blood Flame mainland, Yangkai was equivalent to sitting on the resources of the entire continent. The resources of the demon race were useless to him, but the embodiment did not reject them. Especially now that the embodiment had become the Cloud Shadow Master. Under the influence of the Cloud Shadow origin, his huge body became demonic chi, which was similar to a real demon race. He could even secretly occupy the Blood Flame mainland and use the power of the entire continent to stir up the situation in the demon territory, diverting the attention of the demon territory. If he could find the Blood Flame mainland, it would mean that he could find more continents. At that time, he would have the power of dozens of continents in his hands. He might even be able to challenge the demon saint. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Yangkai's mind. At this moment, he finally felt an aura that did not belong to the Cloud Shadow mainland from the black hole in the void. As the embodiment said, this was the aura of another continent, and it was escaping through the void. If even he could feel it, it meant that the boundary between the two continents had become extremely weak. As long as he put in a little more effort, he could break it open. In fact, this was indeed the case. After Return to Ruins took a few bites, a huge suction force silently came from the void in front of him, as if a layer of invisible barrier had been broken through. The vigorous aura of a small world rushed toward him. Return to Ruins was not careful and was directly sucked in. His face was full of fear and uneasiness. Yangkai and the embodiment looked at each other and stepped in together, disappearing in an instant. Chapter 3482. His vision turned upside down, and the scenery in front of him changed. When Kai Yang regained his senses, he had already appeared in another world. Looking around, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. There was no doubt that this was another continent. It must be the Blood Flame continent, which was adjacent to the Cloud Shadow continent. However, the scene here was a little different from what he had imagined. The whole world gave people a feeling of death and silence, without the slightest bit of vitality. The place where he could see was a wasteland. Not only was there no trace of living creatures, but there were also no plants. The ground was covered with yellow sand, and the wind was whistling constantly, rolling up tornadoes and smoke. The momentum was terrifying. Just from what he could see, there were hundreds of tornadoes raging madly, destroying everything in their path. Is the Blood Flame continent's environment so bad? Although Yangkai knew that the environment of every continent in the demon territory was different, in general, most of the continents had pleasant conditions and were suitable for living. However, if the Blood Flame continent was like this everywhere, then the demon race here would not be able to survive. Obviously, the embodiment also saw this point. They looked at each other and were a little surprised. They didn't know whether the Blood Flame continent was born like this or what happened later. However, since they were here, they naturally had to check it out carefully. Putting the Return to Ruins on his shoulder, he rushed forward side by side with the embodiment. Although the tornadoes along the way were terrifying, they didn't have much of an effect on them. Not long after, a huge ruin suddenly appeared in front of them. It covered an area of about 1,000 miles. Looking from afar, it looked like the outline of a city. However, when they got closer, Yangkai found that the city was deserted. The whole city was covered with yellow sand, and there was not a single living person in such a big city. Scanning the area with his divine sense, Yangkai frowned. His figure flickered, and he came to a certain place. With a wave of his hand, an object was pulled out from the ground. This was the corpse of a member of the demon race. It was unknown which race she came from, but it seemed to be the corpse of a woman. She had died a miserable death. Although there were no external injuries, it seemed that she had suffered a great deal of torture before she died. Her essence had been completely devoured, just like Lai Kuang's death. He had become a dried corpse and had been buried under the yellow sand for many years to preserve his corpse. Now that it was exposed to the wind, it immediately turned into fine powder. Even the bones were shattered. On the other side, the embodiment also took several corpses from the ground. They were just like the corpses of the female demon race. All of them were in a shriveled state. It was unknown who had devoured their spiritual essence. There was no need to investigate any further. All the demon race in this city had probably died in this manner. Moreover, since there was a city here, it meant that the original environment was not so bad. Otherwise, how could the demon race survive here? The yellow sand and the tornado should have appeared later. Did the demon race also have someone who practiced the battle technique similar to the heaven-devouring Great Emperor? Yang Kai frowned slightly. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain the scene here. But what was the matter with the environment here? For a moment, he could not understand. He could only continue to move forward with the embodiment and investigate along the way. After an entire day, the scenery in front of them did not change at all. Instead, they found the ruins of several cities, big and small. But without exception, they were all in the same situation as they first discovered. All the members of the demon race were dead, and all the corpses of the demon race had become dried corpses. Yang Kai faintly felt that something was wrong. If the demon race had really practiced the battle technique similar to the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, it would be impossible for them to do such a thing. Before the last world gate of the blood-red continent disappeared, the Demon King had already evacuated in advance. The strongest one left behind was only at the level of Demon Commander. How could they have the ability to massacre the entire city? To do such a thing, they had to be at least an upper-grade Demon King. But why would an upper-grade Demon King still stay here? Just as he was pondering, the embodiment suddenly shouted, "Be careful!" Yang Kai was startled awake. He looked up and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He saw that the void in front of him was actually separated. A huge void gully lay in front of him. The gully was filled with a violent energy tide that could destroy heaven and earth. On the other side of the gully, 100 miles away, the shadow of another continent was faintly discernible. He and the embodiment actually ran to the edge of the blood-red continent? But that's not right. The blood-red continent's surface area was not small. It couldn't be just this scale. He and the embodiment had only been here for a day, and there were delays along the way. How could they have flown to the edge of the continent? Looking at the continent in front of him, it seemed to be of the same origin as the continent he was in. Yang Kai suddenly realized, the blood-red continent has collapsed. The continent in front of him was obviously a fragment of the blood-red continent, just like the one under his feet. But what kind of power could actually cause a continent to collapse and turn into countless fragments? But thinking about the situation in the entire demon territory, it made sense. Relatively speaking, the current situation of the blood-red continent was a miniature version of the entire demon territory. It was just that there was no life here. Could it be that the disappearance of the last world gate caused the blood-red continent to separate from the demon territory? This was also possible. If it was really because of this reason, it could explain the harsh environment of the blood-red continent. If the demon territory was compared to a person, then every continent in the demon territory was an organ of this person. The blood-red continent was separated from the demon territory due to the disappearance of all the world gates, causing the entire continent to collapse and evolve into the current state. If a person's hand was chopped off, then the hand would wither and decay. This was the best description of the blood-red continent. Thinking about it, Yang Kai was shocked. If this guess was true, then the future of the demon territory was worrying. A person could survive without a hand or even limbs, but what if all the internal organs were to disappear one by one? The continents that disappeared one by one were equivalent to an organ in the demon territory. Once enough continents disappeared, it would affect the survival of the entire demon territory. Could the demon race invading the star boundary be related to this? With the disappearance of the demon territory, the demon race had no place to stay. Naturally, they had to find a new place to stay, and the star boundary was their target. Thinking about this, Yang Kai's face turned pale. If his guess was true, then the demon territory wouldn't be as simple as an invasion. It would be an irreconcilable situation with the star boundary. There was a limit to how many creatures the star boundary could accommodate. The demon race's population was huge, and the star boundary might not even be able to accommodate them, let alone leave a place for the creatures of the star boundary. No wonder the demon saint agreed to the great emperor's suggestion so easily, forbidding all the great emperors from interfering in the war of the two realms. Firstly, they were afraid that too much power would destroy the stability of the star boundary. Secondly, they probably wanted to use this opportunity to reduce the population of the demon race. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind, and the expression on his face kept changing. The embodiment didn't stay idle, and had already brought him through the void ravine that stretched for hundreds of miles, arriving at another fragment of the continent. Only then did Yang Kai restrain his thoughts. There was no point in thinking about this now. Even if he guessed right, so what? He still couldn't stop the invasion of the demon territory. For now, he should first understand the situation of the Scarlet Blood continent. He originally hoped that the Scarlet Blood continent would bring him some benefits, but now, it seemed that this continent had withered and declined after leaving the demon territory. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get any benefits from it. After another day of investigation, the situation was exactly the same as before. This fragment of the continent was also deathly silent. Yang Kai was in a daze, but the embodiment seemed to have discovered something. He stared at Yang Kai and softly said, "Nest of 1,000 demons." Yang Kai was startled for a moment, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the embodiment's words made sense. If it weren't for his discovery in the nest of 1,000 demons, he might not have thought of this. But because he had discovered some secrets in the nest of 1,000 demons, coupled with the miserable state of the mummified corpses, Yang Kai felt that the culprit behind the extinction of the demon race was the nest of 1,000 demons, and not some demon race expert who had cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique. The nest of 1,000 demons was constantly devouring the essence of the demon race on the continent. It was just that the speed of devouring was insignificant, and it didn't have any effect on the demon race, so no one noticed it. But what if it erupted with an extremely powerful force? That would be equivalent to using the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique on the entire continent. The consequences would be extremely terrifying, and it was also in line with the death of the old demon race. Find it. Yang Kai spat out a word, and immediately split up with the embodiment to search for the nest of 1,000 demons in the Scarlet Blood continent. If they could find something in the nest of 1,000 demons, it would mean that their guess was correct. However, the Scarlet Blood continent had collapsed into fragments. Not to mention that Yang Kai didn't know where the nest of 1,000 demons was. Even if he did, he would have to search for it carefully. If he had known this would happen, he would have asked Lao Ku and the others to collect information on the Scarlet Blood continent. With some information, it would be much easier to search for it blindly. He could only hope that the nest of 1,000 demons in the Scarlet Blood continent hadn't been destroyed by the changes in the world. Searching one fragment after another, it took Yang Kai a full 3 days before he finally found the Myriad Demon Cave on a fragment of a continent. This was all thanks to the return to ruins. Its sense of smell was extremely sharp, and it was also very sensitive to things related to the demon race. If it wasn't for its reminder, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to find the nest of 1,000 demons that was buried more than 10 feet underground. Casting a spell to lift up the ground, he immediately saw a hole in front of him. However, this hole was also buried by yellow sand. Yang Kai spent a lot of effort to clear it out, and he went all the way down. After a few turns, there were finally no more obstructions. The nest of 1,000 demons here was similar to the one in Cloud Shadow. Although the light in the cave was dim, it didn't affect Yang Kai. After walking for a while, Yang Kai found a tumor-like thing on the wall of the cave. It was neither flesh nor stone, and looked like a fruit. Chapter 3483. The things inside these tumors were naturally myriad demon pills. Yang Kai was certain of this. However, what surprised him was that the cave wall in front of him was full of these myriad demon pill tumors, densely packed together. At a rough count, there were at least a few dozen of them. Why are there so many? Although the nest of 10,000 devils on Cloud Ying's side was also in a similar situation, there were obviously fewer of them. They were all separated by a certain distance, and definitely wouldn't be densely packed together like this. Before Yang Kai could figure out what was going on, Return to Ruins, who had been crawling on his shoulder, rushed over excitedly, pounced on the cave wall, and with a roll of its tongue, half of the tumors disappeared. With a gudong sound, a large lump appeared on its throat before it rolled into its stomach. With another roll of its tongue, the rest of the tumors disappeared as well. Yang Kai's face darkened. He had been hoping to obtain more myriad demon pills for his embodiment, so it could become a half-saint as soon as possible and become his most powerful ally. But Return to Ruins had given it a taste of its own medicine. Return to Ruins liked to devour the demon race, and since these myriad demon pills were formed from the essence of the demonic chi, they were naturally favored by it. Dozens of myriad demon pills were gone just like that, causing Yang Kai to feel extremely distressed. Quickly reaching out and grabbing this evil creature, ignoring its howls and protests, he directly threw it into his sealed world bead, giving him some peace and quiet. Turning his head to look at the bare cave wall, Yang Kai's face twitched fiercely, hoping that there would be more myriad demon pills in the 10,000 demon nest instead of all of them growing outside. Calming himself down, Yang Kai walked deeper, and after a short time, he smiled happily again. Sure enough, there were even more myriad demon pills here. Just like what he saw just now, they were densely packed together, and there were dozens of them. With his previous experience of collecting myriad demon pills, Yang Kai reached out and touched one of the tumors, causing it to blossom like a flower. A round, rolling myriad demon pill fell out and was quickly caught by him. Just as he was about to stuff it into his space ring, Yang Kai seemed to have discovered something else and carefully examined the myriad demon pill, his thick brow rising as a look of joy appeared on his face. He found that the myriad demon pills here were larger than the ones he had obtained before, and their quality seemed to be better as well. Unable to figure out what was going on, Yang Kai didn't plan to investigate. In any case, the better these myriad demon pills were, the more useful it would be for his embodiment. As he walked deeper in, Yang Kai could be described as having a great time collecting myriad demon pills. The scene inside the myriad demon cave was beyond his imagination. Almost every 10 meters or so, he would find a large number of myriad demon pills, ranging from 20 to 30 at a time to 40 to 50 at a time. The number of myriad demon pills collected by Cloud Ing could not compare at all. After more than half an hour, Yang Kai arrived at the deepest part of the myriad demon cave. This was the end of his journey, and there was no way forward. All the myriad demon pills he had encountered along the way had already been collected. Taking out his space ring and counting, Yang Kai found that he had actually collected more than 1,400 myriad demon pills. If he counted the ones that had been eaten by Return to Ruins at the beginning, then the number of myriad demon pills produced in this myriad demon cave was almost 1,500. This number gave Yang Kai quite a fright. Although he had somewhat expected this from the beginning, so many myriad demon pills still shocked him. According to normal calculations, since the Blood Flame continent had disappeared for 1,000 years or so, even if myriad demon pills were produced once every 100 years, only 10 batches would be produced every 1,000 years. Each batch would produce a few dozen pills, so 10 batches would only produce a few hundred pills. This number was much lower than 1,500. However, Yang Kai knew that the myriad demon pills here were not produced under normal circumstances. Instead, the Blood Flame continent had undergone a mutation, and the myriad demon cave had suddenly erupted with a powerful force, swallowing all the life forms on this continent. Of course, if the essence of the entire Blood Flame continent's demon race was converted into myriad demon pills, it would definitely be far more than 1,500. 15,000. Or even 150,000 would be difficult to measure. However, this continent was originally a withered part of the demon territory, so the myriad demon cave was likely unable to function normally. Being able to produce 1,500 high-quality myriad demon caves was already a stroke of luck. Asking for more would be somewhat insatiable. When Yang Kai walked out of the myriad demon cave, his embodiment was still nowhere to be seen. There was no need to look for it, though, as there was a subtle connection between them. If it couldn't find the myriad demon cave, it would definitely come looking for him. As for the continent under his feet, Yang Kai pondered for a long time before he made up his mind. Raising his hand, he summoned the sealed world bead. Forming a series of seals, the sealed world bead burst out a cloud of smoke and turned into a huge monster that covered the sky. It looked like a fat fish, but only the outline of a fish with no facial features. Instead, it had a bloody mouth that could swallow the heavens and earth, causing one's hair to stand on end. The bloody mouth opened, aimed at the continent under its feet, and bit down. With a cracking sound, a large piece of the continent disappeared. The sealed world bead underwent a mutation when Yongkai returned to star territory in the past. It could now transform into a behemoth that could swallow planets. In the territory of the Great Desolation Star, 3 cultivation stars were swallowed by it, causing the space inside the sealed world bead to become extremely vast. So far, the creatures of those 3 cultivation stars were living peacefully inside the sealed world bead. Since the blood flame continent no longer had any living creatures and had been reduced to fragments, it was perfect for the sealed world bead to swallow. After all, there were still remnants of the demon territory's world principles here, which were still very useful to the perfection of the sealed world bead's internal space. Since the blood flame continent could no longer return to the demon territory, it naturally couldn't waste such a huge resource. As the sealed world bead bit down, the fragment of the continent under his feet shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye and disappeared into nothingness, turning into an endless void that caused one's heart to palpitate. In just a few days, this fragment was completely swallowed up by the rolling sealed world bead, leaving nothing behind. Under Yonkai's control, the rolling sealed world bead then targeted another fragment of the continent next to it. The embodiment finally came over, obviously also aware of the movement here. After just a glance at the rolling sealed world bead, he understood what was happening. Taking the space ring Yongkai threw to him, he swept it with his divine sense and immediately exclaimed, "So many!" Obviously, he was also shocked by the huge number of myriad demon pills. According to Yongkai's previous estimation, 3,000 myriad demon pills were enough to allow the embodiment to truly become a half-saint. With this, he had already achieved half of his goal. If he could find a place similar to the blood flame continent, he would be able to completely gather the cultivation resources needed for the embodiment to become a half-saint. A lot of continents had disappeared in the demon territory over the years, and the blood flame continent was just one of them. Now that he had the help of the return to ruins, it would be very easy to find other lost continents. Yongkai had already made up his mind. After he finished his business here, he would search for other lost continents and collect myriad demon pills. When the embodiment became a half-saint, it would be much easier for him to act in the demon territory. Could it be that this was his opportunity? Before coming here, the Heavens Revelation's great emperors, Chu Tianji, had once told him that in the demon territory, he had an opportunity and a tribulation. Yongkai still had some trust in the words of the Heavens Revelation's great emperors. Since they were called Heavens Revelations, they naturally had their reasons. But if this was the opportunity, what was the tribulation? Could it be that his intentions were exposed and he had a falling out with Yu Ruming? In the demon territory, becoming an enemy of a demon saint was a great tribulation. It would take a certain amount of time to roll and devour the fragments of the blood flame continent, so Yongkai alone could take care of it. The embodiment had already returned to the mysterious small world to devour and refine the myriad demon pills. The myriad demon pills he obtained from Clouding last time had long been devoured by him. This time, he obtained more than 1,400 pills from the blood flame continent. Even if the embodiment had the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, it would take him at least 2 months to completely refine them. Although the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique was powerful, it was not omnipotent. There was always a limit to what it could bear. If it swallowed too many myriad demon pills at once, it would need time to digest them. Only then would it be able to maximize the effects of the myriad demon pills. More than 20 days passed in a flash, and the rolling finally finished devouring the blood flame continent. Not only did the space inside the sealed world bead expand by a lot, it even gained some world principles from the demon territory. The passage he came in from before had disappeared. It was probably assimilated and repaired by the world principles in Clouding. Fortunately, he had the return to ruins and released him. He let him search for traces and bite out a passage in the void. Only then was Yongkai able to return to Clouding. After identifying the direction, he rushed all the way to Clouding City. When he entered the city and entered the palace, the demon race guards all bowed respectfully. As soon as he took office, he killed Lai Kuang with lightning speed. Even now, Lai Kuang's dried corpse was still hanging at the highest point of his residence. No one dared to put it down. After that, he led the demon race here to fight against Lai Yuan. He defeated the strong, killed 6 high-ranked demon kings of Lai Yuan, completely subdued Lai Yuan, and repaired the realm gate with his own strength. He maintained the stability of the realm gate and protected the clouding mainland from falling. Everything that happened in the past few months was shocking. Even if they did not personally participate in the demon race in the palace, they had heard about it. How could they not be respectful? To the demon race, having a strong and powerful boss was also a source of pride. He did not see Lao Ku and the others, and did not know what they were busy with. Yang Kai did not plan to look for them either. He called Xiao Wu over and instructed her to prepare warm water. He wanted to take a bath and change his clothes. He had been running around outside for the past few days, so he was a little travel-worn. He wanted to take this opportunity to think about his next plan. After a while, he was in a huge pool. The water temperature was moderate, and the pool was filled with flower petals. The fragrance was pleasant. Yang Kai leaned against the wall of the pool and soaked his body in the water. He placed one hand on the edge of the pool, and the other hand casually took out jade slips from the side and checked them. These jade slips were handed to him by Xiao Wu just now. She said that the spies sent out from the 2 continents had gathered all the information and gathered it in her hands. However, because Yang Kai was not around, she could only keep it for the time being. Yang Kai did not specify what the spies were looking for. He only instructed them to report everything big and small to him. After all, this was related to the great emperors of Bright Moon. He did not dare to be careless. He only hoped that he could find some clues from the information and see if there were any traces of the great emperors of Bright Moon's whereabouts. Chapter 3484. Looking through the jade slips one by one, Yang Kai found that most of them were trivial matters. Occasionally, there were some major events, but Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to them. However, through the information gathered in these jade slips, Yang Kai had some understanding of the internal strife in the demon race. The demon race had never been a peaceful race. Even though they were still at war with the Star Realm, their internal strife was not peaceful. On the contrary, the flames of war were incessant. Today, the demon king of this continent and the demon king of another continent had a dispute. Both sides had gathered a large number of troops to attack each other. Tomorrow, the demon king of that continent would find helpers to take revenge. In short, some places were in complete chaos. This made Yang Kai more and more convinced that the demon race had too many people. The demon saint intended to use all kinds of methods to whittle down their numbers. Otherwise, they could just throw all of these demon race members into the 2-realm battlefield. Only one of the jade slips revealed information that he was somewhat concerned about. The information recorded in this jade slip was about a place called the Eternal Heaven Continent. This continent originally had 6 world gates that led to 6 different continents. However, 4 of the world gates suddenly disappeared a year ago. Not only that, the exits of the remaining 2 world gates were heavily guarded, and no one was allowed to enter or leave. At first glance, there was nothing strange about this information. In the past 10,000 years, the disappearance of the world gates of the continents could be found everywhere. Many continents had disappeared from the map of the demon territory because of this. In the eyes of those who did not know the truth, the Eternal Heaven Continent would undoubtedly follow in the footsteps of those disappeared continents. However, Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he read it. Although the time recorded in this information was not too certain, it matched the time when the War of the 2 Realms broke out. In other words, the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent also fell into the demon territory at that time. And the sudden disappearance of 4 world gates was clearly too abnormal. Looking at the world gates that disappeared in the demon territory, all of them first had some abnormal reaction and then slowly disappeared. However, the 4 world gates of the Eternal Heaven continent seemed to have strangely closed up overnight and disappeared without a trace. This situation could only mean that there was an external force that interfered with these 4 world gates, or even an extremely powerful force that caused these 4 world gates to collapse. And to be able to have such a powerful force, it could only be the demon saint. In other words, it was very likely that the demon saint had made a move in the eternal heaven continent. The only ones who could exchange blows with the demon saint were the great emperors of the great emperors, of course. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai almost had a complete train of thought in his mind. At that time, the four great emperors had become the demon race's territory to investigate together, but they had fallen into the demon saint's ambush. The great emperors of the bright moon continent sacrificed themselves for a righteous cause, delaying the mini demon saint with their own strength, allowing Iron Blood and the others to escape to the star boundary. Then, they retreated as they fought, all the way to the eternal heaven continent, and finally fought a life and death battle with the demon saint on the eternal heaven continent. If this conjecture was true, then the great emperors of the bright moon continent must have fallen into the eternal heaven continent. As for whether they were alive or dead, it was unknown. However, the bright moon continent was the great emperors and was recognized by the star boundary. If something really happened to them, the star boundary would certainly change. In addition, the great emperors of heaven's revelations had once said that the great emperors of the bright moon continent still had a chance of survival. Therefore, Yang Kai felt that the bright moon continent wasn't dead, but should be trapped. The eternal heaven continent. Yang Kai tightly grasped the jade slip with an excited expression. After being in the demon territory for such a long time, he had finally found some clues. His efforts hadn't been in vain. He promptly took out the map he had bought before and checked it. After seeing the location of the eternal heaven continent, he couldn't help but frown. This eternal heaven continent wasn't in Uru Meng's territory. This made things a little difficult for him. If the eternal heaven continent was Uru Meng's territory, it wouldn't be difficult for him to sneak in with the help of the space law with his title as a prince. But now that the eternal heaven continent was in the territory of another demon saint, things were a little difficult. After all, he was a human. Uru Meng valued him so much that she didn't hesitate to use the heart imprint secret technique to bring him back to the demon territory. However, it didn't mean that other demon saints also thought the same. If he rashly ran into someone else's territory and was accidentally killed by them, he would become a laughingstock. But no matter what, he really had to make a trip to the eternal heaven continent. At the very least, he had to figure out whether the great emperors of the bright moon continent were there or not. If they were, then he had to think of a way to rescue them. If they weren't, then he had to continue to inquire for information. But before that, it would be best to let his embodiment advance to half-saint. At that time, his safety would be somewhat guaranteed. Just as he was pondering, a burst of footsteps came from behind him. Yang Kai wrinkled his brows and put away the jade slip and map somewhat unhappily. He thought to himself, why is this Xiao Wu so insensible? I clearly ordered not to let anyone in. He turned his head to look back and was slightly startled. The person that had arrived wasn't Xiao Wu, but a beautiful woman with an enchanting figure, a charming appearance, and red lips. This woman was probably a snow devil. She had long silver hair that hung loosely down to her buttocks, and her skin was whiter than snow. She wore a pure white dress, and she gave off a pure and holy feeling. This kind of pure and holy dress formed an extremely strong visual conflict with her charming and enchanting figure, giving people a kind of surprise that was neither pure nor demonic. Yang Kai couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. He was secretly baffled. Is there such a person in the palace? Why haven't I seen her before? But judging from her posture, she seemed to be just a maidservant. She was walking over with a tray, on which there was a cup of crimson blood wine and a bunch of grape-like spirit fruits. Their eyes met, and the woman smiled, making the world lose its color in an instant. Only this smile was enough to make Yang Kai's mind fall into a trance. Fortunately, the soul-warming lotus emitted a cool aura that woke him up abruptly. In an instant, alarm bells rang in his heart and Yang Kai's face sank. He slapped the pool of water and, under the stimulation of his Emperor Qi, turned the pool of water into countless tiny droplets that flew towards Snow Demon. Each droplet was supported by Yang Kai's Emperor Qi and was incredibly heavy. A trace of surprise flashed across Snow Demon's beautiful eyes, obviously not expecting Yang Kai to recover so quickly and react so quickly and decisively, directly attacking her. Seeing the countless droplets approaching, Snow Demon smiled and raised her hand, causing the tens of thousands of droplets infused with Emperor Qi by Yang Kai to strangely float in front of her, as if frozen in place. When she looked again, Yang Kai had taken advantage of the moment her sleeve blocked his vision to leap into the air, his aura surging as he mercilessly struck out with his palm. Snow Demon's face warmed. Yang Kai's action had undoubtedly made her a little angry, so she gently raised her jade-like palm to meet his attack. With a loud bang, a shockwave swept out, causing the tables in the room to crash and the pool of water to churn. Yang Kai was surprised, realizing that he had underestimated this woman. Even if he did not use his full strength, that palm was not something an ordinary demon king could casually take. The fact that the other party could block it so easily showed that she was at least a high-ranked demon king, or even a half-saint. If it was a month ago, Yang Kai might have been a little afraid. He had no way to resist the might of a half-saint, but now that his embodiment had become the master of Cloud Shadow, his embodiment had a unique advantage on this continent. Even if the other party was really a half-saint, he was not afraid. If she provoked him, he would release his embodiment and guarantee that he would beat her until even her mother couldn't recognize him. When the time came, he would let her know how strong he was. When he landed, Yang Kai had already summoned his myriad sword and pointed it at Snow Demon. With his nose in the air, he shouted with an insufferably arrogant look, "Who are you, lowly slave?" Snow Demon's unhappy little face suddenly fell, and the plate in her hand trembled slightly. Obviously, she was very angry. Her beautiful eyes stared coldly at Yang Kai and said indifferently, "What did you say?" The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She seemed to be smiling, but in fact, there was not the slightest hint of a smile. "You should have heard what I said. Quickly tell me your name, and I will spare your life." Yang Kai coldly snorted before taking out a set of clothes from his space ring and wrapping them around his waist to cover his vitals. He had been completely naked before, but there was nothing he could do about it. This woman had come too suddenly, so he hadn't had time to put on any clothes. No matter what the other party's intentions were, just the fact that she had entered uninvited was enough to make Yang Kai hostile. He did not remember having such a female demon king under his command. The other party's strength was not weak, so she was obviously not from the Cloud Shadow continent, or even the Blue Origin continent. It was ridiculous that this lowly slave disguised herself as a maid and approached him. He did not know what her purpose was. "You have guts, daring to speak to this queen like this." Snow Demon was obviously on the verge of exploding in anger, but she inexplicably laughed again. "You also have guts, daring to barge in when a man is bathing. Aren't you afraid that something will happen between a man and a woman alone?" As he spoke, he deliberately looked up and down, as if he wanted to use his eyes to do something to her. Snow Demon faintly asked, "What do you want to happen?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said, whatever happens will happen." Snow Demon looked at him strangely for a moment before suddenly covering her mouth and giggling. Although she looked pure and holy, that didn't mean she couldn't understand Yang Kai's words. On the contrary, this kind of giggling made her seem even more charming. "What are you laughing at? Is it that funny? If you dare laugh again, I'll knock your teeth out." Yang Kai looked at her with his nostrils and cursed in his heart. Why were all the women in the old demon's territory so bold and unrestrained? Yu Ming was like this, and this Snow Demon was also like this. He was now almost naked, but she did not know how to avoid suspicion. After a long while, Snow Devil stopped smiling and slowly shook her head. Her beautiful hair fluttered behind her back like a silver fairy. "I was going to punish you severely, but seeing how interesting you are, I'll just give you a small punishment as a warning." After a pause, she tilted her head to look at Yang Kai and said, "But then again, if Yu Ming knew that you were teasing this queen like this, do you think she would teach you a lesson?" Yang Kai frowned and said arrogantly, "It's not certain who will teach who a lesson, but your tone is as big as your guts." Chapter 3485. Seeing Yang Kai act so arrogantly, Snow Demon was taken aback. She hadn't expected that he wouldn't even put Yu Ming in his eyes. Her beautiful eyes carefully examined Yang Kai before a look of realization appeared on her face, and she said in shock, "She's really willing to spend so much on you." Yang Kai was baffled by these words, but before he could think about it, Xiao Wu stumbled in from outside the door, followed by Li Shiqing, who lived next door. Obviously, she had also heard the commotion and ran over to take a look. However, when she saw Yang Kai's nearly naked body, Li Shiqing quickly covered her eyes and turned around. Asterisk crash. Asterisk 2 rows of soldiers rushed in from outside, led by Lao Ku, filling up the room. Just now, although Yang Kai had only fought with Snow Demon for a short time, the noise it had caused was not small. If Lao Ku hadn't noticed this, then he would have been too negligent. After all, he was the city palace's commander. "Great King, what happened?" Lao Ku asked in alarm. Yang Kai immediately cursed, "A bunch of trash. Someone has sneaked in and you don't even know? What does this king need you for?" Even if this snow demon was a half-saint and Lao Ku wasn't her match, allowing her to break into his room was still a big mistake. At the very least, he should have noticed. Only then did Lao Ku notice that there was an enchanting woman with silver hair in the room, causing sweat to appear on his forehead as he cupped his fists and said, "Please calm your anger, Great King." Raising his head again, he stared at Snow Demon's back with eyes filled with anger. Yang Kai impatiently waved his hand and said, "What are you standing around for? Take her down." Just now, he hadn't been able to test the depths of this woman's strength, but now he could use Lao Ku to test her. Lao Ku immediately obeyed, suppressing his anger as his demonic chi surged, and he slammed his palm towards Snow Demon's shoulder. Halfway through, his palm turned into a claw, obviously intending to capture her first. Although Lao Ku was old, he was still a high-ranked demon king. However, Snow Devil seemed to have not noticed. She still stood there calmly, and then slowly turned half of her body. Her beautiful eyes glanced sideways at Lao Ku, and the corners of her mouth hooked up into a smile as she quietly looked at him. When their eyes met, Lao Ku's pupils abruptly shrank to the size of a needle tip. The aura of a high-grade Devil King burst out like snowflakes under the blazing sun, instantly disappearing without a trace. His palm abruptly stopped when it was less than 3 inches away from Snow Devil's slender palm. The strong wind brought about by the palm blew Snow Devil's hair, causing her snow-like hair to flutter in the wind. Time seemed to stop. The sweat on Lao Ku's forehead became even denser, converging into bean-sized beads of sweat that slid down his cheeks, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Xiao Wu couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hands as she looked at Snow Demon's face in shock. Seeing this, Yang Kai frowned. He looked at Xiao Wu, then at Lao Ku. He suddenly felt that the situation had become a little complicated. He could clearly see fear in Lao Ku's eyes. Lao Ku knew this woman? What was her background? She could actually make a high-ranked demon king feel fear. Was it really as he had guessed, a half-saint? While he was still in shock, Lao Ku had already hurriedly retracted his hand and knelt down on one knee. He lowered his head and said in a trembling voice, "Lao Ku greets the Holy Sovereign." In an instant, the demon race soldiers who had been eyeing Snow Demon covetously also knelt down. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he stared at Snow Demon in front of him in disbelief. Holy Sovereign? He had clearly heard what Lao Ku had called this woman. In the entire demon territory, the title of Holy Sovereign was only given to the 12 Holy Sovereigns who stood at the peak. Even the half-saint subordinates didn't have the qualifications to be called Holy Sovereign. This woman was actually a demon saint? Yang Kai was instantly drenched in cold sweat. This wasn't good. He had originally thought that the person who had come was at most a half-saint. Now that he had joined forces with his embodiment to occupy Cloud Shadow, he didn't need to be too afraid of a half-saint. However, if the other party was a demon saint, then the situation would be completely different. Even with the convenience of Cloud Shadow and the embodiment being the master of Cloud Shadow, the two of them wouldn't be able to do anything to the other party. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. If she was a demon saint, she should have just revealed her identity. Why did she have to sneak in as a servant girl? No wonder Lao Ku and the others didn't discover her. It would be strange if a demon saint had entered this place. However, in any case, this matter would be difficult to resolve. Yang Kai didn't know why the demon saint had come to Cloud Shadow, but it was obvious that she had come for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have quietly approached him. Fortunately, he had the soul-warming lotus. Otherwise, he would have fallen into the other party's trap. The situation was worrying. After Lao Ku called out the two words Holy Sovereign, Yang Kai's eyes drifted left and right, looking for a way to escape. At this time, he had already made a decision in his heart. He immediately urged the law of space to escape from here. No matter what the other party's intentions were, a demon saint wasn't something he could fight against right now. If he really fell into the hands of the other party, he was afraid that even death would be an extravagant hope. She wasn't like Yu Ming. Yu Ming had the heart seal secret technique to restrain him. No matter how he treated her, Yu Ming wouldn't really do anything to him. This woman's mental state didn't seem normal. Who knew if she had prepared some kind of torture waiting for him? But just as he urged the law of space, Snow Demon suddenly looked back and said with a smile, "Where do you think you're going?" Saying so, she gently raised her hand and flicked her finger in the direction of Yang Kai. Heaven and earth were imprisoned, and the law of space collapsed. Yang Kai, whose figure had just drifted a little, was suddenly pulled back from the void. With a bang, he felt a pain in his head. In an instant, he saw stars and his vision turned upside down. His whole body was sent flying backwards, hitting the wall and falling to the ground. When Kai Yang stood up again, he grimaced in pain. Reaching out to touch his forehead, he was shocked to feel a large bulge. Looking up, he saw Snow Demon smiling at him, a mischievous look on her face as she walked towards him, step by step. Yang Kai quickly raised his hand. "If you have something to say, let's talk it out. Gentlemen use their mouths and not their fists, all right?" Snow Demon smiled sweetly, a very moving sight. But Yang Kai felt that this smile was more sinister than anything else. He smiled bitterly in his heart as he thought to himself, what an unlucky year. While he was staying in the city palace, a demon saint had actually come knocking on his door. Now, the only one who could save him was Yu Ming, but that woman was still in the Phantom Continent, hundreds of millions of kilometers away. By the time she received the news, his bones would have already turned cold. Using our mouths and not our fists? Snow Demon pursed her lips into a smile, causing her red lips to become even more lustrous. "You really are a gentleman. Did you enjoy scolding me just now?" Speaking up to this point, her voice had already become somewhat cold. That cheap slut had really angered her. She was one of the 12 dignified demon saint, so when had she ever been insulted like this? Even when Yu Ming was scolded by him, she still had to pester him, let alone a strange woman. Yang Kai solemnly said, "What happened just now was just a misunderstanding. I hope Holy Senior won't take it to heart." In other words, if Holy Senior was bathing in the fragrant soup and someone suddenly came in without invitation, how would Holy Senior react? When Lao Ku, who was half kneeling on the ground, heard this, his back was immediately drenched in sweat. He thought to himself, this king really dares to say anything. This Holy Senior is a woman, but he actually dares to mention the matter of bathing in the fragrant soup in front of her. Snow Demon lightly said, "Naturally, I would kill you and then extract your soul, making you suffer for eternity. But how can you be compared to this Holy Senior? Don't worry, this Holy Senior won't kill you. At most, this Holy Senior will just rip off your tongue." Yang Kai bared his teeth, seeing that not only did Snow Demon's aura not decrease, but it also increased as she approached him. He knew that today's matter could not be settled peacefully. Immediately, evil thoughts rose in his heart, and he became angry. "Although this king's strength is not as strong as yours, I'm afraid that it won't be easy for the Holy Senior to rip off my tongue. If the Holy Senior insists on doing this king can only fight to the death." He held the myriad sword in front of him, and his expression suddenly became as calm as an ancient well. Snow Demon chuckled. "Now this is interesting. If you don't resist, this Holy Senior won't be able to enjoy myself to my heart's content." "Fuck you." Yang Kai cursed in his heart. Today's matter was purely undeserved. If Snow Demon did not sneak in, there would not be so many troublesome matters. Seeing this woman approaching step by step, Yang Kai hurriedly restrained his thoughts and did not dare to let his guard down in the slightest. Heaven and earth buzzed, and everyone in the room felt as if there was a mountain pressing down on their chests, making it difficult for them to breathe. Those demon generals and demon general with lower cultivation even had blood flowing out of their ears and noses. 10 steps, 5 steps, 3 steps. Snow Demon and Yongkai were getting closer and closer, and the Demon Saint's aura reached its peak. Suddenly, a sigh came from behind. Yongkai, have you had enough? As soon as this was said, Snow Demon, who was almost in front of Yongkai, finally stopped in her tracks. She turned her head and smiled gently. You finally showed up? Are you afraid that I will really rip off your man's tongue? The voice said coldly, you can try. Yongkai showed a look of surprise as he looked through the gap in Snow Demon's neck and found that the person who had just spoken was none other than Xiao Wu, who had followed him from the Phantom Continent to Cloud Shadow. However, at this moment, the maidservant Xiao Wu, who had always obeyed Yongkai's every command, had a completely different temperament. Although her face was covered in scars, an extremely terrifying aura gushed out from her body, causing her to become incomparably dignified. Her eyes were filled with anger, as if she was standing in the clouds, overlooking all living beings. Yuru Ming? At this moment, the aura exuding from Xiao Wu was surprisingly Yuru Ming's aura. Yongkai's mind flashed, and he immediately realized what was going on. Soul descent. He had encountered this kind of thing with the guard by Yao Lin's side. Breaking through the seal of space, a wisp of the great emperors of the serene soul descended. At this moment, Xiao Wu's situation was exactly the same as the guard by Yao Lin's side. Obviously, a wisp of Yuru Ming's soul had descended on her. Chapter 3486. Only now did he understand why Yuru Ming felt at ease, coming to Cloud Shadow Continent alone, and even let Xiao Wu follow him. Yongkai thought that Yuru Ming wanted Xiao Wu to be her personal servant and monitor him, so that he wouldn't fool around outside. But now it seemed that Xiao Wu was the carrier prepared for today's soul descent. Soul descent was not easy, and it was not as if as long as one was strong enough, one could simply descend into anyone's body. There must be a variety of secret techniques in advance. If not for this snow demon called Bei Liamo coming here today and pressuring her step by step, Yuru Ming obviously would not have shown up. Yongkai even suspected that this Bei Liamo did it deliberately. Otherwise, with her ability, if she really wanted to teach him a lesson, why would she go through so much trouble? The one she really wanted to find was Yuru Ming, and threatening Yongkai was just one of her methods. If she wanted to find Yuru Ming, she could have just gone to Phantom Continent's holy city. Yongkai cursed in his heart. Bei Liamo chuckled and said, not to mention just a wisp of soul. Even if your body was here, do you think this senior would be afraid of you? Both were demon saint, so Bei Liamo really was not afraid of Yuru Ming. Turning her head, she looked at Yongkai with a smile and said, I'll pull out his tongue and break his teeth now. You dare. Yuru Ming shouted. If you dare touch a single hair on his head, this senior will not leave a single chicken or dog in your proud snow continent. As soon as these words came out, Bei Liamo stared at Yuru Ming in a daze, a look of disbelief on her face. After a while, she suddenly covered her mouth and laughed, almost to the point of tears. Yuru Ming looked at her coldly, then glanced at Yongkai worriedly. Yongkai shrugged, only thinking that Bei Liamo's nerves were really abnormal. A dignified demon saint could actually have such violent mood swings. After a while, Bei Liamo's laughter subsided and she looked at Yongkai with interest and said, I was just a little suspicious at first. I didn't expect it to be true. Did you really use that secret technique on him? None of your business. Yuru Ming coldly snorted. Bei Liamo sighed. The secret of the heart seal is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You've invested too much in him. Is it worth it? Yuru Ming still said, it's none of your business. Bei Liamo nodded slowly, as if she didn't care at all. She even reached out her hand and lifted Yongkai's chin. Kaiying's face was filled with disgust, but due to the situation, he couldn't do anything about it. He could only turn his head and shake off her teasing. His face was blank. He felt like the roles had been reversed. Shouldn't he be the one teasing her? Bei Liamo snorted. You have quite the temper. Don't think that Yuru Ming can save you. She's just a strand of her divine soul. She can't do anything to me. Yongkai sighed and said, if you guys have something to talk about, just don't involve me. Bailey snorted. I like to involve you. Saying so, her jade hand gently hooked around Yang Kai's neck. Yang Kai was shocked and instinctively wanted to resist, but an irresistible force passed from her jade hand, instantly making him unable to move. In the next moment, her jade hand pressed down and Yang Kai lowered his head, burying his face in a very soft and fragrant place. Staring with wide eyes, he could even see a white ravine with the help of the weak light. Damn, what's going on? Yang Kai was stunned. Instinctively, he took a deep breath. His mouth and nose were filled with that sweet and sticky smell, making him linger on and forget to return. His blood vessels were swelling. You, court, death. Hearing Yu Ruming's gritted teeth roar, Yang Kai didn't even need to look to imagine her angry appearance. She could tolerate Yang Kai, Su Yin, and the others running amok. She could even tolerate Yang Kai indulging in debauchery outside, but she absolutely couldn't tolerate Baemoli taking liberties with Yang Kai. This woman was her natural enemy. They had been enemies for tens of thousands of years and had always been entangled with each other. Over the years, they had both won and lost. At this time, she didn't hesitate to tease Yang Kai. It was nothing more than a show of force. Otherwise, how could a dignified demon saint act so absurdly? Bailey ignored her and simply whispered into Yang Kai's ear, "Little brat, what that woman Yu Ruming can give you, this senior can also give you, and even better. How about you come with me?" Yang Kai said in a muffled voice, "Nothing much. Ruming and I are in love with each other. The heavens and earth can bear witness to our unswerving loyalty. How can a woman like you try to sow discord between us with just a few words?" Bailey sneered. In love with each other? In love with each other? Not necessarily, right? Do you know what kind of secret technique she used on you? She's a succubus demon. What you're feeling right now is fake. It's the effect of that secret technique. If you come with me, I can help you dispel that secret technique. Yang Kai thought to himself, Father already knew. Moreover, that bullshit secret technique was already broken by me. Why would I need you to give me advice in hindsight? Immediately, he refused without hesitation. No need. We're very good. It's like this now, and it will be like this in the future. Ruming and I will love each other forever. Even when the seas dry up and the rocks crumble, our hearts will never change. On the other side, when the furious Yu Ruming heard this, most of her anger disappeared in an instant, and the tenderness in her eyes seemed to be able to melt everything in the world. Bailey snorted. She also knew that under the effect of the secret technique, whether it was Yang Kai or Yu Ruming, both of them would view each other as the most important person in each other's lives. It was impossible to move them with just a few words. However, she had managed to grab hold of Yu Ruming's little tail with great difficulty, so she was a little unwilling to let go just like that. Yang Kai then said, "As for you, I advise you to hurry up and leave, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite." Although this position was pleasurable, it was really embarrassing. Being pressed on the chest by a woman and unable to move, even if the other party was a demon saint, it would only make him a laughingstock if word got out. Oh, Bailey didn't have any intention of teasing him and was about to let go, but when she heard this, she calmed down and said with a smile, "What are you going to do to this senior?" After a strange, muffled groan, Bailey hurriedly retreated, a touch of red appearing on her white face as she glared in front of her. Just now, this man had mercilessly bitten her, and although it wasn't a vital place, it still bit her chest. "I warned you." Yang Kai looked at her and sneered. Bailey Mo's face was cold as ice as she gloomily said, "You are courting death." Murderous intent filled her eyes as her hair fluttered without wind. Behind her, Yu Ruming said indifferently, "I'm not afraid to tell you. This senior has already set off for Proud Snow Continent. If you don't want Proud Snow Continent to be destroyed by this senior, you'd better behave yourself." If it was another continent, Bailey might not care too much, but Proud Snow Continent was the place where she made her fortune and was incomparably important to her. This trip to find Yang Kai was also because of Proud Snow Continent. If Yu Ruming really destroyed Proud Snow Continent, it would have a huge impact on her. Bailey knew that with Yu Ruming as a hindrance, There was no way she could do anything to Yang Kai unless she was prepared to completely shed all pretense of cordiality. She couldn't help but coldly snort, gritting her teeth and glaring at Yang Kai. "I'll deal with you later." Withdrawing her murderous intent, she turned to look at Yu Ruming and said, "Let's talk." "What do you want to talk about?" Yu Ruming looked at her and asked. Bailey Amos smiled gently, then her divine sense surged as she communicated with Yu Ruming. No one knew the content of the conversation between the two demon saints, but from the changes in the expressions of the two, it was obvious that some dispute had occurred and finally reached a certain degree of compromise. After a long time, Bailey Amos said, "Then it's settled." Turning to look at Yang Kai, she smiled and said, "This senior will wait for you." Finished speaking, she flicked her sleeves and walked away. "Psycho," Yang Kai muttered, reaching out and rubbing his forehead. Just now, he had been flicked by that woman, causing a big bump to appear on his head, which had not disappeared yet. That woman was really heavy-handed. If it had been someone else who had been flicked by her like that, they would have lost half their life. "Everyone leave." Yu Ruming raised her hand. Lao Ku and the others quickly obeyed and retreated. After the door closed, Yu Ruming looked at Yang Kai and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Yang Kai's face was filled with lingering fear as he slowly shook his head and said, "I'm fine. But that woman, what's the situation?" Yu Ruming sighed. "She came to you for help." Yang Kai sneered, "Then I don't see the slightest sincerity." After pondering for a moment, he said, "Realm gates." If there was anything he could help the demon saint now, it would be to repair and maintain the realm gates. His actions in Cloud Shadow would certainly not be hidden from the observation of those who were interested. Cloud Shadow now had 3 realm gates, 2 of which were repaired by Yang Kai. Yu Ruming had also said before that many realm gates in the demon territory were abnormal. Yu Ruming's territory was like this, and the other demon saints' territories were also the same. Since Yang Kai had the ability to repair them, he would naturally be targeted by those demon saints. It was just that Bailey Mo's territory was very close to Yu Ruming's territory, so she was the first to come. In other words, even if there was no Bailey Mo today, there would be Nan Liamo and Dong Liamo in the future. Yu Ruming nodded and said, "It is the realm gate. She wants you to go to her territory and repair the disappeared realm gates and stabilize the other realm gates." "You agreed?" Yang Kai frowned. Yu Ruming sighed. "What can I do if I don't agree? This kind of thing will happen sooner or later." Although she asked Xiao Wu to follow Yang Kai to prevent something like today from happening, she also knew that since Yang Kai had this ability, he would attract the attention of other demon saints sooner or later. Instead of letting those demon saints join forces to pressure her, it was better to plan early. Moreover, Yang Kai had this ability to rely on, so no one in the demon territory would dare to take his life. "What price did she pay?" Yang Kai asked. 5,000 million demon pills. "Oh, what a big deal." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said unceremoniously, "Give me half." Chapter 3487. Yu Ruming laughed and said, "What do you want the million demons elixir for?" Although Yang Kai had become the demon race in the astral world and had a demonic nature, the million demons elixir should be useless to him. Taking it would only harm him. "Why do you care? Just tell me if you will give it to me or not." Yu Ruming knew about the existence of the embodiment, but at this time, he did not intend to tell her in detail, lest she think too much. But then again, the Cloud Shadow was Yu Ruming's territory. The embodiment had now refined the origin of the Cloud Shadow and became the master of this continent. If her original body really came here, she would definitely find some clues. After all, the demon saint was not so easy to deceive. But now she was just a wisp of her divine soul, so Yang Kai was not worried about the matter being exposed. Yes, I will give it all to you." Although 5,000 million demons elixir was not a small amount, almost equivalent to the total harvest of hundreds of continents, Yu Ruming really did not take it seriously. She had been a demon saint for many years and had accumulated countless million demons elixir in her hands. While speaking, Yu Ruming glanced at him, which made Yang Kai shudder involuntarily and look away. If Yu Ruming was herself, this posture would definitely be pleasing to the eye and make people restless. The key was that the object of her soul was Xiao Wu. This girl's figure was not bad, but the crisscrossing scars on her face like centipedes were really disgusting. Yang Kai did not dare to look at her, who knew that Yu Ming would not let it go. She walked directly to him, grabbed his collar with one hand, stared up at him, and gritted her teeth. "Why don't you look at me? Do you think I am ugly now?" Yang Kai quickly glanced at her and quickly looked away. "This is Xiao Wu's face, not yours. What does it have to do with you whether it is ugly or not?" Yu Ming said angrily, "Well, you stinky men are really the same. When you see a beautiful woman, you can't bear to look away. But when you see an ugly woman, you disdain. If I become so ugly one day, won't you not even want to look at me?" How could this matter be tangled up? Yang Kai really didn't know what she was thinking. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Stop messing around. You're a grand demon saint. Who can ruin your appearance?" Yu Ming gritted her teeth and said, "I will scratch my face now and come to you immediately. I'd like to see how you react." Yang Kai originally didn't want to pay attention to her. This woman was clearly pestering him endlessly, but thinking that if he ignored her, she might really do such a thing. At that time, there would be no end to this matter. Sighing in his heart, he lowered his head and looked in front of him. At this moment, his eyes became tender and sweet. He said in a low voice, "Ru Ming, no matter what you become, my feelings for you will never change. What I said just now was not for Bei Liamo to hear, but my words from the bottom of my heart." At the same time, Yang Kai grabbed one of her hands and placed it on his chest, as if letting her touch his conscience. After speaking, he slowly and firmly leaned over, his eyes fixed on her. Yu Ming didn't move, as if she was stupid, but her violently trembling eyes and eyelashes showed the fluctuations of her inner emotions. Just when Yang Kai's lips were about to touch hers, Yu Ming suddenly turned around and stepped back from him. Biting her red lips, she said, "Little Wu, you also want to kiss me? You really have no taboos." Yang Kai smiled slightly. At this moment, he felt a little gentle like jade. "Since your divine soul has descended, then the one standing in front of me is not Little Wu, but the person in my dreams." He secretly exclaimed in his heart, "That was close. I almost made the play real." Fortunately, he was sure that Yu Ming wouldn't let him have any intimate contact with other women. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to do such a thing. Sure enough, it was useful to take risks. However, this last sentence had undoubtedly completely defeated Yu Ming's psychological defense. At this moment, the dignified demon saint showed a shy expression like a little girl. She said in a happy and angry tone, "You still have some conscience. Seeing that you performed well, I won't argue with you about what happened just now." Yang Kai was at a loss. What happened just now? Yu Ming glared at him. "Don't you know what happened?" Only then did Yang Kai realize that she was referring to the matter of Bei Liamo pressing him on her chest. He immediately complained, "You can't blame me. She is a demon saint. If she really wanted to deal with me, I couldn't resist." Humph. Yu Ming curled her lips and squinted at Yang Kai. "Did you feel good?" Yang Kai immediately showed a warm expression. "This is the shame of this king's life. Sooner or later, I will make her pay the price." He said it as if it was true. In fact, it felt quite good. "All right, I said I won't bicker with you, so I won't bicker with you. But you really have to be careful of that bitch. Although I agreed to let you go to her territory to repair the world gate, she definitely won't give up so easily. She and I have always been on bad terms, so don't fall into her trap." Yang Kai frowned and said, "Can I not go?" He had just obtained some clues about the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent. Originally, he wanted to go to the Eternal Sky continent as soon as possible. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen? He didn't know if the Eternal Sky continent was in Bei Liamo's territory. If it was, he could go there. If not, it would be a waste of time. Bei Liamo's territory bordered Yu Ming's territory. On the map, the Eternal Sky continent was very far away. Yang Kai estimated that the chances of the Eternal Sky continent being Bei Liamo's territory were very slim. Yu Ming smiled bitterly and said, "You can't avoid this matter. The reason why I tried so hard to bring you back to the demon territory was because of the realm gate. If the other demon saint knew about your ability, how could they abandon you? You will have to work harder. For a long time in the future, You may be running around the various continents in the demon territory. As for your safety, you don't have to worry too much. With me here, they won't do anything to you." At this point, Kai also knew that he couldn't resist. However, Yu Ruming's next words made his eyes light up. If it was as she said, and the other demon saint valued his ability to repair the realm gate, then he would be able to enter the Eternal Sky continent sooner or later. However, this matter should be done sooner rather than later. If it was delayed too long, it wouldn't be good if something happened to Bright Moon. After muttering to himself for a while, Kai asked, "Then when should I go to Bailey Mo's place?" Yu Ruming said, "In a few days. First, you should deal with the realm gate in my territory. By the way, now that you have a way to repair the realm gate and can even reopen the realm gates that have disappeared for many years, do you have the confidence to find the missing continents?" Kai shook his head and said, "The reason why those realm gates can be repaired is because the connected continents still exist. There are some traces that can be found, but I can't do anything about the missing continents." These words weren't all lies. With his own strength, he really couldn't find the missing continents. However, if he had the help of the Return to Ruins, then it would be different. Only he knew the situation of the Bloodflame continent. Perhaps even Yu Ruming and the other demon saint didn't know that once the continents disappeared, the plates that were separated from the demon territory would completely collapse and all life would be extinguished. Even if he could find them, it would be meaningless. However, he didn't give her a definite answer and continued, "Perhaps when my attainments in the law of space are deeper, I will have some ideas." Yu Ruming wasn't too disappointed by this and only tried her best to say a few words to Kai and didn't ask anymore. After that, Kai asked her a few more questions about the two-realm battlefield and learned that the battle there had escalated. The half-saint and false emperor frequently appeared on the battlefield and fought to the death. Both sides had suffered casualties. This made Kai's heart tremble. It hadn't been long, but the battle was already so intense. If it continued for a few more years, he didn't know if the astral territory would be able to hold on. Before coming to the demon territory, he wasn't too clear about the strength of the demon territory. However, after coming to the demon territory, he discovered that the number of top experts in the demon territory was much higher than in the astral. Even if both sides suffered losses, the demon territory wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Once the demon saint and the great emperors stepped onto the battlefield, the final battle would begin. There was still time. Kai was worried. He didn't know what he could do in the demon territory and how he could help. Even if he could borrow the power of Cloud Shadow to stir up the situation in the demon territory, the power of an entire continent couldn't shake the foundation of the demon territory. Yu Ruming had already left. Kai carried the unconscious Xiao Wu back to her room. Soul Descent still had some side effects on Xiao Wu. Although Yu Ruming had restrained her strength to the greatest extent, the divine soul of the great devil saint was not something Xiao Wu could withstand. Therefore, after Yu Ruming left, Xiao Wu fell limply to the ground. Kai didn't doubt that if Yu Ruming had really fought with Bailey Mo just now, regardless of the outcome, Xiao Wu would have undoubtedly died. After settling Xiao Wu down, he walked out of the room and saw Li Shiqing standing timidly at the door. Their eyes met, and Li Shiqing's expression was a little complicated and also a little fearful. "What's the matter?" Kai tilted his head and looked at her. Li Shiqing pursed her red lips, wanting to say something but hesitating. However, after a while, she didn't make the slightest sound. Kai was impatient and turned to leave, but he didn't expect her to suddenly grab his sleeve. Kai sighed and said, "If you have something to say, say it. If you don't bother me. I have enough things to do today." Li Shiqing mustered up her courage and said, "Can I follow you?" "Follow me? Follow me where?" He couldn't let her hear what he said to Yu Ruming just now. What did she mean by that? "I mean, when you go out in the future, can you take me with you?" Li Shiqing looked up at him and then quickly lowered her head. Kai frowned, thinking, "What can I do with a little doormat like you?" It was because of this reason that he had left her in the city palace. Just as he was about to refuse, his heart suddenly moved, and he looked up at the corner of the corridor. Over there, Boya's head quickly shrank back. Kai looked at Li Shiqing thoughtfully and suddenly understood why she had made such a request. She couldn't stand Boya's harassment anymore. Get over here. Yang Kai looked up at the corner. Why are you sneaking around? Do you think I'm blind? Chapter 3488. After being exposed by Yang Kai, Boya had no choice but to walk over unwillingly. She squeezed out a smile and greeted him. What a coincidence, you're here too. Yang Kai stared at her and pointed at Li Shiqing, saying, stay away from her in the future. If you dare to disturb her again, I'll break your legs. Boya's face turned pale and she said angrily, don't go too far. This is my freedom. Who are you to control me? Yang Kai sneered and didn't say anything. He took out the soul puppet slowly, bent his finger, and pointed it at the soul puppet's forehead, as if he was about to flick it. Boya immediately covered her forehead with her hand and took a few steps back. She said with fear in her eyes, don't be impulsive. Let's talk things over. Do you remember what I said? Yang Kai asked seriously. Boya looked unwilling, but she could only nod. Yang Kai then turned to look at Li Shiqing and said, come find me if you have any problems in the future. Li Shiqing gave an oh and showed a grateful expression. Yang Kai waved his hand and left, leaving Boya looking at Li Shiqing with a bitter face. Her eyes were filled with despair and she was about to cry, but she only received an apologetic smile. After returning to his room, Yang Kai studied the map of the demon territory again. He looked at the place where the realm gate connected to the eternal heaven continent was. He also called Lao Ku and asked him some questions. Only then did he have some clues. The next day, he set off alone. Since he had promised Yu Ruming to deal with the realm gate in her territory, Yang Kai naturally didn't want to delay. The war in the two-realm battlefield had escalated, and the final battle between the human and demon races could come at any time. There wasn't much time left for him and the great emperors. Yu Ruming controlled as many as 50 to 60 continents, and nearly half of them had half-saint overseeing them. In other words, Yu Ruming alone had 20 to 30 half-saint subordinates. Bai Zhua and Yu Sang were only two of them. If Yu Ruming alone was like this, then the other 11 demon saint subordinates were similar as well. In the entire demon territory, there were nearly 300 half-saint level powerhouses. This was an extremely terrifying number. Yang Kai didn't know how many fake emperors there were in the astral boundary, but it was impossible for there to be so many of them. It would be a miracle if there were even half of the fake emperors here. Every half-saint was the master of a continent. Of course, among the many continents, there were also ownerless lands like Cloud Shadow, which accounted for almost half of the total. However, these ownerless continents always had the opportunity to give birth to a new half-saint. This was why Bai Zhua had said that the number of territories one had was directly related to the strength of a demon saint. This wasn't just because the more territories one had, the more myriad demon pills they could obtain. A considerable part of the reason was the number of half-saint subordinates they had. Yang Kai finally understood why Bai Zhua was so friendly to him at that time. He even didn't hesitate to shed all pretense of cordiality with Yu Sang to protect his safety. Of course, it was because of Yu Ruming, and also because he didn't get along with Yu Sang, but more importantly, he needed to use Yang Kai's law of space. As a half-saint, Bai Zhua also had his own continent. The situation of his continent was almost the same as that of Cloud Shadow. Most of the world gates had disappeared, and only two were left. One of them was extremely unstable, and no one had dared to enter or leave through that world gate in the past 100 years. Since he needed Yang Kai's help, he naturally had to treat Yang Kai with special respect. Cloud Shadow was an ownerless land, so Yu Ruming let him come here first. There must be the intention of letting Yang Kai experiment with Cloud Shadow. If Yang Kai could really repair the world gate, it would be great. If he couldn't repair it, even if the last world gate was destroyed, it wouldn't be a big loss. Anyway, the last world gate in Cloud Shadow would disappear within 100 years, so it didn't make much difference if it disappeared earlier or later. Now Yang Kai's performance in Cloud Shadow could be described as amazing. Not only did he maintain the stability of the last world gate, but he even repaired the two world gates that had disappeared. Only then did Yu Ruming feel relieved and let him work hard. Nearly 1/5 of the continents under her control had more or less problems with the world gates. In serious cases, the world gates had disappeared, and in minor cases, the world gates were unstable. They all needed the help of Yang Kai. Before leaving, Yu Ming told him the locations and names of these continents. She also said that she would let each continent fully cooperate with him and satisfy any request he had. Therefore, Yang Kai's trip could be said to be extremely smooth. Every time he arrived at a continent, he would be warmly received. He even got to know several half-saint who were overseeing their own continents. Since they had a request, these half-saint naturally wouldn't put on a high and mighty attitude like Yu Sang. What's more, Yu Ming seemed to value Yang Kai very much. Yu Sang only had a small conflict with Yang Kai, but was sent to the two-realm battlefield by Yu Ming and was not allowed to return without imperial orders. With Yu Sang as an example, how could they dare to be careless? They even guessed that this human who was proficient in the law of space was the Lord's gigolo. Although their lord was born as a succubus demon, her reputation was still very good. They had never heard of any strange rumors about her with the opposite sex. Suddenly, she favored a human so much, it was hard to guarantee that others wouldn't think too much. However, in this way, it was convenient for Yang Kai to do things. Everywhere he went, his requests were met. Many half-saint called him brothers. Those demon kings who didn't have a half-saint overseeing the continents didn't dare to slight him. They practically treated him like a grandfather. The name of Prince Yang Kai was also widely spread in Yu Ming's territory, so that the demon race at the bottom had heard of him. It took Yang Kai a full month to deal with the realm gates of more than 10 continents. During this time, he also secretly found 2 other continents that had disappeared. Including the Blood Flame continent, 3 continents had already been swallowed by the sealed world bead. There were more than 3 continents that had disappeared from Yu Ming's territory. According to the information obtained by Yang Kai, there were 6 continents. However, the other 3 continents needed to be entered through different continents. Currently, the realm gates of the 3 continents had no problems, so Yang Kai couldn't casually enter to avoid arousing suspicion. After the sealed world bead swallowed 2 more continents, its area expanded again. Moreover, the law of heaven and earth within the demon territory had become much more dense and condensed. Yang Kai even suspected that if it swallowed more continents, the sealed world bead would become another demon territory. The only thing that Yang Kai felt was a pity was that he didn't obtain the omnipotent demon pill from these 2 continents. It was because these 2 continents had disappeared for too long, and even the nest of myriad demons had collapsed. Naturally, he couldn't obtain the omnipotent demon pill. Yang Kai originally thought that he could obtain the omnipotent demon pill enough to promote his Dharmakaya to a half-saint, so he was slightly disappointed. As soon as he returned from the disappeared continent, Yang Kai slightly identified the direction. Before he could move, he saw a stream of light rapidly approaching him from afar. The stream of light was like a flash of lightning, and its speed was somewhat ridiculous. Before it even arrived, a terrifying pressure had already hit him in the face. Yang Kai's expression changed. He looked back at the void that was bitten by the return to ruins and thought to himself, "This is bad." Because he wanted to search for the disappeared continent, Yang Kai ordered the demon kings of this continent to scatter around 100 miles away. He didn't let them come forward, and only told others that he was trying to repair the realm gate here. In any case, they wouldn't know what he had done here. It would only take a few days for the gap that was bitten by the return to ruins to automatically repair itself. At that time, there would be no trace of him at all. Who would have thought that someone would actually come over at this time? Moreover, judging from the aura, it was surprisingly a half-saint. Didn't the half-saint of this continent already go to the 2-realm battlefield? Could it be that he had coincidentally returned at this time? It was definitely too late to cover up his tracks now. The other party had probably already discovered the situation here. As his thoughts raced, Yang Kai made a decision. Using the law of space, he reached out and punched the gap in the void. The law of space surged, causing the void to become even more chaotic and formless. Although this move couldn't completely cover up his tracks, it could make it difficult for others to see clearly. With a whoosh, the stream of light stopped 100 feet in front of Yang Kai, revealing a tall figure. He glanced curiously at the gap in the void before sizing up Yang Kai. He cupped his hands and said, "Are you brother Yang Kai?" During this period of time, he was used to calling the half-saint brothers, so he didn't have much of a reaction to the other party calling him Yang Kai. He nodded and said, "That's me. May I ask who you are?" As soon as the other party appeared, he knew that this half-saint wasn't the master of this continent. According to his understanding, the master of this continent was a female half-saint, and the newcomer was a man. Who was this guy? Why did he come here? Yang Kai was full of doubts. The demon race smiled slightly and said, "Sure enough, it's Brother Yang. It seems that I didn't find the wrong person. I am half-saint Bai Ye, a subordinate of Holy Senior Bai Liemo. I am here to welcome Brother Yang to Proud Snow Continent under the orders of Holy Senior." Yang Kai's face twitched when he heard this. It turned out that this person was a subordinate of Bai Liemo. Yang Kai didn't have a good impression of Bai Liemo. Although this woman was a demon saint, her actions were somewhat absurd. If it weren't for Yu Ru Ming's soul descending last time, he might have suffered a big loss at her hands. However, the other party was polite, so Yang Kai couldn't show a sour face. He could only cup his hands and reply, "So it's Brother Bai Ye." After a pause, he laughed and said, "It seems that Holy Senior Bai Liemo's temper is quite impatient." Yu Ru Ming had clearly discussed with her that he would go to her territory after dealing with the matters here, but she still sent a half-saint over. To put it nicely, it was to welcome him, but to be realistic, it was to escort him. This made Yang Kai very unhappy. How could Bai Ye not understand the meaning behind Brother Yang's words? He smiled and said, "Since Brother Yang has the ability to repair the realm gate, Brother Yang is naturally valued by Holy Senior. I hope Brother Yang can forgive me." After a pause, he said, "Not only Holy Senior, my brothers are also looking forward to Brother Yang's arrival." The brothers he mentioned were naturally referring to the half-saint like him. Everyone was carrying a sedan chair. Since a half-saint was so polite, what else could Yang Kai say? He could only smile and say, "Brother Bai Ye is too serious. Since the two holy seniors have an agreement, this king will do his best." Bai Ye glanced at the void gap and frowned. "Brother Yang, have you dealt with the matters here?" "It's almost done. It will take a few more days." He had to wait until the void here was completely closed before he could leave. Otherwise, it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be any mistakes. Chapter 3489. A few days won't hurt. Bai Ye smiled slightly and looked at the gap in the void again. "I have long heard that Brother Yang has a very deep understanding of the law of space. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation." As he spoke, his expression suddenly became solemn as he carefully identified his position, a look of surprise appearing on his face as he asked, "If I remember correctly, the mainland this world gate was connected to has long since disappeared. Could Brother Yang be able to find it?" The law of space and the gap in the void was surging strangely, as if it led to a mysterious place. Even though Bai Ye was not proficient in the law of space, with his cultivation level as a half-saint, he could see some clues. It was no wonder that the Lord valued this human so much and even asked him to come and meet him personally. When Bai Ye first received this task, he was very tired of it. To think that he, a half-saint, had to travel hundreds of millions of miles just to meet a human. Even if this human was very capable, the Lord thought too highly of him. However, he could not disobey Bai Liemo's order, so he could only come here reluctantly. Now it seemed that this human did have some skills. If he could really find the missing continent with the law of space, he would not mind suffering a little. Yang Kai smiled when he heard this and said calmly, "I can't do it for the time being. I am just trying to do it under the Lord's order. Although I have some clues, I still can't determine the coordinates of the continent on the other side of the void." "Coordinates of the void?" Bai Ye showed a doubtful look. Yang Kai explained with a smile, "Although the continent disappeared and was swallowed by the void, it must exist somewhere in the void. It's just that it is difficult for humans to reach it. If we can determine its position in the void, we will have a chance to find it. With the help of many space secret techniques, we may be able to reopen the realm gate. Its position in the void will be its coordinates." Bai Ye nodded doubtfully. Although he was a half-saint, he still did not know much about the law of space. He could not tell if Yang Kai was talking nonsense or not. He gently nodded and said, "Brother Yang is very talented." If his words just now were perfunctory, then his praise at this moment was more sincere. It was already shocking enough to have a chance to find the missing continents. If Yang Kai could really do this, he would definitely be a hero in the entire territory of the demon realm. Perhaps he could even get the recognition of that person. By then, even if he was just a human, he could not be ignored. He had already made up his mind that even if he couldn't be friends with him, he definitely couldn't be enemies with him. If Brother Baya has nothing else to do, you might as well go to Clouding and wait for me for a few days. After a few days, I will return to Clouding and we will set off together. Baya was slightly startled, but since Yang Kai had already said so, he naturally could not shamelessly stay. So he smiled and nodded. All right, then I will be waiting for Brother Yang. Please. Yang Kai gestured with his hand. Watching Baya leave, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. It was really thrilling just now. If Baya had been a little suspicious and insisted on entering the void gap to investigate, the things he tried to hide would have been exposed. Fortunately, this guy did not seem to want to offend him, so he was able to pass smoothly. However, this made Yang Kai realize a problem. In Yu Rumeng's territory, Yang Kai could mobilize all the resources available to him to protect him, but if he went to Bei Limo's territory, he wouldn't have any sense of security without his own people on guard. This was also the reason why he had the bright idea to ask Baya to go to Clouding and wait for him. He had to go back to Clouding first and bring some people out with him so that it would be convenient for him to do things. After waiting for a few days, Yang Kai finally set off and returned to Clouding mainland when the Heaven and Earth Law in the territory of the demon realm had completely repaired the void gap. Driving the tiger-headed chariot, he passed through several realm gates and finally returned to Clouding City. Without further ado, he summoned Celestial Resonance. After giving some instructions, Celestial Resonance left with the order. Baya had been here for a few days and was carefully received by Lao Ku. When she saw Yang Kai return, she quickly came out to greet him. They chatted for a while, and the faint urging in her words made Yang Kai feel funny. Fortunately, Yang Kai did not need to delay. Even if Baya did not urge him, he was in a hurry to go to Bei Limo's territory. After a while, Yin came back and whispered a few words to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Then let's go." Walking out of the palace, there were already thousands of demon race gathered outside. Among them, there were nearly 50 middle and low-rank demon king, and the rest were all demon commanders. There was not a single demon general. Baya looked at Yang Kai curiously. He did not know what Yang Kai meant by gathering so many demon race at this time. Could it be that he wanted to bring them to the proud snow continent? Yang Kai obviously saw his doubts. He smiled and said, "Brother Baya, please don't blame me. It's not that I don't trust Saint Master Bei Limo, but I need some people to repair the realm gate. These people are used to cooperating with me, so it's easy to use them. I'm afraid that it will delay the progress, so I have to bring them with me." Baya said with a strange expression, "Brother Yang can make the decision for this kind of thing. I don't think the Saint Master will refuse." He said that he did not trust Saint Master Bei Limo, but it was obvious that he did not trust him. "But you are going to the proud snow continent. What's the use of bringing these guys with you? If the Saint Master really wanted to harm you, not to mention a few thousand people, even tens of millions of people would be useless." He did not know what this person was thinking. However, Baya did not want to say much about this kind of small matter, so he simply followed Yang Kai's instructions. Yang Kai turned to look at Lao Ku and Carson and said, "When I'm not here, you must take good care of Cloud Shadow. If anyone dares to harm Cloud Shadow, inform me immediately." He was not afraid of others, but he was afraid that Yu Sang would suddenly return from the two-realm battlefield. Although this possibility was very small, it was still necessary to guard against it. Lao Ku and Carson naturally agreed respectfully. Yang Kai waved his hand and shouted, "Let's go." After that, he nodded slightly at Baya, and the two flew out side by side. Many middle and low-level demon king followed closely behind, followed by the demon commanders. After a while, they formed a long line, which attracted the attention of countless demon race in Cloud Shadow City. They did not know what was going on in the palace. After flying for a while, a demon commander suddenly rushed up from behind using a secret method. He stopped beside Een and said a few words to her through telepathy. Een nodded slightly and waved him away. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai turned to look at her. Een said, "Your Majesty, you'll know when you see what's behind us." Yang Kai looked back and saw that more than 10 miles behind the large group, A white light was following them unhurriedly. In the light, a graceful figure was faintly discernible. This scene made Yang Kai's teeth ache. He thought to himself, "What's the matter with this girl? Why is she following us?" But no matter what, since she had followed them, he could not ignore her. He immediately stopped and said to Baya, "Brother Baya, please wait for a moment. I'll be back soon." Baya obviously also noticed the situation behind them. She smiled meaningfully and said, "No hurry, Brother Yang. Do as you please. Why did you rush me just now if you're not in a hurry?" Yang Kai cursed in his heart, then turned and flew back. As soon as he stopped, the thousands of demon race also stopped in midair. The people following them also had to stop. Approaching them, Yang Kai stared at Li Shiqing and asked, "Why are you following us?" Li Shiqing lowered her head and said, I don't want to be alone." No matter how bad Yang Kai's attitude towards her was, she was still a human. Moreover, he was the only human in the demon race's territory other than her. Compared to the demon race, she was naturally more willing to stay with Yang Kai. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai was both amused and annoyed. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Forget it. Since you're already here, let's go together." The main reason he brought Xiaowu along this time was that he was really worried about Bai Liamo. With Xiaowu by his side, even if there was any danger, Yu Ming could use soul descent at any time. In the past few days, Li Shiqing and Xiaowu had occasionally communicated with each other. Although they were not very familiar with each other, at least they were not strangers. Now that Xiaowu had left, Li Shiqing had no one to talk to in the entire Cloud Shadow City. For someone of her character, staying in Cloud Shadow City was undoubtedly a kind of torture. Even if Lao Ku and the others did not dare to be rude to her, they would still be afraid. Not having expected Yang Kai to agree so readily, Li Shiqing's pair of beautiful eyes couldn't help bursting with joy as she stared at him, a trace of gratitude flashing across her eyes. Kai Yang continued, "But you must be obedient, otherwise don't blame me for being merciless." Taking advantage of the situation, he put on a ferocious look, scaring Li Shiqing into nodding her head like a chicken pecking rice. Yang Kai sighed in his heart, looked her up and down, and asked, "Won't you be affected by rashly urging your strength?" After all, this was demon territory, and the surrounding world essence chi was constantly eroding her protective emperor chi. Once she consumed too much of her strength, she would inevitably be affected. If she was really eroded by the demonic chi, it would not be a small problem. Li Shiqing whispered, "I'll be careful." Yang Kai nodded and asked, "Do you still have source crystals and pills?" "Yes, you gave me a lot, but I only used a little." Li Shiqing raised her head and summoned the courage to smile at him, but her smile was extremely stiff. "Remember to look for me when you're almost done," Yang Kai said before wrapping her in his emperor chi and flying forward with her. Li Shiqing was a little flattered and suddenly found that Yang Kai didn't seem so fierce after all. On the other side, seeing Yang Kai return, Baya smiled faintly, looking at Brother Yang's luck with women. Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to him and simply flew past him with Li Shiqing, taking Xiaowu with them. Behind them, Boya secretly gritted her teeth and moved her red lips a few times. Although no sound came out, there was no doubt that she was cursing something. With thousands of people marching, it was naturally impossible for them to travel too fast. After a full day, they finally saw a world gate in the distance. Baya showed a puzzled look and quickly caught up with Yang Kai, asking, "Brother Yang, why did you go this way? This place should be quite far from the proud snow continent. We should have gone through another world gate." Chapter 3490. Yang Kai laughed and said, "Passing through the other realm gate is indeed closer, but this king still has some things to deal with here. Brother Baya, please don't be impatient." Hearing him say so, Baya could only gently nod. In any case, his task was to take Yang Kai to the proud snow continent as soon as possible. A little delay and a long detour didn't matter much. The team of several thousand people had just passed through the realm gate and entered the blue origin continent when a large group of people suddenly came from the distance. The two leading demonic chi were both high-rank demon kings. Then, the number of demon race's troops was almost the same as this group, and they rushed straight to this side. As soon as the two sides met, the two leading demonic chi clasped their hands and said, "Greetings, your majesty." Looking at Baya, they quickly looked serious and bowed. "Greetings, Master Baya." They were puzzled and didn't know how Yongkai got together with Baya. They naturally knew that Baya was one of the half-saint subordinates of Holy Sage Bei Liemo. Her relationship with Yu Sang was neither good nor bad. They couldn't be considered friends, but they occasionally had some contact. The two who came were naturally the high-ranked demon kings of the Blue Origin continent. One of them was Tukuro, and the other was called Baza. They also received a message from Cloud Ing, so they hurriedly gathered their troops and rushed over to join Yongkai. They didn't know what Yongkai wanted to do. At this time, when they saw Baya and the elite demon race behind Yongkai, they more or less misunderstood. They thought that he was going to attack some continent and couldn't help but feel a little pressured. Baya gently nodded and didn't say much. Although a high-ranked demon king was not bad, he really didn't need to care too much about it. He was just a half-saint. Yongkai didn't say much. He just waved his hand and said, "Follow." Without stopping, they continued to fly forward. The team of several thousand people suddenly expanded to over 10,000 people. There were more than 100 demon kings, and although there were fewer high-ranked demon kings, there were still 3 of them. Under the command of Tukuro and Baza, the demon race on the Blue Origin continent quickly gathered with the Cloud Shadow Demon. These 2 demon kings came to Yin's side and quietly asked a few questions. After learning that Yongkai actually had the ability to repair the Realm Gate, he was valued by Holy Sage Bei Liemo and specially invited him to deal with the Realm's Realm Gate, Tukuro, and Baza. They thought that they were really going to start a war with some continent, but it turned out that they were only going to repair the Realm Gate. This lineup was a bit too big. Was there a need for this? Not only the 2 of them couldn't figure it out, but Baya also couldn't figure it out. Looking back at the team of over 10,000 people, she thought that those who didn't know would think that Yongkai was going to send troops to the Proud Snow continent, which was disadvantageous to the Holy Sage. It turned out that he was referring to this when he said that he was going to deal with something. For a moment, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Shuttling through the Realm Gate, they passed through one continent after another. Although the scale of the march of 10,000 people wasn't large, it was definitely not small either. It made several continents along the way a little nervous. 2 days later, when Yongkai plunged into a Realm Gate, an ice-cold aura hit him in the face. Looking around, he couldn't help but be stunned. The continent in front of him was a world of ice and snow. It was a scene of pure white without a trace of impurities. Snowflakes the size of goose feathers were constantly falling from the sky, and the hot air exhaled from the mouth and nose could be clearly seen. In the distance, a few mountain ranges rose and fell, like a few enchanting white dragons. Between the mountains, clouds tossed and turned, and it was a magnificent sight. The undulating white world was vast and boundless. Coming to this world, it was as if his body and mind had been purified. There was no need for Baya to explain more. Yongkai also knew that they had arrived at the Proud Snow continent. Bei Liemo was born as a snow demon, so she liked this kind of cold environment the most. This was somewhat similar to the second elder of the dragon race, Fu Si. Her ice snow island was like this scene in front of him, but it was just an island, so naturally, it wasn't as majestic and beautiful as the whole continent. Behind them, the team of over 10,000 people arrived one after another through the Realm Gate, and those who had just arrived here were a little dazed. Xiaowu was not stingy with her praise. "What a beautiful place." Li Shiqing nodded vigorously at the side. Baya smiled at Yongkai and said, "Brother Yang, what do you think of this place?" It's beautiful. No wonder Saint Senior Bei Liemo can rise here." Baya smiled and said, "Brother Yang is right. The Proud Snow continent is closely related to Saint Senior, so Baya sincerely asks Brother Yang to help Saint Senior solve her problems." "It's my duty," Yongkai responded readily, but in his heart, he was a little disapproving. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to secretly go to the Eternal Heaven continent, who would be willing to come to this place? He couldn't wait to see the destruction of this continent. Maybe he could shake the foundation of that bitch Bei Liemo. However, on the way here, he also checked a little. Although the Eternal Heaven continent was not in Bei Liemo's territory, but in the territory of another demon saint, it was not impossible to enter. The Realm Gate in the Eternal Heaven continent was connected to a continent under Bei Liemo's command. If he could use that continent as a springboard, he would definitely have a chance to sneak into the Eternal Heaven continent. He just didn't know if there was a problem with the realm gate of that continent. If there was, it would be convenient for him to do things. Baya naturally didn't know what he was planning, but seeing him agree so readily, she couldn't help but have a good impression of him. She laughed and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Brother Yang. Please come with me." Saying so, she led the way. Everyone followed closely. The proud snow continent was not small. Generally speaking, the area of the continent where the demon saint resided would not be too small. Moreover, the yuan qi between heaven and earth was also very rich. If the entire territory of the demon saint was divided into 3 classes, then the proud snow continent and the phantom continent belonged to the upper class, or even the upper class of the upper class. The cloud shadow continent belonged to the middle class, and the blue origin continent should be considered to be in the upper middle class. They walked quickly all the way until a day later, when a towering and huge building appeared in the distance. Before they even got close, a vigorous aura had already hit them in the face. Moreover, under the refraction of the sunlight, the building was actually emitting a colorful light, which was magnificent and magnificent. Yang Kai was slightly surprised. Only after using his eyesight to look did he discover that the building was actually a huge ice palace. The whole structure was completely carved out of blocks of ice. The colorful light was all refracted by the sunlight that soaked the ice, making the ice palace look like a fairyland. Baya pointed to the front and explained, "That is the proud snow ice palace of the Lord. The Lord has been waiting for a long time. Brother Yang, follow me directly to see her." "Thank you, Brother Baya." After a while, everyone arrived at a distance of 10 miles in front of the ice palace. Baya paused and looked at Yang Kai a little hesitantly. The Lord does not like to be disturbed by too many people. "Brother Yang, look at your subordinates." Yang Kai turned around and shouted, "Stay here and rest." Even if Baya did not say that, Yang Kai did not intend to bring all of them into the ice palace. Although he did not like Bei Limo, he still knew the basic etiquette. Moreover, now that he was in her territory, it was better to be honest, lest she find fault with him. Although she had a request, she would not really do anything to him, but she could still do something to make him feel uncomfortable. Een, Tukuro, and the rest nodded in agreement. Baya then led Yang Kai and continued to fly forward. After entering the ice palace, Yang Kai was a little surprised that there weren't many servants here. At the very least, compared to such a large place, the number of servants was far too small. In addition to some necessary guards, there weren't many maids walking around. However, the scenery in the ice palace was still very beautiful. The surrounding walls and the underground walkways were all made of crystal clear ice. There was not a single gap. Yang Kai wondered if the entire ice palace was made by Bei Limo by hollowing out a huge block of ice. There were also some white ice flowers on the ice walls, and the whole ice palace was exuding a faint fragrance. Not only that, but there were also some strange colors flashing through the ice walls from time to time, making people feel as if they were in a dream. Yang Kai looked around, and although he was already past the age where everything was new to him, he still couldn't help but marvel at the beauty of this place. He thought to himself, women are still women. Whether they are demon saints or not, they are always very fond of beautiful things. Even their own residence is so special. But then again, although this was an ice palace, it did not feel cold. Instead, it felt warm. He did not know why. While he was looking around, Boya, who was leading the way, had a cold expression on his face. He quietly sealed his pores, and even his breathing temporarily stopped. After walking for a short while, Baya suddenly stopped at the door of a room. She cupped her fists and said, "Baya is here to bring Yang Kai to see the Lord." Only then did Yang Kai realize that they had arrived at the place. He immediately stood behind Baya. The door was not closed tightly. There was a gap of a few fingers wide. There was some movement inside, but it could not be heard clearly. After Baya finished speaking, a woman's voice came from inside. "Baya is back? Bring him in." In the entire Ao Shui continent, only Bei Liemo dared to call Baya by her name. However, this woman's voice at this moment was extremely languid, completely devoid of the coldness from the last time they had met. This kind of languidness gave Yang Kai an indescribable feeling. When Yang Kai heard this, it was as if there was a small invisible hand grasping his heart, causing it to suddenly jump. Damn it, I knew this woman was up to no good. Last time, she suffered a loss at my hands. Oh no, at my mouth. This time, I will definitely get back at her. Yang Kai sneered in his heart. He was secretly vigilant. Baya turned around and gestured to Yang Kai. Brother Yang, please. Without any hesitation, Yang Kai pushed open the door and strode in, his eyes widening as he tried to see what kind of trap Bai Liamo had set for him. But when he looked around, he was greatly disappointed, because there was no one in front of him. Instead, there was a door to the side. Bai Liamo should be inside. Without any delay, he did not need Baya to invite him in. He raised his head and opened the door curtain. He plunged in. Behind him, Baya looked at him with pity. Chapter 3491. Yang Kai greets. Following the principle of being careful, Yang Kai cupped his hands in greeting as soon as he entered, so as to not give Bai Liamo a chance to find fault with him. However, halfway through his words, he couldn't continue. His eyes widened even more as he stared in front of him, dumbfounded. On the soft couch in front of him, a graceful body was lying lazily. She was wearing a translucent chiffon dress, and the beauty inside was faintly discernible. Although the dress was called chiffon, it was actually a piece of silk-woven fabric. It barely covered some of her vital parts, but the scenery in front of her chest was exposed. Almost half of her chest was exposed, and her exquisite collarbone and slender neck were in full view. Her two beautiful legs were dazzling, and her dress was directly parted to her buttocks. With a casual glance, one would be able to see the beautiful scenery inside, but they couldn't see it, which made one's heart itch. When he heard that languid yet seductive voice just now, Yang Kai had already mentally prepared himself. He knew that Bai Liamo would definitely tease him, and if a woman wanted to tease him, her body was nothing more than an asset. Coupled with her supreme status as one of the 12 demon saints, she could definitely arouse a strong desire to conquer any man, making his blood boil and making it difficult for him to restrain himself. But when he saw the scene in front of him, Yang Kai was still a little surprised. This girl was too willing to spend her capital. You are a demon saint, so is it okay for you to dress so indecently? If you want to wear it, you should wear it secretly. Baya and I are both men. Even you Ru Meng, a succubus demon, didn't wear it like this. If the last time he saw Bai Liamo, she was a perfect combination of holiness and charm, then at this moment, she was completely devoid of holiness. Every part of her body was extremely seductive. This made Yang Kai wonder if this person in front of him was the same pure and flawless Bai Liamo he had seen last time, wearing a pure white dress. If that was all, it would be fine. But this woman was surrounded by 4 or 5 other women. These women were all heavenly fragrances, and their appearances could turn the world upside down. They were all dressed similarly to her, wearing chiffon dresses that covered half of their bodies. At this moment, Bai Liamo's head was resting on a woman's slender thigh. The woman's head was lowered, and she gently exhaled a weak breath from her mouth. It swept over Bai Liamo's earlobe and neck inch by inch, causing Bai Liamo to squint her eyes and let out a soft moan. Only then did Yang Kai understand that the faint movement he heard outside was this. On the other side of the soft couch, there was another woman. Her pair of delicate hands gently stroked Bai Liamo's thigh, as if she was playing with the most exquisite piece of art in the world. Her movements were careful, and her expression was joyful. Yang Kai saw with his own eyes that one of her hands had reached the base of Bai Liamo's thigh. The remaining 3 women surrounded her on the left and right. They were either stroking her sensitive parts or licking her earlobe. They were doing their best to please this demon saint. Their every movement, coupled with the weak sounds in the room, were almost at the peak of seduction. Even if Yang Kai was mentally prepared, the scene in front of him was like a bolt of lightning. He was a little dazed, and his throat instantly became dry. He thought to himself, "You fucking reincarnated into the wrong body. You should be the succubus demon. Compared to you, Rumeng was like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. What a disgrace to the name succubus demon. If you have the guts, why don't you find a few men here? What's the point of having a few women here?" Turning his head to glance at Boya, Kai Young saw that this fellow had his head lowered, his eyes focused on his nose focused on his heart, like an old monk in meditation. Kai Young sneered in his heart, knowing that this fellow didn't have the guts to look at these things. He understood Bailey Mo's plan, so no matter how shocking the scene in front of him was, Yang Kai quickly recovered and coughed lightly, then said again, "Yang Kai greets the Holy Senior." Bailey Mo turned a deaf ear to these words. Perhaps she wanted to show off her strength to Yang Kai, or perhaps she wanted to deliberately leave him hanging here, but she simply continued humming softly under the care of the other women. Yang Kai shouted again, this time deliberately circulating his emperor's qi, causing the surrounding ice walls to rustle. This caused the women to glare at him angrily. Even Baya was sweating and quietly reached out to tug at the corner of his clothes. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Since the Holy Senior is busy, I won't disturb you any further. When the Holy Senior is free, this king will come and visit again." After saying so, he turned around and left without hesitation. Originally, this woman had something to ask of Yang Kai. Previously, she had run to Clouding and forced Yu Ruming's soul to appear and negotiate with him. This time, he had come to help her, but she still had ulterior motives, so Yang Kai was too lazy to serve her. If it weren't for his strength being inferior to hers, Yang Kai would have already turned this ice palace upside down. "You're already here, and you still want to leave?" On the soft bed, Bailey Mo finally opened her eyes. She had no choice but to open her eyes. If Yang Kai really left, she would definitely be covered in dirt. Yang Kai stopped and turned back. "Seeing that the Holy Senior is busy, I really don't want to disturb you. What else can I do but leave?" Bailey Mo snorted coldly. "Such a bad temper. Didn't Yu Ruming teach you the rules of the demon territory?" Yang Kai rolled his eyes and raised his nose to the sky. "I'm just like this. If the Holy Senior doesn't like it, please allow me to take my leave for now." "How dare you?" Before Bailey Mo could speak, a woman beside her suddenly shouted, her demon chi rolling. Only then did Yang Kai discover that this woman was actually a high-rank demon king. Yang Kai glanced at her, but didn't take her words to heart. Instead, he turned to Bailey Mo and said, "You have to understand that it wasn't me who wanted to come here. It was you who invited me here. The Holy Senior doesn't even know the basic etiquette of hospitality, so why should this king stay here and embarrass himself? I asked the Holy Senior to allow me to return to Cloud Shadow Mainland." The cold sweat on Baya's forehead increased, and she whispered, "Brother Yang, the Holy Senior didn't mean to disrespect you, but at this time every day, the Holy Senior is..." Bailey Mo waved her hand and said, "There's no need to explain. He's right. This Holy Senior has indeed neglected him." After saying so, she gave a look to the side. When the female demon king who scolded Yang Kai saw this, she quickly moved a chair from the side and placed it diagonally opposite the soft couch. Bailey Mo didn't move. She just pointed at Yang Kai and said, "Sit down." Yang Kai thought for a moment, then obediently walked back and sat down. The main thing was that he definitely couldn't leave, and if he continued to pester Bailey Mo, he would definitely anger her, and then he wouldn't be able to get out of this embarrassing situation. Baya saw this and couldn't help but feel relieved. She cupped her hands and said, "Holy Senior, Brother Yang is here. This subordinate will take his leave first. Go." Bailey Mo closed her eyes again and said faintly. Baya lowered her head and stepped back step by step until she was out of the inner room, then turned around and strode away. After a short while, she left the ice palace, turned into a stream of light, and rushed in a certain direction with a sense of urgency. Wenyin saw that she had come out, but Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. She immediately moved to stop her master, cupped her hands and said, "Baya master, may I ask my king, go away." Baya waved her hand, and a strong force swept Yin aside, and without stopping, she left in a flash. Yin was shocked, and then she felt a little scared. Although she didn't know why Baya was angry, there was obviously something wrong with Baya's state just now. Her pair of eyes were actually red, and there was a trace of obvious desire in them. Although she didn't know much about Baya, she knew that with Baya's strong cultivation, even if she really had any desire for women, she wouldn't show it so obviously. Moreover, Baya definitely didn't lack women around her, so there was no reason for her to show that kind of expression. What's going on? Yin was confused. 100 miles away from the Ice Palace, there was a huge city, just like the holy city of the Phantom Continent. This city was the holy city of the proud Snow Continent. It only took Baiyu a few breaths to arrive here. She rushed directly into her mansion, and after scanning with her divine sense, she went straight to the residence of one of her favorite concubines and kicked the door open with a bang. The concubine was grooming herself in front of the mirror, feeling sorry for herself. Suddenly, she heard the noise and looked angry, but when she saw who it was, she immediately showed a joyful expression. She got up and said, "Master, why are you here?" Before she could finish her words, Baiyu bent down, picked her up, and threw her directly onto the big bed, causing her to cry out in surprise. The next moment, she felt a pair of big hands moving around her body, tearing her clothes. A moment later, gentle moans came out from the room, and they continued to ring out without end. 2 hours later, the concubine fell into a deep sleep, but more women came in from outside one after another. On the bed, Baiyu seemed to have gone crazy, showing no tenderness to the fairer sex. He showed the full strength of a man, galloping and whipping. In just one day, he made the dozen or so concubines living in this mansion enjoy the pleasures of fish and water, truly achieving a fair share of the benefits. It was not until a day later that Baiyu felt the scorching heat in her body slowly disappear. She turned her head to look at the bed. More than a dozen delicate bodies were lying on the bed, and each of them had more or less bruises, which were undoubtedly masterpieces left by him. Sighing softly, she floated up and waved her hand, rolling up the bed sheet to cover the seductive scene on the bed. She walked to the window and looked up in the direction of the Ice Palace. There was still lingering fear in Baiyu's eyes. Even she, a half-saint, couldn't bear it. She didn't know how Yongkai was doing now. Maybe he had died on the belly of one of the women. Ice Palace. Just after Baiyu left, Yongkai suddenly felt a chill in his mind. He couldn't help but blink, and then he became furious. Although he didn't know what exactly happened, he knew that he had definitely been tricked. Perhaps it was a secret technique, or perhaps it was a drug, and it should be related to the divine soul, which triggered the soul-cleansing effect of the soul-warming lotus. A secret technique or drug that could trigger the soul-cleansing effect of the soul-warming lotus without him noticing was definitely not a trivial matter. Thinking back to the subtle feeling he had just now, Yongkai was almost certain that it was a kind of charm or aphrodisiac, and its effect was undoubtedly to make him fall in love. And judging from the situation, the latter was more likely. Chapter 3492. Seeing this, Yongkai couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Bai Liamo, this cheap slut, had dressed so indecently. Not only was she trying to seduce him, but she had even used an aphrodisiac on him. This was no different from trying to kill him. She was simply too shameless. Yongkai had some guesses as to why she did this. First, he had bitten her a month ago in Cloud Shadow City. At that time, Yu Rumeng was present, and she was the one who took the initiative to provoke him, so she couldn't do anything to him. However, she was a dignified demon saint, so how could she let it go so easily? She didn't do anything at that time, but instead waited here for him. Second, in name, he was Yu Rumeng's man, and there was a heart seal secret technique between them. She and Yu Rumeng were not on good terms, so she naturally wanted to use him to humiliate Yu Rumeng. If he really made a fool of himself here today, Yu Rumeng would lose face. Thinking so, Yongkai sneered in his heart. Since you are so heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. You brought this upon yourself. The faint sounds of debauchery continued intermittently, and the women serving Bai Liamo were undoubtedly unable to control themselves. Their breathing was rapid, and their faces were flushed. Yongkai didn't know if it was because they were also affected by the aphrodisiac, but they all looked at Bai Liamo with strange expressions. After Yongkai sat down, Bai Liamo didn't have any intention of speaking, simply treating him as heir. At first, Kai Yang was sitting upright, his back straight, his hands on his knees, his eyes looking straight ahead. However, as time passed, he would occasionally raise his eyes to look at the beautiful places of the women in front of him, especially Bai Liamo's body. His breathing slowly became rapid, and his eyes became bloodshot. Although these little movements were extremely subtle, almost without a trace, how could they escape Bai Liamo's observation? Even if she closed her eyes, Yang Kai's every move could not escape her perception. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she couldn't help but reveal a hidden smile. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Yang Kai became bolder and bolder. After a while, he opened his eyes wide and looked forward brazenly. His Adam's apple moved occasionally as he swallowed his saliva. It had to be said that the scene in front of him was very pleasing to the eye. Even though Yang Kai knew Bailey Mo's intentions and had used the soul-warming lotus to eliminate the effects of the aphrodisiac, he couldn't help but feel his mouth go dry. His reaction and expression were very realistic. Suddenly, Bailey Mo let out a soft groan and slowly opened her eyes. Her pair of beautiful eyes were like the stars in the sky, bright and dazzling. Stretching her arms and twisting her waist, she changed her position and continued to lie down with her side facing Yang Kai's direction. This position made her pair of jade peaks look even more majestic and magnificent. She looked at Yang Kai with a smile, as if she had just remembered that there was someone else in the room. She lightly said, "Don't neglect the guest." As she spoke, she gently waved her hand. As soon as she said this, the female demon king who had scolded Yang Kai immediately walked out from beside her. With light steps, she walked in front of Yang Kai and sat on Yang Kai's lap. Her hands wrapped around Yang Kai's neck as she looked at him with a smile. Her soft body was in his arms, and her amazing elasticity came from her thighs. The tip of his nose was filled with an indescribable fragrance. Yang Kai swallowed hard and looked at Bailey Mo hesitantly. "Holy sage, this isn't very good, right?" Bailey Mo looked up and lazily said, "What's not good about it?" Yang Kai looked embarrassed and said, "Holy sage, why are you asking when you already know the answer? Between me and you Ru Ming, that hee-hee, you know. Are you afraid of her?" Bailey Mo looked at him teasingly. Yang Kai immediately sneered. "This king is a 7-foot-tall man. Why would I be afraid of a woman? Moreover, it's not a matter of whether I'm afraid or not. It's just that I feel that being with another woman behind her back." He glanced at the woman in his arms. This female demon king was undoubtedly under the influence of the aphrodisiac. Her breathing was hot, and she sat in his arms restlessly twisting her tender body. She even took the initiative to grab one of Kai Yang's big hands and place it on her chest, lightly biting her red lips and moaning. Kai Yang suddenly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and continued, "I'm sorry for her." Although he said this, his big hands rubbed hard, causing the female demon king to fall into his arms. Bailey Mo chuckled. "In the end, you're still afraid of her. Don't worry, they won't tell anyone about what happened here. And this holy sage won't tell anyone about it either. She won't hear about it. You don't have to be too restrained. Which man doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? This holy sage invited you to help me repair the realm gate, so naturally, I won't treat you badly." Yang Kai licked his lips and hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Thank you for your kindness, holy sage." He looked down at the female demon king in his arms and stroked her up and down with his big hands, causing the female demon king to gasp for breath. Yang Kai's eyes were like a wolf's as he casually said, "But seriously, holy sage, don't think that this king is afraid of Ru Ming just because her cultivation is not as good as mine. This king really isn't afraid of her. It's not like I haven't hit her before when she doesn't listen to me." Bailey Mo was looking at the show in front of her with a teasing look, but when she heard this, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but brighten up. She said in surprise, "You've hit her before?" Yang Kai proudly said, "Not just once." His appearance was so flamboyant that it was as if he had done something extraordinary. Bailey Mo suppressed her laughter and said, "How did you hit her?" This was interesting. One of the 12 demon saint in the demon territory was actually beaten by a human who was only equivalent to a mid-tier demon king. "You Ru Ming, you Ru Ming, you also have a day like this." Bailey Mo suddenly felt that her hard work today was not in vain. She actually managed to hear such a secret. This was something that she had to investigate carefully. The next time she saw Ru Ming, she would use this matter to make fun of her and see if she still had the guts to challenge her. Yang Kai grinned cheekily as he reached out and slapped the demon king's plump buttocks hard, causing her flesh to ripple, causing her to let out another cry of surprise. Bailey Mo's beautiful eyes brightened even more, and she resisted the urge to laugh to the sky. Slightly raising her upper body, she said, "Tell me in detail." Yang Kai blinked and looked around. "This is not good. There are too many people here." Bailey Mo said in annoyance, "Just say it." Yang Kai thought for a moment, then suddenly reached out and threw the female demon king in his arms away. Standing up, he pulled away the other female demon king who had been serving by Bailey Mo's feet and sat down by her feet. Bailey Mo looked at him coldly, but she didn't have the slightest intention of stopping him, but the smile on her face was somewhat thought-provoking. Yang Kai lowered his head and looked up from Bailey Mo's jade feet, pausing for a moment between her legs and her chest. Finally, he looked at Bailey Mo's eyes with a fiery gaze. "Since Saint Master wants to know, then this king will tell you secretly." Bailey Mo pursed her lips and smiled. "Okay, but how are you going to tell this king secretly?" Yang Kai grinned and slowly leaned over, moving his head closer to Bailey Mo's as if he wanted to whisper something to her, but his two big hands had already grabbed Bailey Mo's ankles and began to play with them. In any case, in this woman's eyes, she was already under the influence of the aphrodisiac, so it was only natural for her to act like this. Bailey Mo's body stiffened slightly, but her eyes became more and more thought-provoking. Her smooth and sparkling skin was like the world's most exquisite work of art. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. This lowly servant was indeed worthy of being called a demon saint. Such a beautiful woman could really compete with Yu Ruming. While rubbing her legs, his two big hands had already moved up her calves, brushing them all the way up to her thighs. Such a bold move not only made the female demon king feel that something was wrong, but also made them look with eager anticipation. Under the influence of the aphrodisiac, these women were already somewhat delirious. Otherwise, how could they allow Yang Kai to blaspheme their Saint Master like this? Under normal circumstances, if Yang Kai dared to come within 3 feet of Bailey Mo, he would definitely be surrounded by them. Yang Kai at this time was in a bit of a difficult situation, and he didn't know what to do. He originally thought that Bailey Mo would stop his actions, or even drive him away when he sat next to her. If that happened, he would be able to leave this place. Yang Kai really didn't want to stay with Bailey Mo. He didn't feel safe at all. But he never thought that this woman would have no intention of driving him away, and even when he touched her, she didn't say anything. What kind of situation is this? At this moment, Bailey Mo was still lazily lying on the soft couch, her head resting on a female demon king's thigh. Yang Kai had one hand on her calf, and the other hand had already reached under her translucent dress. A few more inches and he was afraid that he would touch that extremely sensitive place. This kind of atmosphere and posture could be said to be extremely ambiguous. The abnormality of the soul-warming lotus made him feel that something was wrong, and he also understood Bailey Mo's plan. But this woman was after all a demon saint. If he played too much, he might end up angering her. But the hesitation only lasted for a moment. Perhaps because of Yu Ruming, Yang Kai didn't have much respect for Bailey Mo, and since she didn't stop him, it meant that she tacitly agreed. Anyway, the one who's at a disadvantage isn't me. Yang Kai's heart steeled, and he paused for a moment before he suddenly reached out his hand towards that deep place. At this time, a jade foot suddenly appeared in front of him out of thin air and fiercely kicked towards him. Even if Yang Kai's reaction was amazing, he still couldn't avoid it and was kicked in the chest. Immediately, it was as if he was hit by a meteor. His chest felt stuffy, and his blood boiled. His whole body flew off the soft couch and heavily hit the ice wall. Gritting his teeth, Yang Kai clutched his chest and violently coughed a few times before he raised his head with difficulty. "What is the meaning of this, Holy Master?" Bailey Mo's eyes were cold, and she slowly got up and gently smoothed out the hem of her dress that was rolled up by Yang Kai, and coldly snorted, "Little brat, your acting is quite good." Chapter 3493. Clutching his chest, Yang Kai's eyes flickered and his expression became awkward. After a moment of silence, he smiled and said, "So you can see, since Bailey Mo said so, she must have concluded that he was acting. There was no point in continuing to play dumb, so he might as well get straight to the point." Bailey Mo coldly snorted and stared at him with a cold gaze. If Yang Kai really wanted to touch her because of the aphrodisiac, it would be excusable. After all, she had planned everything today for this. If she could make Yang Kai unable to control himself and the female demon king here, it would be for the best. Yang Kai was the man of that slut Ru Ming and had the heart seal secret technique to restrict him. Unless the secret technique was broken, the feelings between the two of them were inseparable. If she could make these female demon king and Yang Kai do it, it would definitely disgust Ru Ming. But in reality, Yang Kai was actually acting, which made it difficult for Bai Liamo to accept. For no reason at all, she was once again taken advantage of by this little brat. For a moment, her teeth itched with hatred. If it weren't for Ru Ming and the fact that Yang Kai was still useful, she would have already slapped him to death. How did you see through it? Yang Kai asked, thinking that it didn't make sense. His acting was already very realistic. There was no reason for him to reveal any flaws. What's real can't be fake, and what's fake can't be real. Bai Liamo glanced at him. To be honest, at the beginning, she didn't notice anything strange. The main reason was that she was too confident in her own methods and felt that with Yang Kai's cultivation, he wouldn't be able to resist. Moreover, many of his reactions were also reasonable. It wasn't until Yang Kai's big hand paused under her skirt that she realized something was wrong. That subtle pause was only for a moment, but as a demon saint, how could Bai Liamo not notice it? The pause represented hesitation, but if he was really affected by the aphrodisiac, it was impossible for him to hesitate. Only then did she decisively give him a kick. Sigh. Yang Kai sighed and walked over to the chair. He sat down again and looked at Bai Liamo sincerely. Why do you have to do this? If you have a grudge with Ru Ming, you can settle it yourselves. Why do you have to involve me? I'm innocent. Bai Liamo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Do you think you're innocent? Yang Kai said with a gloomy face. Isn't it? Although he knew that she couldn't really do anything to him, Yang Kai didn't want to make their relationship too stiff since he had to work in her territory for a while. Bai Liamo sneered. If you weren't Ru Ming's man, this senior might not have put you in her eyes. But who told you to be that slut's man? Yang Kai's face darkened and he said, The Lord is the most powerful being in the demon territory. How can you be so rude? Bai Liamo raised an eyebrow. What? I can't even scold her? You're quite protective of her. Yang Kai said seriously, The Lord is also a woman. If someone insulted the Lord like this, how would the Lord feel? Bai Liamo sneered. Do you think that slut hasn't scolded me behind my back? I don't care if Ru Ming has scolded you behind your back, but in front of me, please behave yourself. Bai Liamo was stunned. She didn't expect that Yang Kai would dare to speak to her like this. But then she thought about how he even wanted to molest her. This human's guts had already broken through the sky. So what if he said something? She snorted coldly. So what if I scolded you? Yang Kai stood up and flicked his sleeves. If we don't agree, then please forgive this king for not being able to help you with the realm gate. The Lord should find someone else. After saying this, he turned around and strode away. If you dare to move again, this Lord will break your legs. I'm a man of my word. Bai Liamo coldly looked at Yang Kai's back. Yang Kai instantly froze in place with one foot in the air. He really didn't dare to move. He couldn't help but curse Bai Liamo in his heart. He was clearly invited by her to repair the realm gate. How did this happen? This woman is really too unreasonable. But Yang Kai also knew that he couldn't reason with her. His fist was not as big as hers. Bai Liamo lay down again and looked at his back with a smile. Not bad, not bad. Young man, you are very sensible. What do you want? Tell me the truth. This king admits defeat. Yang Kai tilted his head, his face full of grief and indignation. If he knew this would happen, he would never have come to this bullshit-proud snow continent. If he wanted to go to the eternal heaven continent, he didn't have to go through Bai Liamo's territory. He could enter from other demon saints' territories. It's not that I want to do anything, but you did something wrong. Do you want to just walk away like this? Yang Kai sighed heavily and said weakly, I was rude just now. Please forgive me, Master Saint. I won't do it again. You want to do it again? Bai Liamo coldly snorted. Also, I don't hear the slightest sincerity in your apology. Then what kind of sincerity do you want? Yang Kai turned around and looked at her. Bai Liamo looked at him for a while, then pouted her lips. Yang Kai blinked, a look of suspicion appearing on his face. Seeing her pouting her lips again, he reluctantly stepped forward, lowered his body, and pressed his ear against hers. Bei Liamo gritted her teeth and said, "What are you doing?" Yang Kai looked up at her and said with a serious face, "Do you want to whisper to me?" Bei Liamo almost laughed out loud. If he really wanted to whisper something, a divine sense transmission would be enough. Why would he need to go through so much trouble? She clenched her teeth and said, "Kneel in front of this sage and apologize. This sage will let you go this time." Yang Kai's face immediately became cold. Slowly straightening his back, he looked down at her and said with a cold expression, "Saint, I will pretend I didn't hear what you said." Then he cupped his hands and said, "Yang Kai, I will take my leave first." This woman actually made such an excessive request. Yang Kai felt that there was no need to continue talking with her. This time, he was determined to leave Proud Snow Continent. Even if he had to completely fall out with Bei Liamo, he would not hesitate. He was indeed powerless to resist the power of the demon saint. Even if he had the space divine technique, it would be difficult for him to survive. But even if he died in battle, it would be better than to compromise like this. After saying that, he turned around and walked out. As for whether Bei Liamo would threaten him again, he was too lazy to care. At worst, he would have a big fight. His movements were decisive. It was not until he was almost out of the door that Bei Liamo reacted and said coldly, "You are courting death." Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her and simply ignored her, reaching out to pull open the bead curtain. But in the next moment, a powerful demonic chi suddenly attacked him from behind. Yang Kai quickly turned around and pushed his emperor chi, crossing his arms in front of him to protect himself. Then, his expression changed greatly and his whole body was sent flying. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from his arms as a violent force passed through his arms and spread to his whole body, shaking his internal organs and causing blood to flow from his orifices. Midair, Yang Kai's consciousness quickly blurred. In a daze, he saw Bei Liamo slightly raise her hand and a look of astonishment in her eyes. Falling to the ground, his vision went dark. In the moment before he lost consciousness, only one thought lingered in his mind. One move. Strictly speaking, it was not a single move, because Bei Liamo did not use her full strength at all. She barely used half a move to knock him out. Although she knew that the gap between her and the Devil Saint was huge, she did not expect it to be so big. On the other side, Bei Liamo hurriedly got up from the soft couch and stared in the direction of Yang Kai's unconscious body, her beautiful eyes blinking as a rare trace of nervousness appeared on her face. It was not because she cared about Yang Kai, but because if she had really killed Yang Kai, Yu Ming would definitely not let her off. With the Heart Seal secret technique, as soon as Yang Kai died, Yu Ming would sense it and immediately leave the Phantom Continent. At that time, she and Yu Ming would not rest until one of them was dead. What's more, she didn't have any intention of killing Kai Yang. It was just that she was really angered by him. How could she not know that a man's knees were worth gold? Putting forward such harsh demands to make Kai Yang apologize, she had already prepared herself for his rejection. She had intended to wait for him to reject her and then haggle over the price. Who would have thought that this guy would actually say he was going to leave, not putting her in his eyes at all? In her anger, she had sent out a palm strike. She had not used her full strength, at most 20%. She did not know if he could withstand it. After a few breaths of time, Bei Liamo waved her hand and a cold aura rippled through the room. The female demon king who had been in a state of delirium immediately shivered and woke up. "See if he's dead," Bei Liamo ordered. It was the high-rank female demon king who had scolded Yang Kai before. Walking over to Yang Kai's side, she stretched out her hand to check his breathing, and after checking his condition, she raised her head and said, "He's still alive." Bei Liamo breathed a sigh of relief and nodded slightly. "It's good that he's alive." Pausing for a moment, she asked, "How are his injuries?" The female demon king replied, "His arms and chest are a few broken bones, and his internal organs are slightly displaced. Other than that, there are no major problems." No major problems? Bei Liamo was surprised. Yang Kai being able to survive under 20% of her strength was enough to shock her, But now, even his injuries were so light. Although he had broken a few bones, it was not like she did not have pills. As long as he took them and rested for a few days, he would be able to recover. But how could this be? That palm strike just now should have killed a high-ranked demon king. But this guy's cultivation was only equivalent to a mid-ranked demon king. So how could he be so resilient? Huh. The female demon king who was examining Yang Kai's body suddenly let out a soft cry, her beautiful eyes filled with a strange light. What's wrong? Bei Liamo looked up. This man's body is so strong. As the female demon king spoke, she actually reached out and stroked Yang Kai's chest, as if she wanted to examine him carefully. Seeing this, Bei Liamo also stepped forward and reached out to touch Yang Kai's chest, her demonic chi surging as she probed. A moment later, she showed a look of surprise, finally understanding why Yang Kai was able to survive her palm strike. Chapter 3494. Indeed, it was as the female demon king had said. This man's body was ridiculously strong. His muscles were firm and his bones were incomparably sturdy. Just this body alone was comparable to a top-notch demonic treasure. Furthermore, golden blood flowed in his body. The blood was filled with vitality and had an extremely powerful regenerative ability. What shocked Bei Liamo even more was that she actually felt an indescribable divinity from Yang Kai's blood. Looking at Yang Kai's face with a dignified expression, as if thinking of something, she reached out and pinched one of Yang Kai's fingers. Gently cutting it, a drop of golden blood flowed out. Bei Liamo dipped her finger in the blood and placed it in her mouth, a look of surprise appearing on her face as she exclaimed, "Holy Spirit blood! This boy actually has the blood of a Holy Spirit? Moreover, from the taste of this blood and the energy it contained, this is a very high-level Holy Spirit. It may even be a dragon or phoenix." Bei Liamo couldn't help but click her tongue in wonder. But now, she was completely relieved. Since Yang Kai's blood had such a strong vitality and regenerative ability, it meant that this injury was really not a big deal to him. Even if he didn't take any pills, it wouldn't take long for him to recover. "Saint Master, this boy is too rude. Do you want this subordinate to kill him?" The female demon king looked up at Bei Liamo and asked solemnly. Bei Liamo glanced at her faintly. "You want to kill him? Sure, but he is Uru Ming's man. If you kill him, this senior won't be able to protect you." When the female demon king heard this, her expression couldn't help but change as she looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. This guy is actually Uru Ming's man? If these words didn't come from Bei Liamo's mouth, she definitely wouldn't have believed it. The other female demon king also looked dazed, as if they had heard some extremely shocking news. Bei Liamo pondered for a moment, then suddenly turned around and said, "Lock him up in the ice prison and watch over him closely. Tell him that I will only release him when he truly repents." This time, although she had injured Yang Kai and knocked him out in the end, she was still a little disgraced. She really couldn't take it lying down, unless Yang Kai sincerely apologized. When the female demon king heard the words ice prison, their expressions changed. It was obvious that it wasn't a good place. Not only that, Bei Liamo even poked Yang Kai a few times as she spoke. Seeing this, the demon kings all looked at Yang Kai with pity in their eyes. Of all the people he could have provoked, he had actually provoked the Saint Senior. Now he was in for it. Bei Liamo waved her hand, and the female demon king grabbed Yang Kai by the neck and took him out. 10 miles away from the proud Snow Ice Palace, In, Tu Qiaoyuo, and Baza were looking in the direction of the Ice Palace. The scene of Baya rushing out and leaving made them feel a little strange. They didn't know what happened to Yang Kai in the Ice Palace, but now they couldn't do anything. Although more than 10,000 people were a lot, no one had the guts to break into the proud Snow Ice Palace. Now, Yang Kai had been in there for 1 to 2 hours, but he still hadn't returned. However, they were certain that his life was not in danger. Otherwise, Tu Qiaoyuo and Baza would have died without a doubt. After all, their lives were now tied to Yang Kai. If Yang Kai had an accident, they couldn't escape. In contrast, although Ian was worried, she was still calmer. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized that a large group of people had rushed out of the Ice Palace and were charging towards them aggressively. The female demon kings in the lead were all upper-ranked demon kings. Each of them was riding a different type of demon beast, and they were wearing bright armor, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. And behind these female demon king, thousands of members of the demon race also came out. This scene made the people under Yang Kai a little uneasy. Even Yin, Tu Qiaoyuo, and Baz's expressions changed. Although they didn't work under Bei Limo, they knew that she had a group of elites called the Proud Snow Ice Guards. Each of them was an elite of the demon race. They were equipped with excellent equipment and practiced very special techniques. When they went all out, it was common for them to fight against 3 or 5 people of the same level. If they were in formation, they could even defeat enemies 10 times their number. Looking at the demon race that rushed out of the Ice Palace, it was obvious that they were the legendary Proud Snow Ice Guards. Therefore, even though they were not as numerous as this side, their momentum had completely overwhelmed the allied forces of the Cloud Shadow Blue Plains. The crowd was in a panic. The group of Proud Snow Ice Guards rushed to the front and stopped in unison. They were orderly as if they were one. Every member of the demon race had an arrogant look on their faces. The female demon king in the lead waved her hand and shouted, "Surround them!" Under the order, thousands of people spread out and surrounded them. In less than 10 breaths, they had surrounded tens of thousands of people in the middle. At the moment of life and death, Yin and the others couldn't help but tense up. Without their orders, the tens of thousands of members of the demon race had already turned around to face the people surrounding them. They all looked solemn. A battle of life and death was about to break out. Tu Qiaoyuo and the other demon kings couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They knew that once the battle started today, their 10,000 people would all be buried here. What did their king do in the Ice Palace? How did he provoke the Proud Snow Ice Guards? Fortunately, although the Proud Snow Ice Guards surrounded them tightly, they didn't have the intention to attack. It seemed that they were just trapping them here. After a while, seeing that they still didn't have the intention to attack them, Tu Qiaoyuo felt a little relieved. He knew that even if Yang Kai had really offended Bei Limo, there should still be room for negotiation. After pondering for a moment, he pushed aside his subordinates in front of him and stepped forward. He squeezed out a smile and cupped his hands. "Master, greetings. I am Lan Yuan." He had just said a few words when a whip suddenly lashed towards him. There was a faint sound of wind and thunder on the whip, and it was incomparably fast. Tu Qiaoyuo's face changed. He instinctively urged his demon chi to resist, but he gritted his teeth and didn't resist. With a light smack, the soft whip landed on his face, leaving a mark on his cheek, which was dripping with blood. The female demon king in the lead sat on her mount and looked down at him from above. She said coldly, "No one wants to know who you are. Stay where you are obediently. If you dare to act rashly, you will be killed without mercy." Tu Qiaoyuo's face turned green and white. He clenched his fists. He was an upper-ranked demon king. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? But the other party was from the Proud Snow Ice Guard, so he couldn't do anything to them. He had only lashed them once. Losing face was better than losing his life. But in this way, he was sure that this group of Proud Snow Ice Guards had no intention of attacking them for the time being. The matter in front of them was definitely related to Yang Kai. Did they trap them here to prevent someone from leaking information? Tu Qiaoyuo frowned and couldn't understand. On the other hand, Sound couldn't help but turn to look at Xiao Wu. If there was anyone who could help them in this difficult situation, it would be Xiao Wu. Last time, Yu Meng's soul descended on Xiao Wu. This time, she could naturally do the same. At that time, even if it was just a wisp of Yu Meng's soul, these Proud Snow Ice Guards wouldn't dare to act rashly. As if sensing her gaze, Xiao Wu also looked at her, and then slowly shook her head. Sound's eyes darkened. She knew that even Saint Sovereign Dreamlike could not casually use soul descent. Last time, she had been provoked by Bailey Mo's chi, which was why she had appeared. This time, there was no danger for the time being, so she was far from being able to trigger soul descent. Under the Proud Snow Ice Palace, there was a cold ice prison with a total of 18 floors. The environment of each floor was worse than the previous one. In the deepest 18 floors, even a Demon King-level expert couldn't stay for long. The cold that filled the air was enough to freeze a person's soul and cause them to die an unnatural death. In the ice prison, There were many demon race who had committed serious crimes. Generally speaking, once one entered, there was no chance to leave. In the end, they would only be frozen to death. When the female demon king who was escorting Yang Kai to the ice prison under Bei Limo's orders arrived, someone immediately respectfully greeted her. This was also a demon king, and a high-ranked demon king at that. Looking at the luster of stone on his face, he should be a stone demon. However, his status obviously couldn't be compared to the one who was carrying Yang Kai. As soon as they met, they greeted each other. The two exchanged a few words, and then the stone demon looked at Yang Kai curiously and said, "Another one? What did this one do wrong?" "He offended the Holy Master." The female demon king shook Yang Kai. The stone demon grinned. "You have guts?" He carefully looked at Yang Kai and suddenly said in surprise, "This guy, he is a human?" The female demon king naturally knew what he wanted to ask. "He is actually a human." The stone demon raised his eyebrows and showed a curious look. He had never seen a human before, so at this time, he was naturally very curious. After looking at him for a while, he found that the human race was just like this. They didn't have any more eyes or hands than the demon race. He immediately lost interest and said, "What does the Holy Master mean? Do you want him to die quickly or slowly?" If he died quickly, he would be directly thrown into the lower floors of the ice prison. In less than a day, he would be frozen to death. If he was slowly tortured, he would be thrown into the middle floors and be able to survive for a while. "This one cannot die." The female demon king shook her head. "He is very useful to the Holy Master." The stone demon was stunned. For so many years, none of the demon race who were thrown into the ice prison survived. How could this one not die? However, since it was the Holy Master's order, he naturally had to follow. He said, "What is his cultivation level?" "Mid-rank demon king. His body is very strong, but his cultivation level has been sealed by the Holy Master." "His cultivation level has been sealed?" The stone demon looked at Yang Kai with some sympathy. He really didn't know how he offended the Holy Master. Not only was he thrown into the ice prison, but his cultivation level was also sealed. He thought for a while and said, "7th floor. With his current state, he won't be able to withstand it anymore." "You can arrange it as you see fit." The demon king handed Yang Kai to the other side and said, "The Holy Master said that when he wakes up, tell him that the Holy Master will only release him when he repents seriously." Chapter 3495. A cold sensation assaulted him from all directions, causing Yang Kai to slowly wake up. After staring around for a while, he suddenly remembered the scene before he passed out and quickly jumped up, assuming a defensive posture as he scanned his surroundings vigilantly. What he saw caused him to be startled. This was no longer Bailey Mo's room. Instead, it looked more like an ice room. The ice walls were sparkling and translucent. It was so bright that it could reflect one's reflection. It was about a few square feet, and it looked more like a prison cell. The cold seeped into his bones, causing goosebumps to appear all over his body. Yang Kai frowned, wondering what kind of damned place this was. His memory was still stuck at the moment when he was knocked unconscious by Bailey Mo's palm. As for what happened after that, he did not know. Now that he thought about it, he still felt some lingering fear. The power of the demon saint was indeed something he could not resist. "Hehehe, you're awake?" Suddenly, a deep, sinister laugh came from behind him. Yang Kai's expression froze as he quickly turned around, at the same time feeling a little incredulous because this voice was very close to him, but if the other party had not spoken, he would not have noticed. Only then did he realize that there was something wrong with his body, and after examining it for a moment, his face darkened. There were several layers of seals placed on his body, and his emperor chi was sealed, making it impossible for him to use it. Judging from the traces of energy left on these seals, it was obvious that Bailey Mo had done this herself. No wonder he felt a little cold. Without his emperor chi to protect himself, and with such a harsh environment, it would be strange if he did not feel cold. However, compared to this, Yang Kai was more concerned about what this place was and what Bailey Mo wanted to do. The one who had just let out that sinister laugh was a stone demon. This stone demon was tall and sturdy, and his cultivation seemed to be quite high. Standing a few meters away, he stared at Yang Kai mockingly. Between the two of them was a door with only a small window. Only through this window could Yang Kai see what was happening outside. This is really a prison cell? Yang Kai's face darkened even more as he approached the small window, glanced at the stone demon, and quickly asked, "Who are you? Where is Baliamo?" The stone devil looked surprised. "How dare you call the Holy Sovereign by her name? You are really bold. No wonder you were thrown here." "I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf?" Yang Kai looked impatient. The stone demon smiled lightly and said, "The saintly senior asked me to pass on a message. Only when you truly repent will she release you. Boy, you'd best behave yourself." Giving Yang Kai a meaningful look, the stone demon turned around and left. Yang Kai immediately became unhappy and cursed. "You want this king to repent to her? Tell her to eat shit." Yang Kai was obviously invited to repair the realm gate, but now he was locked up in this godforsaken place by Baliamo. It would be strange if he was not angry. Furthermore, he was knocked unconscious by this woman. He was the one who suffered a great loss, but Baliamo still treated him like this. New hatred and old hatred surged in his heart. He did not care if she was a demon saint or not. He just scolded her first. The stone demon staggered and almost fell to the ground. He turned around to look at the ice prison where Yang Kai was, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What was wrong with this human? How dare he insult the Holy Sovereign like this? Was he tired of living? What would happen if such words were to reach the Holy Sovereign's ears? If it were any other demon race who dared to speak so arrogantly, he would have killed them immediately. However, he could not kill Yang Kai. After all, the female demon king had said that this guy was very useful to the Holy Sovereign. He was only thrown into the ice prison to teach him a lesson. Shaking his head, the stone demon said, "Boy, if you don't want to die, you'd better shut up. You should have heard that trouble comes from the mouth." Yang Kai was just casually scolding, but when he heard the stone demon's words, he was enraged. He immediately shouted, "So what if I scolded her?" He then shouted, "Baliamo is AB***. Since he could not beat her, he could only scold her. If he could get her to come out, that would be the best. He wanted to ask that woman what she meant. Such vulgar words made the stone demon's eyelids twitch. He clenched his fists and his face was filled with anger. Yang Kai insulting Baliamo was equivalent to insulting the demon race under her command. It would have been fine if he did not hear it, but since he heard it, how could he not do anything? He wanted to teach him a lesson, but after thinking about it, he suppressed the impulse in his heart. He was afraid that he would accidentally kill Yang Kai. After all, this human's cultivation was sealed by the Holy Sovereign. He was afraid that he would not be able to take more than a few punches. He sneered and said, "If you want to scold me, then go ahead. I hope you still have the strength to scold me later." Yang Kai really did start scolding the stone demon. His voice was extremely loud and full of energy. Vulgar and insulting words kept coming out of his mouth, echoing endlessly in the 7th floor of the ice prison. On the 7th floor, he was not the only one from the demon race. There were at least 100 of them. When they suddenly heard someone scolding Baliamo, they were all shocked. They all leaned against the window of their cell to look in the direction of Yang Kai, as if they wanted to see who was so daring. Although they were imprisoned here and knew that there was no way for them to survive, none of them dared to insult Baliamo. Daring to do so was not something that could be solved by death. In this world, there were many methods that could make a person suffer a fate worse than death. Although the stone demon had left, he had been paying attention to Yang Kai's movements. Listening to Yang Kai's endless stream of words, the stone demon felt the veins on his forehead throbbing. Baliamo had never been scolded so many times in her life, and almost none of them were repeated. It could be said that the stone demon had opened his eyes. How could someone scold someone so righteously? The human scolded for a full 2 hours before he stopped. The stone demon's patience was almost at its limit. Suddenly, he heard Yang Kai stop, and he let out a heavy sigh. He secretly thought that Yang Kai should not be able to hold on any longer. After all, his cultivation had been sealed, and although the 7th layer was not too deep, he would not be able to hold on for long. Being able to scold someone for an hour was already quite impressive. Compared to Yang Kai's scolding skills, the stone demon admired this guy's endurance more. However, now that he had reached his limit, he could finally enjoy some peace and quiet. But in fact, the situation did not go as he wished. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai, who had stopped to rest, began scolding again. This time, the cursing seemed to have escalated, becoming even more unbearable than before. The veins on the stone demon's temples throbbed uncontrollably. The reason Yang Kai stopped to rest for a stick of incense worth of time was to take some time to check his physical condition. The injuries he had suffered from Bailey-mo were not too serious, only a few broken bones. Although his cultivation was sealed, his recovery ability had not disappeared, so he should be able to recover after a few days of rest. The only problem was that he could not use his Emperor Chi. Yang Kai had tried to break out of this ice prison just now, but under the premise that he could not use his Emperor Chi, his strength was not enough to break out of this ice prison. This damned place was indeed bone-chillingly cold, and the ice principles here were not something a normal person could withstand. But Yang Kai's physical body was strong enough that he was not too afraid of the cold. Bailey-mo wanted to use this method to make him bow his head and admit his mistake, but it seemed she had miscalculated. The frozen ice prison was a deathly silent place, and the demon race imprisoned here had no choice but to freeze to death, so it was basically silent most of the time, with many prisoners silently waiting for death to come. But when Yang Kai came, this place became as lively as a market. When he was tired of scolding, he would take a break, and when he recovered, he would continue scolding. Several times, the stone demon thought that Yang Kai was about to die, but after waiting for a while, this guy would be alive and kicking again, and this continued for 2 days. This made the stone demon realize that he had underestimated the strength of this human's physical body. The 7th floor was definitely not a suitable place for him. Previously, the female demon king had only said that Yang Kai's physique was very strong, which was why he had arranged for him to stay in the 7th layer. But now it seemed that he would have to send him to the lower layers in order for him to safely descend. Thinking so, the stone demon hurriedly sent a message to the female demon king and briefly explained the situation here. On the top floor of Proud Snow Ice Palace, under the transparent dome of ice, Bailey-mo was wearing a simple and elegant dress, leaning against the railing and looking out at the beautiful scenery of Proud Snow Continent. Seemingly aware of the small movements of her subordinates, Bailey-mo turned her head and asked, "Is that guy unable to hold on?" The female demon king looked at Bailey-mo with an awkward expression, not knowing what to say. Bailey-mo said lightly, "There's no harm in speaking frankly. What's his situation now? We just need to teach him a lesson. We can't really kill him." The female demon king whispered, "Saint, you don't need to worry. That guy is quite good now." "Quite good." Bailey-mo looked at her in surprise, frowning, "How so?" The female demon king dawdled for a while, not wanting to explain too much, but under Bailey-mo's majestic gaze, she still opened her mouth and said, "The 7th floor is not a hindrance to him at all. Since he woke up, he has been shouting loudly, and this has been going on for 2 days." Bailey-mo smiled. "He still has the strength to shout loudly. It seems that he is quite good." Pausing for a moment, she asked, "What is he shouting about?" The female demon king was originally relieved, but after hearing Bailey-mo's question, she immediately knew that she couldn't hide anything, so she braced herself and said, "He is just insulting Saint." Bailey-mo's expression turned cold. "He is actually insulting me." The female demon king panicked. "Saint, please calm down. I will go and stop him now and make him clean his mouth." Bailey-mo raised her hand and said, "There is no need. A few insults won't hurt this saint. But how is he insulting me?" At this point, the female demon king could only send a message to the stone demon and ask. After a while, she nervously repeated Yang Kai's insults, saying that she was a whore, a lowly servant, a rotten piece of meat that even a stray dog wouldn't care about, and so on. It was really bad. After listening for a while, Bailey-mo's whole body trembled with anger, her teeth grinding as she said coldly, "Throw him to the 13th floor. I want to see if he still has the strength to insult me." Chapter 3496. The frozen ice prison had 18 floors, each one more frigid than the last. Every sixth floor was a threshold. Just like the sixth and seventh floors, the degree of coldness could not be compared. The same was true for the 12th and 13th floors. Bailey Mo was also annoyed by Yang Kai's vicious words. Otherwise, she would not have thrown him into the 13th floor. She had only thrown him into the 7th floor to teach him a lesson, but now she had thrown him into the 13th floor as punishment. If he couldn't beat her, then he would have scolded her. This man was simply too ungentlemanly. 10 breaths after this order was given, the stone demon arrived in front of the ice cell where Yang Kai was and looked at him through the window with a look of pity. Yang Kai wiped his mouth and looked at the golem with his nose. "What are you doing?" The golem shook his head and sighed, not bothering to say anything, simply taking out a token and opening the frozen ice prison's restrictions, opening the door and turning to Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned. "That slut wants to see me? Tell her to get her ass over here." "You're thinking too much." The golem snorted coldly and reached out to grab him. Yang Kai instinctively wanted to dodge, but Bailey Mo had placed a restriction on his body. Although his physical body was still strong, his strength had been greatly reduced, and he was easily caught by the golem. Immediately after, the golem dragged him deeper into the frozen ice prison. Yang Kai felt that something was wrong, but he was also angry now, so it was impossible for him to lower his head. Twisting his body, he said, "Let me go. This king will follow you. But you'd better tell Bailey Mo that unless she comes over and apologizes, this king will not forgive her and will not let her get what she wants." The golem snorted twice, completely ignoring him. Not long after, a flight of stairs appeared in front of him, leading him to the next floor. Without stopping, he continued down. Yang Kai then discovered that this frozen ice prison did not only have one floor, but many, each one harsher than the last. He understood that his insults just now must have reached Bailey Mo's ears, otherwise, he would not have been transferred to the deepest part of the frozen ice prison. This was within reason. Since Bailey Mo wanted him to repair the realm gate, she would definitely pay close attention to his movements. She wouldn't really want him to die. After walking down 6 floors, the stone golem finally dragged Yang Kai into an ice prison. After throwing him in, it closed the door and left. Yang Kai was shivering from the cold. This place was much colder than the place he had been in before. Although there had been some chill before, he had been able to easily resist it with his powerful physique. But this layer had some effect. In just a short while, Yang Kai felt that the flow of his blood had slowed significantly. The omnipresent ice principles were like invisible toxins, constantly corroding his body and penetrating his 5 viscera and 6 organs through his pores. He bounced around in place for a while, but it did not reduce the coldness in the slightest. Yang Kai was furious. He rushed to the window and cursed outside. Staying here like an idiot would only make him colder and colder. Cursing a few words could make him feel better. Maybe he would be able to warm up. Seeing this, the stone demon who was guarding the ice prison was a little speechless. He thought to himself that this human was really something. Even the 13th layer couldn't shut him up. What kind of enmity did he have with the Saint Senior? It was just that he didn't know how long this human could last. The 13th layer and the 7th layer were on completely different levels. The stone demon estimated that Yang Kai would be exhausted in 2 days at most. At that time, he would naturally have no energy to continue cursing. In fact, Yang Kai's tenacity and perseverance were beyond his imagination. Or rather, the sage had seriously underestimated the strength of this human's body. After a full 3 days, Yang Kai was still cursing. Although he would only curse for a while and then take a break, it was already incredible that he could last this long. During these 3 days, the sage would ask about this human's situation almost every day. He could not hide anything, so he could only report the truth. He guessed that the sage must be very angry. He could feel this from the tone of the female demon king who passed on the message. On this day, Yang Kai just opened his mouth to curse for a while. Suddenly, a heavy sigh came from the frozen ice prison next to him. "Boy, you have been cursing for a few days. You only have so many tricks. My ears are about to grow calluses from listening to it. Can you come up with something new?" Yang Kai was somewhat surprised to hear someone talking to him. When he was imprisoned here before, he also observed the situation on this floor. It seemed that there were other demon race prisoners here as well. They were all Demon King-level existences. He did not know what they had done wrong. There were not many of them, only less than 10. However, these guys were indifferent to anyone who came here. They just sat cross-legged in their own ice prison and tried to resist the cold. No one paid them any attention and let them fend for themselves. Once the demon chi in their bodies was exhausted, they would die. The demon race who spoke should be diagonally opposite. Yang Kai looked through the window and did not see anyone. He guessed that they were hiding in the innermost part of the room. He smiled and said, "This brother is right. Why don't you curse a few times and see if you can come up with something new?" The other side was silent for a while, then said, "I am not as bold as you." In fact, he also did not understand how Yang Kai had the guts to curse Bailey Mo. What he did not understand was why Bailey Mo did not shut him up. Daring to curse a supreme saint like this was something that had not happened for many years. It's just death left and right. What kind of guts do you need to curse? Yang Kai sneered. The Demon King said, "There are many ways to die. I don't want to be tortured before I die." Suddenly, another Demon King's voice came from the other side. "You there, don't disturb him. Let him continue cursing." That's right, that's right. It's rare for this damned place to be so lively. Who cares if he has any new ideas? Just treat it as having some fun. Boy, just continue cursing. Don't pay attention to him. Yang Kai was stunned by the voices coming from all directions. He did not expect that he would have an audience for his cursing. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Let these demon kings who were imprisoned here curse Bailey Mo. They really did not have the guts to do so. But there was no harm in listening. "Brat, don't stop. Being able to hear you curse me like this before I die makes me feel good." Another person urged him. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and smiled faintly. "Since everyone is so supportive, let's change to something new." Organizing his words, Yang Kai coughed lightly and said, "It is said that in the demon territory, in the proud snow continent, there was a poor family who gave birth to a daughter named Bailey Mo. This Bailey Mo was smart from a young age. At a young age, she was already a beauty. Under the transparent dome of ice, Bailey Mo sat on the windowsill, wearing a transparent chiffon dress. Her two snow-white legs dangled from the edge of the cliff. Her hair fluttered in the wind, and her body leaned against the window, as if she would be blown away by the wind at any time. Her eyes were blurred as she looked at the snow-white world in front of her. Her slender hand held a cup of dark red blood wine, and she took a light sip, causing her red lips that were crystalline and translucent like gems to have a trace of blood-red color, causing her to seem even more charming and enchanting. She tilted her head slightly and asked in a light voice, "How's that fellow now?" When the female demon king who brought Yang Kai into the ice prison heard this, the corner of her eyes twitched, and she whispered, "Very good." Bailey Mo frowned. "Very good?" The same answer was given last time. The female demon king said, "It seems this subordinate underestimated the strength of his body. Although his condition is not as good as before, his life should not be in danger for the time being." "Is he still cursing me?" Bailey Mo asked calmly. The female demon king hurriedly shook her head. "No." Bailey Mo was surprised. "No? Does he not have the energy to curse me, or does he not have the energy to curse me?" She paused for a moment before continuing. "To be honest, why would I lower myself to the level of a mad dog?" Speaking of which, when she found out that Yang Kai was cursing her, she was quite angry. But after thinking about it, she felt that there was no need to do so. It was just a few curses, and as she said before, she would not lose anything. At most, she would teach him a lesson in the future. "He really did not curse me." The female demon king looked embarrassed. "But he has been telling stories recently." Bailey Mo laughed. "Stories? What stories? To whom?" She did not dare to imagine such a scene. What kind of stories is he telling in that ice prison? This person is really interesting. It is a story that he made up himself. You should not listen to it, lest it pollutes your ears. Bailey Mo's heart was as clear as a mirror. She coldly snorted. "Is he making up stories about me? Tell me, what exactly did he make me do in that story?" The female demon king sighed in her heart. Although she was unwilling to tell the story, she could only reply, The story that Yang Kai made up was very simple and even very melodramatic. A poor girl fell in love with a rich young master, and for love, she threw herself into a flame like a moth to a flame. Unexpectedly, after the rich young master got her, he abandoned her like a worn-out shoe. The girl was heartbroken and wandered into the world of mortals and made a living in a brothel. The first part of the story was briefly mentioned, but the second part was very detailed. When the female demon king was telling the story, the girl called Bailey Mo had already received more than 100 patrons, and the price was extremely cheap. The patrons were also very varied, and even the beggars on the streets were lucky enough to have a relationship with her. In the beginning, Bailey Mo listened calmly, but when she heard that the main character of the story was a prostitute, she crushed the cup in her hand. When the old beggar appeared, Bailey Mo's face was extremely cold. Although she knew that Yang Kai was making up stories to disgust her, she still could not accept it. She had never seen such a hateful man before. She turned around and walked down from the window, her eyes cold as ice. Enough! The female demon king fell to her knees and said in fear, "Saint, please calm down. This subordinate will go and pull out his tongue." Bailey Mo sneered. "Wouldn't that be letting him off too easily? Throw him into the 18th floor. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death." The female demon king suddenly raised her head, but Saint Dream, Bailey Mo looked at her coldly, causing her to swallow her words back into her stomach. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.